welcome back everyone, welcome back to the 2025 Thunderfire SC2 All-Star Invitational Day number 2. I'm of course your VIP. With me I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and of course by our hosts as well. Let's go. Let us go. Welcome one and all. Again, it has been far too long. Unfortunately, again, we were live yesterday. We tried to cover Rongi Cup, but unfortunately, lobbies were full and we were not able to cover the Rongi Cup finals. We should be able to cover that though in the next couple of days. Hopefully sometime this week. We can cover said finals. Meanwhile, we're here to catch up with Thunderfire. If you recall, we did cover day 1 of the Thunderfire Invitational live, but day 2 we were unavailable. Unfortunately, other things had come up IRL, so I was unable to cover said event, but now we're here to catch up on day 2. Let's go. For those that don't know, this was a massive tournament. This event is a bit of a celebration. It's a celebration of the return of the Chinese server. For those who don't know, the communications and partnerships between NetEase and Blizzard did break down a couple of years ago, and when that occurred, NetEase, they stopped supporting, and they stopped, obviously all the Chinese servers for the Blizzard games did stop, for Overwatch, for Diablo, for WoW, for StarCraft, and for quite some time that we never had them. We never had those servers, and recently, last year, we saw Blizzard and NetEase renegotiate, start back up their partnership, and now their servers are back, and this is a way to celebrate that event. Now, day 1, we did cover all the quarterfinals. As you can see here, the quarterfinals did conclude, and now we have the semis onwards. We have herO versus Solar alongside Clem versus Reynor. They're going to be facing off in the semifinals. Likewise, we also have some show matches. If you were here for day 1, you would know that we did cast Sue versus Innovation. It was a lot of fun. Sue versus Innovation, they played in a best of 3. We also had Scarlet versus SOS. So we had 2 fun show matches, legend show matches, if you will, and we'll be having the same here tonight with MMA versus DRG and Oliveira versus Rogue. Bearing in mind, this is not the return of these players. This isn't the return of MMA or DRG or Oliveira. Sorry. But this isn't their return to competitive play. They're just back for this show match, for this celebratory event. Speaking of MMA, take it away, Pat. Take it away. Actually, I think this is better than we. There we go. But it's been years since MMA competed, and yo, they got the DRG intro as well. It's the one true dong, papi. Let's go. Adjust those glasses. Beautiful. Again, it's been years since MMA has competed. DRG, he's of course a more recent competitor. DRG, he did quote-unquote retire last year. So DRG, he has been more active for a lot longer. So coming into this show match, DRG is the heavy favorite. Unfortunately, like these two players, like they're not quite the same when it comes to how long they've been away from StarCraft. Again, DRG has been around in more recent years. MMA has been going for a very long time. Right, of course, the event is in Chinese, and we do have a Korean translator, but unfortunately, it's all in Korean/Chinese. Also, I do apologize if the audio is very low. I'm trying to boost it. I'm trying to boost the audio up as much as I can, but unfortunately the clean feed audio was very, very low here for this event, so quite limited in audio levels.
得是你们之前哪一场比赛的对阵？
지금 그 문성원 선수랑 박수호 선수 대전을 이렇게 짠 이유가 어떤 건지 혹시 계시나요?
그 블리자드컵 결승 때문에 그렇지 않을까 싶어요. 네.
我认为应该是复刻了那个暴雪嘉年华那一场决赛。
2011年的那一场比赛，当时是一个 BO7，两位选手在场上是打好打满，战至最后一局，当时是3比4惜败。那今天来到了我们中国杭州的线下，想不想改写一下当年的结局？
지금 그 블리자드컵에서 3대 4로 이렇게 아쉽게 패배를 하셨잖아요. 그 오늘 이 경기장에서는 혹시 그 복수할 수 있을지요?
네, 그 경기가 아직까지도 안 잊혀지는데 오늘 승리해서 기분 좋게 끝내겠습니다.
其实那场比赛到现在还是历历在目的，希望今天我可以改写比分。
哇，我们的两位传奇选手会为我们再一次上演精彩对决。那接下来就要把画面交给我们最专业的解说席了。
스타크래프트 플레이어로 활동하다가 은퇴하고 지금 다시 레전드 초청으로 돌아온 MMA 문성원이라고 합니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 저는 저그 프로게이머로서 활동을 했던 DRG 박수호입니다. 뭐 은퇴하고 나서는 사실 게임을 많이 안 했는데 이번에 이거 초청 받고 나서 그래도 이제 이기고 싶어가지고 게임 한번 오랜만에 하긴 했습니다.
메시지를 받고 나서부터 이제 스타투를 연습을 했는데요. 그걸 준비하다가 좀 많이 힘들 것 같아서 다른 특별한 걸 준비했습니다. 그건 경기 때 보여드리겠습니다. 일단 기대보다 이제 좀 염려가 됐고요. 왜 염려가 됐냐면 나이가 먹고 다시 게임을 한다는 것 자체가 굉장히 힘든 일인데 내가 이 선수 때의 퍼포먼스를 다시 연습해서 보여줄 수 있을까? 라는 생각이 가장 컸었던 것 같아요. 그리고 그만큼 경기력을 올려서 팬들한테 그런 경기력을 보여줄 수 있으면 좋겠다라는 생각을 하고 왔습니다.
게이머 선수들도 되게 오랜만에 봐가지고 대회를 안 나온 지 거의 한 1년이 다 돼가는 것 같은데 게이머 선수들 보니까 좋았고 또 이렇게 중국에 와가지고 생각보다 무대가 커가지고 이런 무대에서 또 많은 팬분들 앞에서 경기할 수 있는 것 자체가 되게 기쁜 일인 것 같아요.
네, 여기 오자마자 이제 선수 대기실 갔다가 바로 무대로 가서 봤거든요. 근데 제가 생각했던 것보다 관중석도 크고 여기에 팬분들이 다 꽉 찬다는 생각에 이 레전드 매치가 아니라 현역 선수로 뛰고 있으면 얼마나 좋을까라는 생각이 들더라고요.
근데 성원이 형이랑도 되게 초창기에 여러 대회, 해외 대회도 같이 많이 다녔었고 또 그 블리즈컵이라는 결승 무대에서 진짜 아쉽게 졌던 기억이 그 샤쿠라스 고왕인데 그 기억이 아직도 남아있어가지고 성원이 형과의 그런 스토리가 또 제일 기억에 많이 남는 것 같아요. 개인적으로 결승한 지가 거의 한 15년 돼가는 것 같거든요. 근데 아직도 제 기억에는 그 패배가 잊혀지지 않아가지고 이번 무대에서 그래도 저는 최근까지 현역 선수로 활동했으니까 완벽하게 서력을 할 수 있지 않을까 싶습니다. 중국 팬분들 앞에서 이렇게 경기하게 돼서 영광이고 또 그 상대가 MMA 선수여서 저의 패배 설욕을 할 수 있는 기회와 함께 제 마지막 오프라인 무대가 될 수도 있을 것 같은데 또 영광스러운 피날레를 한번 장식하도록 하겠습니다.
제가 지금 이제 은퇴하고 레전드 매치 이제 다시 연습을 하면서 느낀 거는 몸이 안 따라줘서 그렇지 몸만 잘 따라줬으면 저도 계속 했었을 것 같거든요. 그만큼 게임 자체가 이제 재밌게 만들어진 것 같고 팬분들이 보시기에도 이제 즐거운 것 같아요. 祝大家新年快乐，越来越好。
新年快乐，马上有钱。
Yo, they're flexing their Chinese. But much love to DRG and MMA for giving us some words there towards the end, discussing their retirement, discussing returning to StarCraft after such a long break as well. Great to hear from the two of them after so long, especially MMA. As DRG even mentioned, DRG has been around, or he only recently retired last year, so he has been competing a lot more recently. So I do feel like DRG does have that advantage over MMA. But I said the same thing about Sue and Innovation, and Innovation played really well. Like Innovation, he popped off in his show match. I was very, very shocked and surprised by how well Innovation was prepared and how well he performed against Sue. So we'll see. We'll see if that also occurs here. I'm curious to see how they do perform against each other. We'll see, we'll see. Also, I do see C4 Shap in the chat. Is the original broadcast somewhere on Twitch or YouTube, or is it exclusive Chinese content? I mean, when it comes to the original broadcast, we did live cast the first day. Unfortunately, we weren't able to live cast day number 2 at the time. I think maybe Rotterdam, maybe Wardy or Steadfast or some of the other casters were able to cover it live. But we were the quote-unquote official. There's no official English broadcast. It was all just community coverage, like community coverage of ourselves, Wardy, Rotterdam, Steadfast, all the community casters. So we were all covering it in English. When it comes to the Chinese stream, that's specifically on like Douyu, right? Douyu on what's the other one? I almost said Bing. No, not Bing. Bilibili. That's it. Like sites like Bilibili, sites like Douyu. That's where like the Chinese broadcast would be. But we are getting ready. Yo, shout to XY and shout to Cyan. Let's go, let's go. Didn't know it was a replay. Thanks. Oh yes. We casted day 1 live, but this is a replay cast just because we unfortunately were unable to cover day 2 at the time. Yo, we got some old GSL Cup, like the footage. 2011 GSL Blizzard Cup. 15 years ago. Crazy. God, seeing the old UI, crazy. Can't believe you had to play without WSS Game Heart. Slayers MMA. This is of course pre-Axiom, pre-Acer. This is before I was around, or like I was only watching like Husky videos on YouTube and HD StarCraft and stuff like that. I didn't start watching live StarCraft until Heart of the Swarm. Yeah, a long time ago. Yo, we got our accolades here. 2014 Rebel Battlegrounds Global, I recall that. 2012 WCS Global Finals. 2011. They should have had his second place at BlizzCon more recently. 2012 GSL Season 1 Champion. MLG Winter, IPL 5. All from over 10 years ago. Yo, we have our Vitos. As a reminder, this is going to be best of 3. Best of 3. Yo, is it loser's pick? It might be loser's pick. Okay. No Vitos. But yeah, shout out to SC Boys, shout out to Netties. Again, for bringing this event together. It's like it's like a $50,000 prize pool, like massive prize pool, big offline venue. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we do have the South Korean Terran player. It is MMA. Give us the fanfare. And in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Zurich player. It is DRG, Dong Rei Gu. Let's go. I love it. But here we go. Again, it has been years since MMA has competed. DRG, a little bit more recent, so coming into this, DRG is going to be a heavy favorite when it comes to his builds, when it comes to his play. At the same time, MMA did say in his interview that he was practicing quite often, quite frequently leading up to this event. So he has put in the work, he has put in the effort. It makes sense. There's a massive prize pool on the line as well. So MMA, he did do his due diligence, but we'll see. We'll see how he does compare. Innovation did surprise us in his performance against against 2. We'll see how MMA performs against DRG. Whether we go for some more old school kind of builds, whether we go for something more modern as well. I know that MMA, I want to say he was interviewed for the GLHF, the Good Luck Have Fun documentary series by Zombie Grub, and MMA, he was talking about how he was watching EWC. He was watching Clem's run. MMA, he still does keep in touch with StarCraft and with modern StarCraft as well. Doesn't necessarily play it, but he was watching it, and on top of that, because of that, he does have a bit of an idea as to how the meta is unfolding nowadays. I got it, 9. What I was gonna say is he's good friends with Crank. He's good friends with Crank. He's good friends with Ryung. Crank and Ryung nowadays have. I mean, Crank has been, you know, the Korean caster for quite some time. Ryung has been casting a little bit more as of late, so I'm sure he tunes in. I don't think he's hopped on for a bit of a guest cast, unfortunately. I'm sure he would if they asked, to be honest. I would love to see MA jump on with Crank and Ryung again. But yeah, I'm sure like he still keeps in touch. They're good friends for a very, very long time. All three of them, they were on Slayers together, of course. Back in the day, they lived together for a lot of years when it comes to Axiom and Axiom Acer. So I'm sure he's been able to keep in touch. Yeah. But now the Reaper does dip in. Nice pick. Oh no! Very nice pickup. One drone goes down, and he gets away with a 2 HP Reaper. Behind this is setting up for what looks to be a 1-1-1. We have the reactor on the way, factory for an add-on swap into reactor Hellion. But do we go for a 3rd TC or do we go for a Starport? Ooh, Starport follow-up. So a straight up 1-1-1 out of MMA. This is an older build. This is a rarer build nowadays. Not unseen though. Again, if you've been watching Clem, for example, especially Clem versus serO, Clem versus Reynor, Clem versus Zerg last year in 2024, coming into 2025, in the previous meta, we did see this quite a lot to punish greedy Zerg players. So we'll see if MMA can punish. We'll see if he commits even harder. He does pick off the creep tumor. Once again, MMA, calm down. Nice damage here with the Reaper. The crowd popping off as well. And it's going to be on DRG to recognize how aggressive MMA is being. If I didn't emphasize it, remember, MMA, he's not going for a 3rd TC. He's delaying his 3rd base in favor of a faster Starport, in favor of faster Banshees and more Hellion production. This is going to hit quite hard, and this can even hit with an armory with Hellbats. So it's on DRG to confirm. The Overload is on the way, as DRG is slipping in. At the same time, MMA, he does poke in across the map. He gets eyes on the would-be third base, 3rd hatchery. Ooh, and the Marine is on patrol, but out of position. Yeah, the Marine is not quite in position to deny the Overlord Scout. We do have a Stim on the way, still on 2 bases, still no 3rd TC. MMA, he has the money for it, by the way. Another Rax. 2 base all in. Okay. 2 base all in out of MMA. If you remember, we actually did see these kind of builds by Innovation. Innovation was also going for this like hyper aggressive sort of play. Hellbats, you know, early 2 base all ins, like 2 base committed play. We saw something similar out of Innovation. I mean, hey, these two were teammates for a long time. It's possible that they did kind of rely upon each other when it comes to practicing. MMA, yo, what's up? He says hi. And we get a full scout. Now, this is crucial. DRG now sees the mass amount of Raxes. He doesn't quite confirm the lack of CC, but seeing the progression of those Raxes should be enough of a tell, and he responds with a Roach Warren. Now the question becomes, can DRG get into Roach production in time for the Stim? For the timing, for the 2 base all-in. As Roach Warren is still on the way. Meanwhile, Stim is almost done, and May, he is gearing up for his move out. Still gearing up. Tank production has begun. Hope you're well. Now we're good. I just got too excited, baby. I just got too excited. It's all good. Bearing in mind there's no armory. There's no armory, but there's 2 more Raxes. Jesus. Getting up to a 7 Rax setup. 7 Raxes for MMA. Hellions, they peel off towards the left-hand side. Banshees towards the main base. And the main army for MMA is still building up. Just poking in. Bearing in mind 2 Banshees, they can one-shot drones. He gets 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 drones go down, not bad. Gets 3 workers. Denies mining in the main base. And MMA, he will soon pull the trigger. He will soon commit. Yeah, so far, picking up more drones. Let's go. 3 more, 6 in total. So 6 drone kills. Oh! As the Banshee does sustain a lot of hits. And again, the all-in is coming. The all-in is coming. The Roach Horn is done by now. The question becomes, how many Roaches do we have? DRG, he has been massing up, but we have more Ravagers being morphed in, more Roaches as well. Here we go, it's all or nothing for MMA. At this point, I would even say it's wise to pull the boys. Pulling the boys against Zerg is often unseen against Ling Bane because of how powerful Banelings are when it comes to shutting that sort of play down. But remember, there's no Banelings for DRG. SCVs can actually do a surprising amount of damage and can do quite well buffering against Roaches. But last, as you can see here, we do hit with the all-in. The SCVs are nowhere to be found. They're being kept at home, and he does commit off the ramp. Ooh. Biles, they do connect. Gets the first tank. Nice pickup. First tank goes down. Nice arc. Nice concave here by DRG. Yeah, just collapsing on the army. Going for the final tank. Remember, there was only 2 tanks. The tank goes down, and with that, the all-in is failing. Yeah, MMA, he gets completely shut down here, and he is not built for a longer game. He's not set up for it. There's no third CC. There's no follow-up. True. The shade, Bobby. The shade. Calm down, Bobby. Calm down. If you're watching for day 1, Innovation did something very similar. He also went for a 2-base all-in against Sue, and he did beat Sue with it. But DRG, oh my god, calm down, Bobby, calm down. As he is going to commit in, he will knock down the depots, and he's pushing further into the main base. Meanwhile, big shout out to Sal, big shout out to Upper Tree. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream, hope you had a great ladder session, hope you had a great time, and welcome one and all to the Thunderfire All-Star SC2 Tournament, day number 2. Bearing in mind this is a replay cast, we did cast day 1 live, but we were unavailable for day 2. So we're catching up on day 2 as we speak. This is a Legends show match between MMA and DRG. DRG throwing some shade at MMA, saying that he is not Innovation. And MMA is in a rough position. He's in a very rough position. For those that are just tuning in and maybe missed the first part of the game, MMA went for a 2-base all-in. He went for a 7-rack setup on 2 bases. 7 racks, 2 bases, went for the all-in, and DRG scouted ahead of time, was ready with Roach Ravager, and biled down the first 2 tanks. He biled down the tanks, he shut down the bio, and that is why we see DRG almost maxed. That is why we see MMA at half the army supply. As MMA does go for the drop, does pick off 2 queens. Not bad. Does manage to catch a couple of queens. But again, MMA, things looking very dire here for the Terran. Are looking dire. He's going for some lib harass in towards the main base. He's building up here outside of the 3rd. And DRG is just teching. Hive is on the way. Does he need it? No, he does. But sure. Taking up into Hive. From here he can work towards Ultras or just Vipers even. Haven't tuned in for a little while. How are the bunnies doing? Oh, the bunnies are doing okay. They're recovering. Bunnies are recovering. We do have another vet visits in a couple of days. Wednesday. This Wednesday, going to the vet to figure out what to do next. But right now they're okay. They're okay. But not out of the woods yet. Not out of the woods yet. But now though, again, MMA still amassing. So Massing still trying to build up for a second wave. DRG, he's been maxed for quite some time. I feel like DRG, I mean, we should be trading. Our Zerg player here, he's building up a bank, should be trading with MMA. Otherwise, this force can be quite threatening and can actually potentially kill. As here comes the second all-in. Ultra Cavern gets thrown down. MMA, he does push right through the center. At the same time, Lings, they do counterattack. They hit the natural. Yeah, CVs are going to go down. Again, MMA, he was already all in. This time he's got 4 tanks. Yeah, he's got a heavy tank count. Heavy mana marauders as well. Nice biles. Does get the first tank. 1 tank goes down. Banelings are morphing in. And MMA, his tanks are just too far back. Like, he's trying to engage here, but what? 2-3 tanks aren't able to fire. Denies the upgrades. Not bad. +2 carapace is denied. Banelings now morphing in. We have some Vipers on the way as well. And DRG just has to take it slow. Just take it slow. Time is on his side. Just spending more resources, collapsing on the army, files down another tank, and we're just running out of bio. Yeah, there's barely any Marines left, barely any Marauders. Bailings, it's a bit of an awkward engage here by DRG. The Bailings that were stuck behind the army, well, there we go, they collapse on the bio, another tank goes down, and this is the final units here of MMA. Again, he's crippled back at home. He was all in, he just lost 20 SCVs. And MMA, what did he really achieve with that push? He denied +2. He denied +2, he traded with the army, but no critical economic damage, didn't knock down any bases, didn't get into any mineral lines. And now we have Ultras on the way. Ultra production has begun. You're the empty medevacs, let's go. Empty medevacs doing what they can. MMA stimming in towards bottom left. And again, DRG is just being very passive here. Like, if he wanted to, I feel like he could break the third. He could move out, he could break the third base. I believe he has 2 Vipers. He has 2 Vipers. His Ultra upgrades are still on the way. +2 was heavily delayed. Or was denied. And here he comes. Yeah, here comes DRG. From here, just collapsing in the army. Again, MMA's out of position. He has built up a force, to be fair. He has built up. And here we go. Wave 3. Round 3 here for MMA. Does kill an expansion. Ultras are coming in from behind MMA. He has to get the hell out of here. Does land a power bomb. Yeah, massive problem here on the medevacs. GG gets cold, and DRG will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Hold on, I will change the in-game text. Observer. Clean feed. So I am not observing. Beautiful. But GG well played. Again, winding it back, MA, he went for a big 2-base all-in, 7 Raxes, 2 bases. The all-in did fail. The all-in was also scattered ahead of time. But once it failed, that was game. That was game then and there. We saw that the game progressed, and MMA, he was able to get his 3rd base, build up towards a 2nd push and a 3rd push, but each push consecutively after the first one was weaker and weaker. And we saw, again, he just kind of ran out of steam, did peter out towards the end. Oh, did peter out. GG. GG, well played. DRG does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if MMA can bounce back or if DRG can close it out. Bearing in mind, this is a best of 3. It's going to be a best of 3 here between our 2 players. And I believe it was Lucius' pick. We didn't actually get eyes on the vetoes here. Oh, let's go. Didn't get eyes, but there we go. Map 2 is going to be on Winter Madness. Okay, we go from one of the smaller maps into one of the larger maps. Winter Madness is going to be coming up next. Larger map. I appreciate that DRG still has his custom keyboard as well with his keycaps. Much love, much love. I miss MMA's WASD keyboard. True, true. Means the literally players love to slash dance. That's not necessarily true. What are you on about? But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into game number 2. And in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is MMA. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg. The red Zerg, it is DRG. Beautiful. Also, as we get into this, a big shout out to Shirag in the chat for subscribing for 7 months. 7 months. The CranKy for a bench. Get some rest, papi. Get some rest. But yes, thank you so much for subscribing. Once again, hope you enjoyed the content, hope you enjoyed the casting, hope you enjoyed the StarCraft as we are diving back into our Legends show match. MMA versus DRG. Again, a rematch from many years gone by, and we'll see how MMA will adjust. Remember, game 1 he went for a 2-base all-in, did fail, did get scouted. Game 2, do we go for another all-in, or do we have something different up our sleeves? Now, coming into Winter Madness, I am opposed to 2-base all-ins. This is a larger map, longer rush distance by ground, so all-ins are weaker, typically, on this map. Technically, you can try to catch your opponent off guard and try to catch them unawares, just because it's less common to see an all-in, so there are some exceptions to the rule, but for the most part, I would like to see something different here by MMA. Maybe some more macro play. We could even see Mech. True, MMA, he was a Mech enjoyer back in the day, so Mech is going to be on the table, more standard bio play is going to be on the table. We'll see. We shall see. DRG, in my mind, is going to be more of a reactive player here. He did go Roaches last game, but he went Roaches as a reaction to what he scouted. So we could see Ling Bane instead. We could even see Muta play, which has been more frequent, which has been more common in recent times. Oh, hello. That's a second Rax. Never mind. Second Rax out of MMA. He's third Rax. Oh my god. So I was going to say he's going for a 2-1-1. He's going for a third Rax. He's going for a 3 Rax follow-up. Maybe even a 4 Rax. Maybe even another 2-base all-in. But this time it's going to hit a lot faster. As Reaper does poke in. Reaper does arrive. No, he gets surrounded. Oh my god. Calm down. Very nice round there by DRG. There's the question mark. And he's like, what the hell? You can see DRG having a good time laughing there on cams. For those that are curious, the Z keycap, that's like laughing in Korean. But yeah, with that, DRG, he does shut down the scouting, and we do see extra Raxes. It is 4 Rax, so it's going to be a 2-base all-in. It's going to be a 4 Rax. Now, yes, both game 1 and game 2, 2-base all-ins, but they are very different in their nature. Here, MMA, he's going for a mass bio stim timing. This is going to hit faster because we're not waiting for medevacs, we're not waiting for tanks, we're not waiting for any other high-tech units. We're going pure marine. It's a pure bio, I should say. You can mix in a couple of marauders depending on the gas income here, but it's going to be pure bio going across the map. Now, this also is a little bit delicate because every stim is going to kill you, right? There's no medevacs. Remember, there's no factory, there's no starport, there's no medevacs, so you have to be very careful with how and when you stim. You cannot waste your stim. You cannot waste it. You have to use it. You have to use it as effectively, as efficiently as possible when you get across the map. So for now, the mass marines are building up. In my mind, MMA, he should pull the boys with this. Like, it's all or nothing. Like, there's no macroing out of this, right? Like, there's no shot. And the map is large enough where your reinforcements are going to be heavily delayed anyway, so... Oh! He almost sees. Yeah, the Ling does try to slip by. So far, all these marines have been kept hidden. Overlord goes down. Spinecrawl's on the way, Roachman's on the way. DRG, he does realize something is wrong. And he sees lack of gases. Here we go, the boys are being pulled, let's go! The boys are being pulled. As we mentioned, I feel like this is the correct call to make. I would have loved to have seen the boys being pulled last game as well. But there's the TT, DRG, he did scouts. MMA, that's a crying face emoji. Not like this. But here we go, the queens have a nice concave, but remember, we are hitting pre-roaches. The roach warren is not done. This can work. This can work. There is no roach warren, but there is a spine. Yeah, it pulls back to the spine crawler. The spine's out of position. First queen does get targeted down. Clutch transfuse. Lings are trickling in. And does get a second queen. Yeah, it's going to be 2 queens falling. So far, decent damage here by MMA. Does drag back to the spine crawler. Do you like this? Yeah, I do like this here by DRG. Does try to transfuse. The boys are late to be pulled. And MMA, can he do it? Can he do it? He's going to get all the queens. Kills every queen. Kills the spine crawler as well. And again, this was a late scout by DRG. The roach one was too late as well. 3 roaches are being made. Too many marines. Yeah, there's too many marines here. DRG, it looks like he cannot deal with this. He's got a couple of roaches. Okay. He does have a handful of roaches. This army is overstimmed. DRG, can he survive? I feel like eventually he will kill this, but how many drones is he going to lose? Yeah, how many drones will fall? As he cleans up every marine, DRG, he is down to 35 workers, but he still has a worker lead. DRG with a grin on his face. He knows. He knows, Pappy, he knows. DRG, he holds. He does have the higher drone count. He saves his 3 bases. He did lose like 6 queens. did have some hefty losses. He also roach one as well, but he survives. Sorry, 8 queens, not 6. He lost 8 queens, but he does survive. MMA behind this, now he expands. Double eBay's on the way. Third TC's on the way. We have Concussive Shell. We now have 1-1 upgrades. MMA, he's now trying to build up and work towards a longer game. Meanwhile, how does DRG adapt? How does he approach this? Does he expand in macro? Does he go for his own counter all-in to punish? And a counter roach all-in would hit really, really hard. Why would that be? Why would that be the case? Because MMA has no factory and has no starports. He has no tank setup. Without defensive tanks, roach all-ins hit insanely hard. Yeah, there it is. 9 roaches. He knows how to play StarCraft. He's crazy. But this is the correct call. DRG, instead of droning, he's making 11 roaches. 11 roaches are on the way. DRG, he should build up, he should mass up, and he should punish MMA. Lings are coming for the backstab. They do catch reinforcements. Nice stepping there by MMA, but the boys are being pulled. SCVs are going down. They're losing 4 SCVs back at home. And DRG, he refuses to drone. He's going for the counter all-in. Here we go. As MMA does push onto creep. This is very dangerous. Very dangerous here. MMA, he has to get the hell out of here. Remember, there's no medevac. Thankfully, I believe there's no roach speed. So we got slow roaches chasing down the army. Nice arc, nice CranKy. Very nice there by MMA. As he does get out. Nicely done. Nice control. And DRG messing up his Ling Ravager. Oh, the factory is only being used to make a reactor, so there's not going to be any tanks. But alas, the Bio Army can still hold its own. It's going to be close. As DRG's moving in. Remember, there's no bunkers. And can DRG get a surround? Can he lock down the army? Yeah, trying to bait the army in. Again, the Lings are ready to pounce. Now he's going for it. Yeah, dust him in. You dust him forward. That's going to be, what, 2-3 Ravagers going down. Lings, they try to buffer, and the Marauders, they are holding their own. They're holding their own for the time being, but they are getting overstimmed. Jesus. Yeah, there's another stim. Lings, they slip into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. Nice control here by DRG. The picture-in-picture. Lings are dying. Sorry, SCVs are dying. 10 SCV kills. 12. Yeah, 12 SCVs go down. MMA, his economy is crippled. Again, nice multi-pronged harassment there by DRG. And now he commits in. Yeah, now he's committing in, pushing in towards the natural, piles into the mineral line. Boys are being pulled into the mass Zergling. Oof. As bars are connecting. And this is critical damage. This is just too much. It's far too much here. Lings, they collapse on the Marines. They collapse on the Marauders as well. And GG gets called. DRG, Dongray Gu will claim the series 2-0. Claiming the Legends show match. GG. GG, well played. MMA with non-stop 2-base all-ins. Game 1, he went for a 7 racks 2-base all-in. It was crazy with, of course, 2 tanks off of his 1-1-1. Game 2, we saw a 4 racks mass stim all-in, or mass marine stim all-in, and it almost worked. Like, MMA, he was able to break into the natural. He killed 8 queens, but DRG had some really slick moves. Even though he had a late scout, he pulled back to the spine crawler. Again, they're both good friends. And he was like, oh, I almost got you, puppy. I almost got you. He's like, eh. But DRG, he pulled back to the spine crawler. He was able to pull the boys. He barely made 5 roaches towards the end. And with those roaches, he was able to barely pull off that defense, clean up the Marines, and hold and claim the series. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Dongray Gu. And my condolences to MMA. My condolences, but I'm sure he had a lot of fun. And it's great to see him back after many years of retirement. GG. GG, well played. Much love to MMA, much love to DRG. Now, I will quickly say that my one criticism about this event that I would have loved to, I mean, it's difficult because it's a 2-day event. If we had 3 days, maybe we would have had a little bit more time. But for those that weren't here for day 1, it isn't just MMA and DRG. We had Innovation. We had Sue as well. And it feels like a little bit of a waste to bring on these legends of StarCraft for a single series. It's great that we had a best of 3. It's great, but personally, I would have loved either a round robin group between all of them, or even have some fun with it and have them like, yo, have a throwback. DRG and Sue Archon mode against MMA and Innovation, right? Like, have some fun with them. I mean, like, how often are we going to see these guys play? Or even some 2v2s, which has been on the rise as of late as well. Maybe not the most serious of formats, but you know, again, this is meant to be a celebration, right? There's meant to be a celebration. This is not like the highest level of StarCraft when we bring them on. It's more of like a nostalgia fest, I should say. So I would have loved to have seen a little bit more use of these players that we haven't seen in a long time. Regardless, GG here to DRG. We have our interviews.
专业解说，那我们也是简单赛后采访一下。先来问一下 MMA 哦，刚刚比赛当中，第二季对你使出了聊天流，哎，你感觉有没有干扰到你？
그 박수호 선수가 채팅력실에 했는데 혹시 경기력에 영향 간 거 있을까요?
그 시작 전에 제가 형이라고 좀 살살하라고 했는데 MMR 물어보니까 엄청 높더라고요. 그래서 오늘 한 게임만 이기자라는 생각으로 했는데 좀 실패했습니다.
其实开赛前我有给他说过，让他打得稍微下手轻一点，而且我有问过他的天梯积分分数很高，所以我今天的目标其实是打下一小局就可以了，但是不是很好打。
我们觉得主要问题是在你当年打职业的那个时候还没有火蟑螂。 哦，但你刚刚打的比赛是他出了火蟑螂的，你觉得这个有这个关键所在吗？
그 현역 선수 시절 때 괴멸충이란 유닛이 없었잖아요. 그때 그 버전에서는. 그래서 혹시 그 영향인 때문에 오늘 경기를 졌다고 생각하시나요?
위에서 뭐가 떨어지는데 뭔지 모르겠더라고요. 안 보여요. 그래가지고 피하지 못하겠더라고요.
他看到了从天而降的那一团火球，他都不知道是什么，然后就有点打的有点懵。
确实，因为 MMA 是一个非常早的，我们最早的 GSL 的冠军选手，所以他当年的那个时代还没有火蟑螂。哎呀，小吃一点亏。那我们这边问一下第二季，就是你在退役了一段时间之后，我们刚刚看到你的第一视角操作还是非常的流畅，能不能给我们分享一下有什么秘诀，保持退役之后依然有这么好的基本功？尤其是我们解说台上有一位解说非常想知道如何保持退役之后依然很好的基本功状态。
은퇴하고도 지금 폼 유지가 엄청 잘하고 컨트롤 되게 아까 컨트롤 하는 거 봤는데 엄청 잘하고 계신다 해요. 그래서 팬들이랑 해설자분한테 이 폼을 유지하는 비결이라든지 팁 같은 거 있을까요?
저구를 하면 근데 이게 배여가지고 어쩔 수가 없는 것 같아요. 네.
其实就是因为肌肉记忆已经刻在我的肌肉记忆里面了。
怪不得我们解说席上的那位只有脂肪记忆，他没有肌肉记忆。那我们这边也想问一下 DRG， 你刚刚在比赛当中给 MMA 打了个字，说你不是吕布。哎，我们想知道一下当时为什么想发这句话。
첫 경기 시작할 때 이신영 아니라고 채팅하셨잖아요. 혹시 무슨 생각하시고 그런 채팅했는지 알려줄 수 있을까요?
아니 빌드가 어제 신영이 쓴 거랑 비슷하게 하시더라고요. 근데 그 압박감이 너무 달라서 당신은 신영이가 아니다 그렇게 얘기했습니다.
其实看到开局就想到他好像是在模仿Innovation 的打法，但是给我的压迫感不是很大，所以我就告诉他你不是 Innovation。
啊，你不是吕布，但是确实两位选手给我们带来了非常精彩的一个比赛，也是复刻他们当年在2011年的那场对决，也是两个上演了巅峰对决。那我们这边也是有传奇选手的纪念奖章要送给他们，有请我们的工作人员上台为他们送上奖章，也希望我们现场的观众朋友们再一次把热烈的掌声送给他们。
Oh, they're getting their medals. Let's go.
好的，这也是属于我们两位传奇选手的传奇奖章，他们的星际传奇还在继续。那让我们稍事休息一下，一会儿回来。
GG, well played. Again, much love to both MMA and DRG. If there's anyone that does know Korean or Chinese in the chat, we would love some impromptu translations, but but regardless, GG, well played, congratulations, as DRG does claim the series 2-0 over MMA. And with that, that concludes our initial show match, but now it's time for the event to continue, or to begin. Now it's time for the main event here. Again, it is a 8-player invitational, 8-player single elimination bracket, and we have 4 players left. We have the semifinals getting ready for us here. We have herO versus Solar, and we have Clem versus Reynor. Let's go, baby, let's go. These are going to be best of 5s. We also have another show match later on in the evening. After both semifinals conclude, we will have a best of 3 between Rogue and Oliveira. So we do have another show match ahead of us. Again, Oliveira also retired a couple of years ago. Rogue is still active, so in that series, I'm going to be favoring Rogue. It's I guess similar to this one, where MMA has been retired a lot longer and DRG only retired last year. Similar with Rogue and Oliveira, where, I mean, I say similar, it's a little bit different because Rogue is still an active player and Oliveira did retire over a year ago at this point. So, more 2 years ago almost even. Jesus, it's been quite some time. It's been quite some time since Oliveira's retirement, so it might be a little bit lopsided, but regardless, it's going to be a lot of fun to see Oliveira compete once again. As a reminder, that'll be after the semifinals. After the semis, before the grand finals. For now, though, we're going to be cutting to a short break, cutting to a very short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have herO versus Solar in that best of 5. See you soon. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, we just wrapped up with our initial series with our best of 3 show match, our legend show match between MMA and DRG. But now we're back with the main event. Now we're back with the playoffs, with the semifinals. Let's go. We have our semifinals. It's going to be best of 5 between herO and Solar. Take it away. The old player intros. Let's go. herO.
就是 herO 今天的对手 Sola。
Let's go. Let's go, right, let's go. Also, just to get ahead of it, as I'm sure there are just now people tuning in, I do apologize for the low audio levels. I did boost it up quite a bit, almost as much as I can without kind of, you know, having things blare out. But unfortunately, the clean feed audio is very low. It's very low, so I do apologize for that. That does mean that in-game and out-of-game levels are going to be a little bit lower than normal. As you can tell, like, my microphone voice is quite loud in comparison. Like, if I try to boost things up a little bit louder, then things will get a little bit out of hand, but that's it. We're doing what we can.
강민수 선수인데 오늘 지금 심정이 어떠신가요?
일단 세랄 선수한테 올인을 하다 보니까 민수와의 경기가 좀 걱정되긴 하는데 오늘 느낌 굉장히 좋습니다.
首先，其实昨天打 Sarah 的那一盘已经是把我所有的准备的战术都已经展示出来了，所以今天打 Sola 有点紧张，但是现在的心情的话还是很好的。
那现在你是我们标准组剩下的唯一一位神族选手了，有没有信心击败所有人，证明你就是最好的神族选手？
지금 유일하게 남은 프로토스 선수인데 혹시 내가 최강 토스다 이거를 증명해 주실 수 있을까요 오늘?
제가 좀 관종이라서 프로토스 혼자 남은 거에서 일단 굉장히 흡족하고 더 잘해가지고 우승까지 하고 싶습니다.
首先，我很庆幸我是剩下的唯一一个神族，我今天也会尽全力，尽量去拿到这个冠军奖杯。
加油加油！好的，那我们这边也是采访一下 Sola。其实，在去年的 EWC 上，你是3-0过 herO 选手的，但是昨天 herO 选手确实在对阵到 SC2 的这个 PVG 表现真的非常出色，你有做好应对吗？
작년 EWC에서 그 김준호 선수를 이겼잖아요. 근데 어제 세라 선수랑 하는 그 경기 보면서 오늘 준비를 어떻게 하셨나요?
어제 경기 보니까 확실히 프로토스 선수 중에서 제일 잘하는 것 같고요. 그리고 그 작년이랑은 좀 훨씬 더 업그레이드 된 것 같아서 좀 재밌을 것 같습니다.
首先的话，其实看到昨天那场比赛之后，我觉得 herO 选手却不愧是现在现役中的顶尖的神族选手。今天的比赛的话也会非常精彩，请大家期待一下。
非常期待两位选手给我们带来精彩的对决了。那么也是把画面交给我们最专业的解说席。
Let's go, let's go. Whew. And again, shout out to both herO and Solar for, of course, imparting some words here. I was able to catch a couple of words here and there. For those that maybe didn't watch day one of the event and didn't watch the quarterfinals, herO did 3-0 SC2. SC2, he was 3-0'd by herO, and if you didn't watch those games, herO was hyper aggressive. A lot of early charge-based builds, and a lot of games where SC2 was caught with his pants down. Straight up. Like, SC2, he was just non-stop, just caught with his pants down. SC2 just wanted to macro. He wanted to play some longer, later games, and herO was able to shut him down early with all-ins and hyper-aggressive styles. That is how herO did 3-0 SC2, and I'm pretty sure they were being asked that, like, yo, you know, how do you feel, you know, taking down SC2 3-0? How confident are you coming into this? They were asking Solar, like, hey, he just beat SC2, the best Zerg player in the world. How do you feel? Like, going up against herO, how are you going to adjust? How are you going to adapt to herO instead? That is the one advantage that Solar has, is I'm sure he was watching those games. I'm sure he's aware of how herO was able to bring Solar down, and now herO has to go into a different style, has to adjust against Solar, I would imagine. But let's go. Let us go. Players are getting ready. Vetoes are underway as well, and we'll soon be getting into our series. We'll soon get there. Bearing in mind this was a 2-day event. Actually, they're just showing off the they're showing off the bracket as we speak. Bam, as you can see here, herO, he 3-0'd SC2 and Solar 3-0'd Cure. Day one, there were a lot of one-sided series initially. Then we had Clem taking down Classic 3-1, and Reynor took down Maru 3-2. Went all the way to the ace match, very close, very clutch series between Reynor and Maru. The highlight of day one. The one series that we didn't actually cast, by the way. It was getting late and Tuna Cup was starting, so we had to go and run our event and run the Tuna Cup. So we did miss out on Reynor versus Maru. But again, we have our top four. We have our top four players, herO, Solar, Clem, and Reynor. They're going to be facing off here tonight. Going to be facing off. Ah, let's go. I love the stadium. I love the floor. Like, it's not quite at the level of, you know, the BlizzCon big, like, animated, like, projector screen. Not quite on that level, but I'm loving the production value. I'm loving the setup that we have here. Honestly, this stage looks better than EWC, the most recent EWC, unironically. Like, it does look more impressive. Go. As we should be getting into our beaters. Appreciate the hand warmers. I remember people asking about that, but it's very common for the Koreans to have these hand warmers, or heat packs, I should say. Warm off their hands. Lock in. Meanwhile, here in Solar, they have been going back and forth as of late. In the absence of Dark, I would say nowadays that Solar is the best Zerg player in South Korea. I would say that he's kind of filled his shoes in a way. I say in a way because Solar is not as chaotic as Dark was. Dark, he was a lot more, again, chaotic and unpredictable. Solar has been kind of being more aggressive as of late, but oh, we have our vetoes. Okay, Mothership and Celestial Enclave vetoed by herO. Meanwhile, Solar getting rid of 10,000 feet and Winter Madness. Interesting vetoes. We've gotten rid of a lot of the larger maps here. I'm a little bit surprised that herO got rid of Celestial. I feel like Celestial is one of those maps where you can set up quite easily on a high base count and be more defensive, but maybe it's too good for Mew to play, or maybe herO just doesn't really want to approach that style, wants something more aggressive himself. Interesting. 10,000 feet makes sense. But here we go. As that does open up a lot of the smaller, more aggressive maps. That's why we're getting into game one. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Protoss player for T1. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player for Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go, and again, welcome one and all to Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock is one of the smaller maps in the map pool, smaller map, shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression is typically favored here, and we do often see a lot of 3-base all-ins. A lot of 3-base all-ins, a lot of German taxis. The third base on this map is very open, very exposed, and we often do see a lot of aggression hitting that third base, and we have seen a lot of Protoss players struggle to defend. Oh, let's yo, we got some herO fans in the crowd. T-Imba, Z-Imba, T1 herO. Let's go. I love that they went for the effort of actually making those cheerfuls or having those like banners for the crowd. I'm assuming that that's like from the organizers, having those herO banners. Meanwhile, Solar going for the Hatch Gas pool, forces like the unnatural natural, so a bit of an awkward start for Solar, but for the most part everything's looking normal, everything is looking standard. So far so good. So far, so good. Now, when it comes to herO's play against SC2 in this very tournament, we did mention, but we saw a lot of Stargate openers into Twilight Council into early charge. And this was punishing SC2, who was attempting to go Ling Hydra. Like, Ling Hydra does have some weaknesses, and it is vulnerable to these earlier charge timings. So we should be seeing Solar go for Roach Warrens instead. We should be seeing safety Roach Warrens, greater scouting under Solar to recognize what's going on, to be able to react and respond with Roaches if need be. Meanwhile, herO, as he mentioned during the interview, he did rely on a certain style against several. It is ill-advised to do that again here against Solar, just because Solar was watching. He was watching, he was taking notes, I'm sure, as well. Solar has a better idea as to how herO is playing, so it's wise to kind of shift gears and adjust to try to catch Solar off guard. So far, Stargate opener, going for his Stargate, going for what should be an Oracle, but we could see a Void Ray instead. We have seen, if you've been watching StarCraft over the past couple of weeks, we've actually been seeing a lot of Tempest Rushes out of herO. He does like to mix it in, but I would not be fond of that on a smaller map like this. Because this map is so small, if we did see it something like a Tempest Rush, one, if he gets scouted, the Zerg player can punish that much harder, or just the counterattack can hit that much harder as well here on a map like this, with your ground army, with your roaches. So it would be very, very risky to go Tempest here. We'll see if he goes Oracle or Void Ray. What is the initial unit of choice? As we don't see the production tab, but there it is. Okay, Void Ray first. Now with the Void Ray, we can hunt down the Overlord, we can deny vision, deny scouting, we can keep the Zerg player in the dark, and this does mean that if herO did want to go into a Fleet Beacon, that's now available to him. He could go for a Fleet Beacon into a second Stargate, or he can go into a Twilight Council into Glaives, or he can even go into a standard game. But the point here is that Solar won't know. The downside of going for a Void Ray opener is your lack of oracles, right? Your oracle count is going to be lower, which means less harassment, less scouting, and less utility that the oracle typically provides. Like the oracles, they're quite useful, they're quite effective in ZVP. So losing and sacrificing one oracle for a Void Ray, I mean, it can hurt you, depending on what the plan is. Oh, there it is, early Twilight Council. Okay, so no Fleet Beacon, but that is a very early Twilight Council. Obviously not Twilight Council first, but again, Twilight Council as the third base gets thrown down. From here, this could be one of two things. Either early Glaives, as you can see, we have 4 gateways behind this, so this could be early Glaives, or it could be early Charge. Both are options. Regardless, hyper-aggression, right? Like, regardless of whether it's Glaives or Charge, we're going for an early timing, and it is crucial that Solo plays safe. I don't see a Roach Warren. If you remember, we spoke about this at the start of this game, how crucial it was that Solo would be playing Roaches after what happened against several, but I don't see a Roach Warren here. Solo, he's going Lings into Lair? No Eva Chamber either. Yeah, there's no Chamber. Meanwhile, we have confirmation it is going to be Glaives, not Charged, but it was going to be one or the other, so Mass Glaive at Eps. And Solo's all in. Okay. He's going all in. It's going to be a Ling Queen all in. He's walking across the map. Now, there's no surprise that Solo's all inning. If you remember, we spoke about it. All in's a favorite. Oh no! All in's a favorite on Ruby Rock, but I was expecting like a German taxi. I was expecting a bit of like a 2.5 base all in. Void Ray does confirm lack of workers. Shield batteries being thrown down. herO now knows, but does he have enough time? Does he have enough time to react, to respond? We have 2 shield batteries on the way. More depths are warping in. I think hero's fine. Like, against Mass Ling Queen, I feel like at Eps they can hold their own. The Queen's going to be a bit of an issue, but there's not that many of them. First battery goes down. Yeah, and Solo backs off. Solo, he sees the Mass at Eps, and he's like, oh, I can't kill you. So, really rough position here for Solar. He pulls away. Now he throws down the Roach Warner. Now he gets a Gas Geyser. Now he starts droning. Solar's all in has failed. Solo's all in has failed. Now, the one upside here is that he doesn't lose much, right? Solar, it was very mature. He recognized the all-in wouldn't work, so he backs off. He preserved the Queens. He preserved the Lings. So he still has preserved this army. But here come the Adepts before the Roaches pop out. The Adepts are here. Ooh, and they shade into the mineral line. Yeah, Lings, they try to commit, but alas, no surround. That's a good amount of Queens, though. A very healthy Queen count. Roaches are popping out as we speak, just in time. Yeah, just in time to defend. Lings, they attempt to surround. Nice kiting here by herO. 10 probes go down to the Lings. Oh my god, the Ling counterattack. That's crazy. That should not have happened. Yeah, that's insane damage. Meanwhile, Adepts, they shade into the main base. More Adepts, they move in towards the third. They shade in towards the natural, but Queens and Roaches are keeping up, and Solar's holding. Solar, he's defending well here. He's barely lost any drones. He killed 10 probes across the map, and here only 4 drones have gone down. Oh god. I don't know who's observing. It might be Sayo. It might be Sayo. So calm down, man. Calm down. But There it is. With that, Solar, he holds, he defends. Now, what's scary here is that Solar, he isn't droning. He didn't lose many workers, but he didn't have many workers to begin with. So now we're gearing up for a secondary all-in. Here we go. So the first Ling Queen all-in failed, but he was able to pull back in time, and now we're building up towards a Ling, Queen, Roach, Ravager all-in. Cutting workers at 38, that is under 2 base saturation. And can Solar have better success now with Ravagers? I want to say he can. At F, they do poke in, they do catch Queen. Here's aware of what's going on. I feel like Hero needs Void Rays here. He's getting a second Stargate. There are only 3 queens. Otherwise, oh my god. Yeah, Pazu's in away. The walls of the wall, no! Hero! Lings, they flood into the main. They flood into the main base. The oracles do respond. Probes are going down. Yeah, Hero being pulled apart here. The wall was open. 10 probes are falling. Oh, Bowser connecting. And Hero's in danger. He's in trouble. Probes are still going down in the main, by the way. Yeah, they're still falling. Boys are being pulled. Hero getting desperate. The desperation, pappy. Oh my god, it's still quite close. Yeah, the oracles collapse in. There's only 2 queens. Only one. 1 queen left. But the oracles, they're running out of energy. The Void Rays, they're popping off. And the power of 2 Void Rays. Oh my god. The Void Rays, they deal with the Ravagers. At Eps, they do hold their own. 42 pros went down. Hero's economy is crippled. And Solar's still all in. Solar, he's still not droning. We have 10 more Lings on the way. 6 more Roges. Solar, he's still rallying everything across the map. And the wall is still open. Hero. Ah, no. Por favor, papi. The wall is not a wall. The Hero wall, papi. Calm down. Plug it up. What's going on? Jeez, he has 5 oracles. Oh my god. We have 5 oracles, and hey, this time the Lings don't get any damage. Thank god, right? Last time Hero, he lost what, 40 probes? Like Hero, his economy is worse for wear. Like his economy is struggling because of the lack of wall. But this time he was able to deal with it. He was able to shut down the Lings. This time a better trade for Hero. He is slowly recovering, and he's still making more oracles. I think he's getting 7, 8 oracles. Take 7 even, there you go. Zings, they do poke in towards the 3rd. Catching a shield battery. We got the 7 oracles coming in. I think he just bullied that ground army. He's just going for the queens. Yeah, only 3 queens, only 3 queens. Every queen goes down. The lasers from the sky. Oh my god. GG gets called. GG gets called with the mass oracle, and Hero, he survives the non-stop all-ins, and Hero takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Ay, 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 papi. GG, well played. A very, very chaotic game 1. I don't understand the meme. I said calculation. I don't. Maybe it's like an SC boy meme. But GG, well played. With that, Hero, he does take the first game after barely surviving all in after all in after all in. It was very close, it was very clutch. Solar made it close. Solar crippled the economy. The Ling run bites were dealing damage. They were slipping into the main, slipping into the natural. So that was a messy defense out of Hero, but a defense nonetheless. He still does hold, he still does defend, and with the mass oracles was able to counterattack and take the game. GG, well played. It was just a really unfortunate early game for Solar, or just a really unfortunate gamble. If you remember, Solar initially was going for a Ling Queen all-in against Massglaive Adepts. He didn't know, right? He didn't know that Adepts were amassing, and Solar had to make the decision to pull away and to deviate away from the all-in, right? Because it would not work. So he was already in a rough position to begin with, and he was forced into a secondary all-in, which was delayed, which was also stifled as well. So it was just a really awkward game there for Solar. He had to adjust on the fly, which meant that his build was inefficient. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into game number 2. Going to be loading into White Rabbit. As you can see, we have those vetoes, we have the map order. Game 2 is going to be White Rabbit, Game 3 Old Republic, Game 4 Tourmaline, and the potential Game 5 will be on Taito Citadel. Let's go. So we're jumping into that second game. From one of the smaller maps now into a larger map. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the South Green Protoss player, we have the Blue Protoss. Blue Protoss, representing T1, it is herO. herO. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Let's go. Here we go, and welcome one and all to White Rabbits. Again, back in game 1, we loaded into Ruby Rock. We expected an all-in, and we got an all-in on Ruby Rock. It makes sense because how small the map is, but now we load into a larger map. Now, all-ins are less effective. They're less expected, longer rush distance by ground, some more defendable bases, some... Oh, he's got the charge lot, the rage lot. Ah. Let's go, let's go. I think there was also a Xiaoxe mask as well. Sorry, not Xiaoxe. God. Not Xiaoxe. No, yeah, Xiaoxe, yeah. Jesus. Forgot the cast's name for a minute. But here we go, we're building up Hatchgat Spool, standard open out of Solar. But again, the map is larger, so less likely for an all-in to be as effective here. But the bases are very spread out. Now, because of that fact, this is one of those maps where it is more viable to play what? Mutas. Spire play and Mutas is more viable on maps like White Rabbits, on maps like Celestial Enclave, on maps like Winter Madness. Like these larger maps, like that is where we do expect to see Muta play a little bit more often against Terran and against Protoss respectively. So that is going to be in the back of my mind. Solar can potentially play Muta, otherwise we could see more mid-game play, joining up to 3-base saturation, going Mass, Ling, Bane, Hydra. Now that can work well here. As I mentioned before, the bases are spread out, so there is a big entrance in between the natural and the third that can be abused by a later all-in on 3 and 4 bases. But coming into game number 2, we expect the early game to be a little bit more tame, calm down, drone up. And so now we do have our Stargate opener out of herO. Now, I'm speaking a little bit more from the Zerg perspective. When it comes to the Protoss side of things, herO can still be hyper aggressive here. True. Last game he went into early Glaives. We could see early charge, early Glaives. We could see a more aggressive Protoss player here. The size of the map matters less for Protoss because of the warping mechanic, right? We can, especially if we go into Glaives or charge, like you can go for the Robo into Warp Prism and reinforce across the map. Likewise, Adepts can also move across the map quite quickly as well. So the size of the map matters a little bit less if the Protoss does decide to be more aggressive. We shall see. And so now it's going to be Oracle first. Already a deviation. Remember, last game was Void Ray first, this time Oracle. Oracle, the Overlord is still going to be hunted down. There's a Stalker in position. Solar's trapped, and Solar should not get away. Shouldn't get away as the... Oh, there we go. Final shot goes up. Overlord is hunted down. That does supply block Solar. Oh, yeah, brutal supply block. This time, Solar going for an early Evo chamber. If you remember last game, there was no chamber because it was a Ling Queen all-in. Here, early chamber signifies plus on melee is indicative of Ling Hydra or potentially Ling Muta. But a Ling heavy style. Meanwhile, we do get the initial stasis in the main. Good reactions. Solar does pull away. Oh, okay. It's going to be a lair first. A 417 lair timing before +1. Interesting. Meanwhile, no Spore at the third base. Getting 1-2 drone kills. Nothing major. But Solar's build is definitely interesting here. It's definitely catching my attention. Standard follow-up out of herO. It was Stargate, Oracle, third base into +1 into Twilight Council. So standard follow-up. Whether this is Charge or Blink, yet to be determined from the side of herO. But you can see that Solar, even though he got the early Evo chamber, he didn't get an upgrade. He didn't do anything with the chamber. He's going for Roaches. So Solar, he did shift gears and he did change his mind mid-build. Going for the Warren. Oh, and he's going for an all-in. Okay, he did decide we're going for the all-in. As you can see here, we have Overlord Speed on the way. Typically, in this level of play, you would never get Overlord Speed unless you plan on going into Drop Lords, unless you plan on going for an all-in. Otherwise, it's just a waste of resources. So now it makes sense why he has no upgrade on the Evo Chamber. He's going for a Drop Lord German Taxi, Mass Roach Queen all-in. So Solar here is going to double down. Meanwhile, we have Charge on the way for herO. So +1 in Charge is not ideal against this. We need Blink. So hero's getting caught out. herO, he does not confirm what's going on. The all-in is coming. herO, he has to scout, and he does get eyes on the all-in. He sees. He knows what's going on, but he doesn't have the setup to defend. hero's in danger. He's racing back home, throwing down cannons, throwing down shield batteries. That's going to be a kill on the first shield battery. Kills and cancels. Already nice pickoffs. We have Vanilla Adepts warping in. And we're building up to 5 oracles. Oh my god. That's a lot of oracles. Nice engage by herO. He does force a pickup. He shaves off a couple of lings. Queens are exposed. This time there's a wall. This time herO, he's walled up in the natural. We're diving on the queens. He gets 1. He gets 1, 2, 3. Queen's going to go down. Biles will not connect. And he gets all the queens. And the oracles, they just go to town. There's no anti-air. No shot. hero's holding with the mass oracle. He chases down the Ravagers. The final Ravager goes down. You can see Solar, ooh, for a moment, their hands off keyboard. Yeah, he knows. He knows the all-in is failing. Despite the charge opening. Again, like, as you can see here, there are no zealots. Because charge does nothing in a defense like this. And GG gets called, the all-in fails, and herO takes game number 2. GG. Ay, ay, ay. GG, well played. herO, he does take a 2-0 lead. A very impressive defense here, and this is getting rough. This is getting rough at this point. As Solar, he's down 2-0. It's a best of 5. One more game here for herO is all he needs. And Solar, there's been a bit of a shift of gears here. Solar has been doing nothing but all-ins. In game 1, it was fine. Like, game 1, going for an all-in makes perfect sense. Going for it here in game 2, as we mentioned before, White Rabbits all-ins are weaker. They're weaker on White Rabbits. You have more time to react, more time to respond, and it takes longer to reinforce across the map. Despite that, I did like that he was doing so in the face of a +1 charge build from herO, which did not come into play, by the way. Did not come into play. But because he was scattered early on, he was able to warp in Adepts and warp in extra oracles. He got up to 5 oracles, and that was ideal. Anti-air was limited. There were only 3, no, sorry, there were like 4 queens, like 4 to 5 queens. All the queens got focused down. The mass oracle did overwhelm. Really nice movement there by herO with the Adepts, and yeah, that was an impressive defense. That was impressive. That was worrisome, is what I will say. That was a little bit worrisome. Coming to game 3, I feel like we got to stop with the all-ins. I mean, we got to calm down, Solar. Calm down. We're loading into the Old Republic. I'm going to echo what I said about White Rabbits. Old Republic is also a larger map, longer rush distance by ground. I want to say that 3 and 4 base play and 3 and 4 base aggression is favored here. Muta play is an option. We should be aiming for the mid game, but it's up to Solar. It's up to Solar, papi. Let's go. The pressure's on. Pappy, we gotta calm down, Pappy. We gotta calm down. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have a South Korean Protoss player. It is herO for T1. You gotta be fast. Yeah. And in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg for Team Falcons. It is Solar. Beautiful. Whew. So we're getting into game 3 here. Yo, herO with the bait. With the exposed pylon. Love to see it. Again, welcome to Old Republic. The Old Republic is a large map of the map pool. The Old Republic has a notoriously difficult 4th base to defend. Specifically the 4th expansion. The 4th and the 3rd base is more open. They're more open, they're more exposed. All-ins, specifically hitting the 3rd and 4th base, do hit harder. And we do typically expect to see later game aggression. I'm referring to droning up to at least 66 workers, getting a 4th base just for larva. We're expecting Solar to drone up, but I said the same thing about White Rabbit. I was like, no, yeah, we should be droning, and he went for an all-in. So I'm a little bit concerned, but after what happened in the last game, I feel like Solar, he should be a little bit more like tempered here. He should be like, he should recognize the game states and be like, okay, I gotta reset a little bit, I gotta calm down, I gotta adjust my approach. Let's drone. Let's drone up, let's macro at least a little bit. A little bit. You can still be all in on 3 bases, Solar. You can still just drone up a little bit more. Go for a later timing. The scary thing though, and we saw it last game, is that herO's not going to take it lying down. Last game, herO was building up towards a +1 charge timing. We never got to see it. The game didn't last that long, but he was going to be aggressive himself. That's the scary thing, is that herO, he wanted to be active and aggressive both games as well. Remember, game 1, he went Glaive at Eps. Game 1, he went Glaive at Eps. Game 2, he was going +1 charge. So herO, he was going for his own shenanigans. Again, the concern is there. But now it is going to be a Stargate open out of herO. Everything's looking normal so far. And we'll see where Solar takes us. And where are we going, Pappy? Where are we going? As herO does open Oracle, not Void Ray. So Oracle opener out of herO. 2 Adepts, shade into the main. 2 Adepts taking 1-shot drones. So far sniping 3 Lings. 3, 4, 5 Zerglings going down. Do we get 6? Do we get 7? He does, yeah. Does pick off all 7 Lings. Can now threaten the mineral line. So nice trades from herO. Did lose one Adept. True. Did lose 1. But from here he can settle in. Because all those Zerglings went down does mean that Solar can't really counterattack. I say that he's being active. Did make a couple of pairs of Lings, but he gets caught. Oof. Down to 4. Has to rebuild, making another 12 pair of Lings. Another 6 pair. But the Lings are a little bit late. herO once again making his way into the mineral line. He'll lose 1 more Adept. As he shades into the main, 2 drones go down. Overall, these are better trades for herO. Just the trades against the Zerglings and the drones. Oracle rocks up at the 3rd base, getting another drone. Doesn't quite get the larva. And herO does put the Ling counterattack. He sees. Yeah, here he sees with the Oracle. He races back. Ooh, the wall is barely closed off. Jesus. Very close, very clutch. The wall. Oh, that wall is not a wall at all. There's plenty of holes, plenty of ways in. Lings, they sim into the main, they sim into the natural. I mean, herO will defend and he shouldn't really lose too much here, but he's being denied mining. You can see he's being denied mining at the natural. He'll lose 3 probes. So damage was still done. And herO, we gotta tighten up that wall because there's gaps everywhere, Pappy. Este herO. Behind this we have a forge, a single forge without a Twilight Council. Wait, what? There's no council. That's gotta be a mistake. Unless I'm blind. I could be blind. Maybe there's already a council. And I did miss it. But it should be finishing up by now. Yeah, things they poke in. Maybe miss all the chaos. herO did slip herO's mind. Oh no, okay, he already had it. He already had it. +1 in charge. So, if you remember, this is what we saw herO attempt to do last game. He attempted to go for +1 in charge, but the game ended too quickly. We saw this a lot against Serral, against Serral in the previous day, in day 1. Meanwhile, we have quadruple Oracle moving out. herO does plug up his wall. And Solar needs to build up his roaches. Thankfully, he has a roach warren. Solar, he's finishing up his roach warren. Some of the oracles do turn around. And the question becomes, is Solar joining up his 4th base? That's what I want to know. Oh, as Lings are getting caught out. Oh, he's going for the skull. He's going for the spire. The validation. If you remember, we did speak on Spire play last game. If you remember, that was one of the options on White Rabbits, and specifically on these larger maps, Muta play is more viable. It also applies to, we did mention Winter Madness, we mentioned Title Citadel, sorry, not Title, Celestial Enclave, and here, Old Republic as well. So we're going into Mutas, and so far, I believe unscouted. Now, if this goes completely unscouted, this can pop off, this can catch herO off guard, and herO he will just crumble. Remember, it's +1 in charge, not +1 in blink. Blink is the standard, but there are no blink stalkers here for herO, so his anti-air is very limited. The only anti-air that herO has is soon-to-be Archons, as I believe the Temple Archives are complete. Adepts shading towards the natural. Does he see? Does he see? It's close. He will. Oh my god, it's so close, but it looks like he barely gets vision of the Spire. Yeah, Phoenix production has begun. Cannons are on the way. Oracles are hit the 4th. Okay, 5 drone kills, not bad. Decent damage, but can he get ready for the Mutas in time? We need cannons, we need Archons, Phoenixes. So far, there's 1 Phoenix. There is 1 Phoenix. We can see that Solar, he's not going mass Muta. He made 9. 9 Mutas, now switching into Roaches. +1 range is on the way. He knows he got scattered. He's going for the ground switch. Switching into a Grand Army. The Prism is keeping up with the Mutas. Nice Archon drop. Very nice control. So he has to be careful. Yeah, the Mutas are completely affected. Again, a crazy defense here by herO. Warping in 2 Archons and a Warp Prism, and he deflects the Mutas. Meanwhile, Solar, he's about to max. He's about to max out on pure Roaches. And herO, thankfully, is not overreacting. He's not rushing into, like, Blink. He's not rushing into more Archon production. He's making double Robo, double Immortal production. He knows. He knows that Solar is not going mass Muta. He knows that a Ground Army is coming his way. And we spoke about something at the beginning of this game. Do you remember what we said? We spoke about how the 4th base on the Old Republic is open and exposed. And we do prefer to see aggression at that 4th. Here, hero's taking a 4th, it's down, it's out in the open, and Solar's going for the all-in. When I say he's going for the all-in, he's maxed on Roach Ravager. He's maxed out. herO trying to make a ground defense here at the 4th base, it's not going to work well. He's going for it, though. It's not going to be easy. He does try to commit in. He's also pushing forward, all the charge lots are going to go down, and now the Robo army is exposed. Yeah, the Immortals have to get the hell out of here. Thankfully, there is a Prism. Oh, bit of miscontrol, though. Does lose 1 Immortal. And down goes the 4th. Yeah, the 4th base is going down at the same time. The picture-in-picture, Lings, they flood into the main, the wall was open, and here is being torn apart. He's being torn apart, 15 probes going down. The Queens have arrived. Against Solar, he commits. He's not getting +2, he's not getting a Hive or Hydras or anything else. Just pure Roach Ravager. And again, herO, he just cannot defend. He just lost so much trying to hold on to the 4th, and that was never going to happen. That was never going to happen. As the Roaches, they keep pushing forward. Nice dodge on the Biles, but there's just not enough on the ground. There are 3 Immortals, but there's no support. Yeah, the Archon falls. The Immortals are exposed. Now you can see Solar just started stepping forward, getting on top of the Immortals, one after the other. A clutch save there by herO, doing what he can. Phoenixes, that's a lot of Phoenixes. Jesus, that's a lot of Phoenixes. Arguably too many. But herO, he might be able to hold on here. But even then, he's lost too much. Like herO, he lost the 4th base, he lost most of his main army. It's true that Solar doesn't kill, but Solar did cripple. And behind this, he does get a Hydra then. Okay. He's getting Hydra upgrades. We have Hydras amassing. Some anti-air for the Phoenixes. And herO should never be able to expand. herO, he can never expand. He can never get a 4th. And Solar can just rebuild, remax, push again, and just keep doing it. Just rinse and repeat. Just keep hammering down the bases of herO. hero's being proactive. Does move out. Storm has begun. And Soul is just kind of cruising his way in. Like he's Axel, fine. Now, if Storm was done, then we could see like a crazy hold and a crazy defense here from herO, but Storm is still in the way. Yeah, Storm is not ready yet. The army does collapse in. Zelta going down. Storm is done in 5 seconds. But already a lot of losses here for herO, even losing another Archon. He's got 2 Storms. Okay, oh geez. We got some nice Storms, but there's nothing else. Yeah, there's nothing else here. The Lings, they flood on through, they take down the Immortals. GG gets called, and Solar puts a point on the board. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Solar, he does fight back. Again, herO, he was blindly going into his own charge-based follow-up. He was setting up for his own expansion, but Solar was going for his own all-in instead. He did open up mutas, that is true, but then he went into just mass Roach Ravager, just went for the all-in. I say all-in. He didn't really have any further tech. Like, he was hyper committed. We did mention that it was going to be a fool's errand to try to defend the 4th base, and herO, he went for it. He tried to hold on to that 4th, but there was no holding it. He bled out so many units in doing so, and it was forced all the way back to his 3rd, where he barely had a standing army. GG. GG, well played. Whew. With that, we have a series. We have a back and forth, and can Solar force the ace match? Can he bring us all the way to Game 5? Let's go. As a reminder, Game 5 would be on Title Citadel. Game 4 is on Tourmaline? Question mark? Yeah. Game 4 is going to be on Tourmaline. Oh, and Solar has potential here. Okay. So when it comes to how the series has played out so far, Solar has been hyper aggressive. In the first 2 games, he went for a bunch of all-ins that did fail, true, but Tourmaline favors all-ins, so I have to imagine Solar's going to go for it here as well. I'm leaning towards hyper-aggression from Solar. We'll see. We shall see. As hopefully we're okay. Okay, we're good. As we're diving in and spawning in the left-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. Sorry, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the red Zerg for Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go, and welcome 1-0 to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is a very small map of the map pool. Small map, short rush distance by ground, open natural, open 3rd, open 4th, open everything. Aggression and all-ins are very common. They're heavily favored here on Tourmaline, and we're expecting Solar to pop off. We're expecting him to just double down, to commit, and to once again embrace an all-in of some kind. Meanwhile, we'll see how herO does react. Does he open standard? Does he open safe? I wouldn't be opposed to that. I wouldn't be opposed to a safe build here by herO, but we'll see. We shall see. So now we have our initial openers. Our eyes are going to be on Solar when it comes to his lair timing, when it comes to his Evo Chamber timing, and when it comes to his Roach Warren timing. Eyes are on Solar. From herO, we're still expecting an Oracle-based opener. Oh, sorry, I should say Stargate to Oracle. I feel like scouting is going to be paramount here, more so than denying vision. So, leaning more towards Oracles. Oh no, the BCs. I will be featuring some Terran later on in the broadcast, don't you worry. I don't think we'll see any BCs, unfortunately. Actually, it's been a while since I've seen BCs in a competitive game. I'll be honest. It's been a hot minute. I think the last time we saw BCs was maybe EWC. Some of the TVTs did lead into late game, did lead into battle cruisers, especially featuring Maru, like Maru versus Cure, and like Gumiho versus Cure, and all those TVTs in the lead up to EWC. But yeah, it's been a while. It's been Has been a while. Meanwhile, nice block here by herO. Yeah, here he does go for the pylon block. He's able to delay the third base. So a bit of a rocky start here for Solar. Zero pokes in. It is going to be Oracle first, not Void Ray. Makes sense. As you mentioned, I feel like scouting is going to be that much more important here for herO. As he delays once again, the Solar just can't expand. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, the Adepts are in both third base locations. Solar just cannot move out. He just wants to expand, papi. Oh, God. Heavy delay. The drone! No! Does save it with the gas geyser, but still no expansion. Still no heavy delay on the third here. Solar just wants to macro. Oh my god. Almost a 4-minute third base. That is brutal. Yeah, brutal start for Solar. herO, calm down. Solar, he does spot the Adepts. But the Oracle's here to punish. Yeah, the Oracle has arrived. So away the Lings. We have 8 more Lings in production. That's a lot of Zerglings. Solar doing what he can, but again, there is an Oracle back up to defense. Depth Shades into the natural. More drones going down. Losses that Solar can't afford, not after a late third. 3 drone kills. It's 3 drone kills, and Solar just made a massive wave of Zerglings. Which could have been drones. It could have been drones, but last Lings are moving out. It's going to be Lair first out of Solar. Okay. So we have the answer to the first question. Early Lair, early Roachwarren, no Evo Chamber, building up into Roaches. This is a safe way to open up and a safe way to follow up. Oracles, they scat the Roachwarren. They got 4 more drones. Jesus. 5 more drones even. Yeah, 5 more drones go down. I'm not too fond of this choice from herO. herO, he saw the Roachwarren, but he's going into charge. Going into a Zella heavy composition. I feel like Blink would fare so much better here. And Solar, no surprises, he's going for the all-in. He's going for the all-in. Do you see what I see? I see Pneumatized Carapace. That is Overlord Speed. Overlord Speed is on the way. As we mentioned previously in game number 2 on White Rabbit, at this level of play, you would never get Overlord Speed unless it's for Drop Lords and a Drop Lord based all-in, a German taxi. So Solar is going to commit. He's going to double down. This is going to be a shaky defense from herO. As I mentioned before, Blink would fare better here defensively instead of charge. Adepts say commit to the Shade. And the Oracles are being thrown away. Uh-oh. Losing one of the Oracles. Roaches are spotted. Adepts, they do deal some economic damage here, getting into the main base. More drones are being targeted down. This is nice economic damage, but doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. herO, he needs defenses back at home. He needs shield batteries. He needs gateways, sorry, cannons. Storm has begun. And the all-in is coming. It's going to be a messy defense for herO. It's going to be messy. Solar can still pull this off. Solar's rallying everything through the center of the map. We have 2 shield batteries on the way. herO's throwing down batteries. He's throwing down gateways right now. We need an army. We need a warp in. These Adepts, they might buy some time. But Solar's not going to turn around. Yeah, he doesn't care. He's not turning around. Solar, he commits. He's pushing in and show us the defenses back at home. What does herO have? He has a handful of Zealots. Again, herO, he barely has an army. As we mentioned before, herO, he's just been a little bit too greedy. I'll be impressed if herO can survive this. Show us what you got. Show us what you got. Yeah, Biles on the battery. Zealots are going to be cleaned up. Yes, the battery goes down. Road Ravager's pushing in. There's one immortal to defend in the main. The natural's being broken. Boys are being pulled. herO getting desperate. Again, as you mentioned, herO did an amazing job crippling the economy, but does he have enough? Gets us around. Okay, the queens go down. Does snipe all the queens. Decent start for herO. Ah, but the Lings. The Lings are getting in. It's still close. Can herO do it? Can he hold on? Solar, he's running out of Zerglings. Yeah, he's barely running out. Barely breaks through all the Zealots. Down to 2, down to 1. 1 Zealot left. Piles on the warp in and dives on the immortal and does snipe 1. Barely won. 1 immortal goes down, but the warp in completes and herO holds. GG. Oh my god. Deserving of the fist bump there. Very greedy defense from herO. As herO, he had like 5 Zealots to defend for the initial all-in. That was crazy. Very close, very clutch. A little bit messy towards the end, but herO, he pulls off the all-in. He barely saved the immortals. His weapons were just in time, did pull the boys. It wasn't clean, but he pulled it off. He did pull it off. GG, well played. herO, he shuts it down, and herO will advance on to the grand finals. Whew. GG, well played. My condolences to Solar. Solar did pose a threat. Solar did take a map, true. And hey, I can say that, I mean, he accomplished more than Serral, right? Serral got 3-0'd here. Solar took a game. And again, I would say that this game on Tourmaline was Solar's game to win. Like, Solar, he was so close. You saw how close that defense was. There were multiple times where herO was down to 0 Zealots. He had 0 Zealots. He only had 2 Immortals. Like, herO, he was barely holding on with those warp-ins with his boys as well. Solar was close, but barely not enough. Barely not enough. With that, GG. With that, GG, well played. Congratulations to herO. And I believe we are going to have a winner's interview. So I believe there's going to be a winner's interview here for herO. So, un momento. As we do set up for that. And again, herO does advance on to the grand finals. He's going to be going up against the winner of Clem and Reynor. Oh boy. It's going to be one or the other. It's going to be one or the other here. And we're about to get into that. So bearing in mind, there's still a Legend Show match to feature as well. We do have that Legend Show match. Oh.
Hello， 欢迎回来，我们把掌声先送给小herO，非常漂亮的比赛，3-1拿下。好的，我们也是想简单采访一下。那在今天的第1局比赛里面，其实前期还是比较劣势的，因为被 Solar 川狗击杀了非常多的碳基。但是你后面的话出了大量的先知，拿下了那一把比赛，算是一个逆风翻盘。可以跟我们分享一下当时你在劣势时候的一个决策吗？
우선 3대1로 승리한 걸 축하드리고요. 저희 첫 경기 때 그 저글링 러시가 들어왔을 때 좀 불리한 상황에서도 예언자를 뽑아갖고 방어를 하셨잖아요. 그때 그 불리한 상황에서 역전으로 이기게 된 그때는 어떤 생각하고 이런 방어를 했는지 얘기해 주세요.
사실 그런 위기가 없어도 되는 게임인데 이게 컨셉이 되어가는 건지 모르겠는데 입구를 막아도 저글링이 들어오더라고요. 그래서 적잖이 당황했지만 제가 공중을 잡고 있다는 그런 포인트를 놓지 않아가지고 이길 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
首先，其实早期的那个川狗的话是，其实堵住了路口，那个小狗还是会冲进来的。当时是有一点震惊，但是后面我已经就是空军部队已经是我比较有那个优势的，所以后面可以拿到那个翻盘的一个局势点。
那在失利的那一把的时候，其实我们看到 Solar 的这个多线川狗给你造成了比较大的压力啊。你感觉今天在面对到 Solar 的一个多线川狗的时候，你是如何去应对的呢？最后一把也是成功拿下了。
그 아까 진 경기 중에서도 약간 저글링 멀티 견제를 많이 하셨는데 그 빌드에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단 그 빌드는 저를 위한 헌정 빌드라고 생각할 정도로 민수가 저를 잘 알기 때문에 그런 플레이를 했는데 오늘 경기력이 마음에 안 드는 게 민수가 노린 대로 다 당해준 것 같아가지고 좀 보완을 해야 될 것 같습니다.
首先，其实输掉的那一局，我有明显感觉到 Sola 其实是针对我特别准备了这么一场战术， 然后对于我自己的状态来说的话，今天感觉有点不是很满意，因为防御做的不是很好。接下来的比赛要继续加油了。
其实今天已经打得非常的好啊，3-1拿下了比赛的胜利。那接下来你要面对到的对手是雷诺跟 Clem 中间的一个胜者，你更想和谁会师决赛？
그러면 지금 결승 진출하셨는데 다음 상대가 레이너 선수랑 클램 선수 중에서 한 명인데 누가 결승에 올라왔으면 좋겠을까요?
일단은 원래는 저그전을 원하긴 하는데 너무 많이 하다 보니까 클램 선수랑 하는 것도 나쁘지 않을 것 같습니다.
其实我还是偏希望打重组，但是好像这次打重组有点多了，所以决赛希望可以是 Clem 选手晋级。
哇哦，那我们的决赛小黑肉的对手究竟是谁，也是会在下一场比赛里面为大家揭晓。那我们最后再一次把掌声送给我们的小黑肉，恭喜他拿下了刚刚这一局比赛的胜利。 哇哦！谢谢现场所有观众朋友们给到的欢呼跟掌声。那我们也是休息一下，精彩的比赛还在继续。
Yo, the hero fans. But GG, well played here. He does claim the series again. Very impressive defense there, especially on Tourmaline. Like, I was very impressed. I was convinced that herO was dead. I was convinced that herO was too greedy and that like solo would force the ace match. Like, I was convinced, but no, here he pulled off a very clutch defense. Very impressive play. GG, well played. Whew, with that, herO is going to be our first finalist, and now we're getting ready for our next matchup. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have the next semifinals. It's going to be Clem versus Reynor in a TVZ. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. Help. And we are back. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals of the Thunderfire Invitational All-Star Event 2025. We just wrapped up with the upper semis. herO took down Solar 3-1, and now we have the lower semis getting ready for us. As you can see here, we have Clem and Reynor getting ready for their best of 5. Ah, it's the Clem.
首先，让我们欢迎 Clem。接下来，我们要有请他今天的对手雷诺登台亮相。
Yo, he's got a haircut. Oh my god. I don't think I've seen Reynor with hair this short before. Where did the hair go? Or maybe I have, but like not necessarily with his sides. Oh no. Okay. He looks normal now. His hair was too neat earlier. Here he messed it up. Yeah. He messed up his hair. But during the photo shoot, it was too neat. It was too neat. Mess it up, Pappy. Mess it up. Just got out of bed.
后面你基本就可以夺冠了，但是你把我们的雷诺给忘了。昨天雷诺晋级之后，他就说你竟然把他忘了，他今天要给你点颜色看看，你有什么话想对他说吗
So Clem, you said before that as long as you can beat the classic, you can win the champion. You just forget about Reynor, right? Yesterday, he said that he's gonna show you something. So how do you feel about it?
He said he was going to show me something.
Show you that who's the boss here.
And we were going to see about that. We played like 15 tournament games in the past week or so, and it went pretty even. So I'm just going to expect this one to kind of go similar, but yeah, we'll see.
最近他们其实也打了很多，就是各种大小比赛都交手过很多，然后其实他们双方的这个胜率就是5-5开的，基本上，所以在今天。
I love the way he said that. He's like, "Hey Reynor, he said he's gonna show you something." Clem's like, "He's gonna show me something." the concern in Clem's voice. Clem, he's like, "What's he gonna show me? What's? How are you allowed to show that on TV?" Oh no. Reynor, calm down.
So Reynor, you and Clem, you both played Protoss sometimes in the tournament.
True.
In the tournaments. Why is that? Why is Protoss not the other race?
Well, Protoss is the best and the easiest race.
对雷诺选手说，他觉得神族是最厉害以及最简单的种族。
屁应不应吧？
They both have that mutual bond.
好的，非常感谢两位选手赛前的简短采访。那现在
You can see the P Imba in the crowd.
我们的大赛马上开始，把画面交给我们最专业的解说席。
The question should have been, hey, you both off raises Protoss, and obviously Protoss is easy. Are we gonna have a PvP? Are we gonna that should have been the question. That should have been it. Are we gonna see a PvP at least once in this series? Make them play PvP. But let's go. As we're getting into the lower semis. We're getting into lower semifinals here. Oh boy, as we're getting to Clem versus Reynor, the TVZ is upon us, and we'll see how this does turn out. As I mentioned before, Clem feeling confident. He did say that if he could beat Classic, he could win the tournament. He did beat Classic. Now he's up against Reynor here in the next round. Meanwhile, Reynor is going to show him something. Oh no. He's going to whip it out, We're going to whip it out. We'll see what he does whip out as we get into our series. Vetoes are currently underway. So you have to wait for the bans, wait for the picks, and then we can delve into what the series will entail. Again, when it comes to TVZ, I will say that Clem and Reynor are always a blast. They're always a lot of fun. I will say that Reynor typically has a better showing and a better standing against Clem than serO does. I would say that serO is still the better player. Like serO, he's still the best Zerg player in the world. But specifically versus Clem, I feel like Reynor has the better series. Like, again, Reynor versus Clem is always so much fun, so much more dynamic, so much more intense. And I want to say that Reynor has a better recent record over Clem than serO does. I'm specifically referring to WTL, really. I'm referring to WTL, where Reynor, he was the Clem sniper. Like, Basilisk did rely on Reynor to bring Clem down in Basilisk versus Team Liquid. But we'll see. We shall see. 15-minute TVZ, please. That would be in the Maru series. Like, Maru, he's a little more willing to slow the game down. Clem, less so. Clem is typically a little more active, a little more aggressive, more so than Maru. But we'll see. We'll see. We could end up getting into some longer later games, depending on the vetoes. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get to the vetoes. We'll get there. Reynor's not as good as he used to be. I would push back against that. Like, Reynor right now is in form. Like, Reynor, he's been popping up. He's been popping up. I think a lot of people look at Reynor and they're like, oh, he didn't win EWC, so washed. True. He's where's the washed meme, Pappy? Where's the washed meme? But no, he's definitely in form. I think a lot of people maybe look at like Reynor playing like League of Legends, for example. They take issue with that. But specifically, coming into December and January, Reynor was in Korea. He was in Korea. He was practicing a lot. He was playing a lot in preparation for the RSL finals, if you remember, where Reynor did defeat Maru. And hey, Reynor, he beat Maru in this tournament as well, right? Like, he beat Maru twice. He beat him twice in a month. Seryl's not as good as he used to be. Seryl is still the best Zerg player in the world. What are you talking about? Hold on. We need the trifecta. Clem is not as good as he used to be. Kappa. God. We need some more copium in the chat. Who's next? herO is not as good as he used to be. Kappa. Clowns in the chat. There we go. Players are getting ready. Oh. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. So we do have our vetoes. Okay, so we do have Celestial Enclave and Title Citadel vetoed by Clem. Meanwhile, White Rabbit and Tourmaline vetoed by Reynor. Okay, so we have gotten rid of some of the larger maps, some of the more defensive maps as well, as we are getting into our fresh best of 5. Here we go, the best of 5 TVZs upon us. Clem versus Reynor semifinals. Bearing in mind that herO is waiting for the win of the series in the next round, waiting in the grand finals. Let's go. Let us go. Mothership was left through the vetoes. True, true. Mothership was let through. We'll get there. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the French Terran player, the blue Terran. It is Clem for Team Liquid. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, the Italian Zerg for Basilisk. It is Reynor. Here we go. Here we go. As we are getting into our fresh series, into our next game. Don't see why it's controversial. I'm not saying he's bad, but the results speak for themselves. Who are you referring to? You're referring to Seryl? It's the implication there. Zimba, Tiamba. It's the implication, right? Like saying something like, "Oh, Seryl, he's not as good as he used to be." Kind of like is a weird thing to say when Seryl is literally the world champion. Like he's like, what are you saying? Like he's literally the reigning world champion. He won EWC. What more do you want from him, Papi? Oh my god. So yeah, it's just it's a weird comment to make when someone is currently like the best player in the world. Like the comment might technically no, I don't even think it would technically even be correct. But yeah, it's just a really weird thing to say. Here we go. Here we go. We're getting our fresh series so far. Hatchgas will stand open out of Reynor. Likewise, Clem going for his own Rax expand. So far, so good. Say, wait, what do you mean? You said results, they speak for themselves? What are you talking about? What? But we just... they do speak for themselves. You're true. He won EWC. True. You're not wrong, Bab. You're not wrong. Here we go. Here we go. We do poke in. Again, so far, standard openers. Clem does go for the racks into factory. No double racks, no double Reaper opener out of Clem. Nothing better than a long-ass day than coming home to live VIP cast. Ah, welcome, welcome. Hope you had a good day. It's about it being long. Hope you've all had a lovely weekend, as Clem is getting his third TC behind this. So economic opener out of Clem. And my apologies, we didn't really get to discuss the map itself, but welcome to Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock is one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Aggression is typically favored here. Yo, what is the production setup out of Clem? He's going double factory. He's crazy. Hold on. Double factory on the way. I would imagine Mass Hellion into maybe Blue Flame into Hellbats. This is something I was not expecting. Now, this is a smaller map. True, it is a smaller map. Aggression is favored here. That is also true. But I was leaning towards like a 2-1-1, like an earlier stim timing, a heavier bio commitment. Double factory is wild. Okay, show us what you got. Yo, Clem, he's showing him something. He's gonna whip it out. Ah. Now, in my mind, this has to be Mass Hellion with potentially Blue Flame, but we'll see. Eyes are on whether or not he gets a Tech Lab. Yep, there it is. Okay, Blue Flame is on the way. So he's going Mass Blue Flame Hellion into, it should be Armory into Hellbats. So this is wild. This is not normal. This is a little bit out of left field, and we'll see if Reynor can scout. That's the most important thing right now. Like, what Clem is doing is crazy. If Reynor can get an Overlord or a Zergling in, then he can throw down a Roachhorn, he can throw down a Baneling Nest, start more Queens, get a Spine Crawler, and get ready. But the problem is that right now, Reynor's playing blind. Right now, Reynor is in the dark. He has no idea what's coming his way, and this shouldn't be in the back of his mind even. Like, he shouldn't be thinking about Blue Flame Hellions of all things. Yeah, it should be Hellbats. It should be Hellbats. Like, we should be seeing an Armory soon to hit with Stim. Oh, it's gonna be weird though. Like, Stim and Blue Flame, they're not lined up, and Blue Flame is soon about to be revealed. Curious. Third CC is being taken. Remember, it was a third CC before factory, before second factory. I mean, so it was still an economic opener. So everything looks normal. Everything looks normal. 10 seconds away from Blue Flame. Lings, they do slip in. Yeah, they slip into the base. Oh no, the wall's open. No, Shorty gets a full scout. He sees everything. He sees the second factory. He confirms Stim. He confirms Blue Flame. He sees everything. But the Hellions are coming. Clem doesn't care. Yeah, Clem doesn't care. He's going for the dive. He's going for the dive. He's trying to bust into the natural. Lings are in position. They're delaying. They do delay, but they bust into the mineral line. Drones are going to get roasted. Yeah, drones getting roasted so far. 8 drones going down, bearing in mind that 7 SCVs went down across the map. Clem, he needs more damage. This is not good enough. Yeah, it's not good enough. And so far, Reynor, he's holding. Oh, he's holding on. The Hellions, they make their way towards the third. They make their way into the third base. Drones stacking. Get out of there. Drones do pull away. And we're in a weird game state. On the one hand, 13 drone kills. That is good if Clem didn't lose workers. Remember, Clem lost 7 SCVs to the Ling run by, so there was a bit of a give and take. In the end, I do favor Reynor's position. These Hellions did not do enough damage to justify themselves, bearing in mind that because of all these Hellions, the Starport is delayed, the Medevacs are delayed, and the Bio Aggression is also delayed as well. A lot has been delayed in favor of this. The Banelings! Oh my god! Clem! Clem, calm down. Reynor, he's crazy. Reynor waiting on the high ground. He shuts down the Hellions, and with that, Reynor, he does defend. He defends. He does deflect, and Reynor is in a better position here. He's in a better position. He's able to get his fourth base up and running, drone up, saturate. I will say that Reynor's Eva chambers are late. True. His Eva chambers are late, so his upgrades are going to be delayed. That's going to be the one thing in Clem's favor, is the faster upgrades, the faster eBays. So Clem, he has those greater upgrades. And now we're going to slow down. We're going to calm things down. It was an intense early game, and now we can slow things down and build up into the mid game. Whew. Let's go. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Yo, este topping in the chat. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. I think it's a good strat to try it once in a while. Well, I mean, this is very unique. And this is, I would say it is a good thing to mix in. Unfortunately, it got scouted, right? The reason why this opener did not work for Clem is not necessarily because of how unorthodox it is, but it's because it got scouted. It all comes down to Ling scouts. Lings, they were able to slip in, and it wasn't just a scout, sorry, I should emphasize, that same Ling scout also killed 7 SCVs. So, like, both things happened at once, where Reynor, he got a full scout, and he also dealt crippling damage. But here we go, Clem, he does move out with his now stim timing, he's got his 2 medevacs, he has Hellion support. Ooh, and he's knocking down queens. Getting 1, getting 2 queens. Banelings are necessary here to defend. And Banelings, can they connect? Yeah, so far the Hellions do zone away. Reynor just cannot engage. As more queens are waddling in. Yeah, they arrive in time. Queens have arrived. Reynor, he's able to hold the line. Oh, he does commit. Decent spread. Jesus. As Clem is not stopping Hellion production. Clem is still making 3 Hellions at a time. He's crazy. I mean, this works well against Ling Bane, true. Like, when do you see this? When do you see, like, a hybrid style of mass Marine with mass Hellion support continue to be made? And now here come the Hellbats. Oh my god. The Hellbats morph in. They tank the Banelings. And Reynor's in trouble. Reynor, he's in trouble here. He's trying to hold on. Ooh, the Hellbats do clump. Hellbats, they clump up. We get some decent Baneling connections. We have Hydras trickling in. More Banelings on the way. And Reynor barely holds on. Whew. And Reynor barely holding. Able to keep up. Now he's built up a decent Hydra count. Chasing down the Marines. And again, this was just so aggressive from Clem. Hyper aggressive. He's still making more Hellbats, by the way. Like, he's still producing Hellions. He's and basically, Clem is borderline all-in. Like, this is insanely aggressive, and he's delaying further attack. Marauders, setting up into Ghosts. It's a unique style. It's something that's very unique. And it can work really well against a Ling Bane heavy player. But the problem is that Reynor survived into Hydras. Like, now he's got Hydras. He can think about Lurkers. Like, this style is meant to kill a player that's purely stuck on Ling Bane. But that's not the case. I should say, I'm pretty sure this is designed to kill Reynor if you... Yeah, nah, it makes sense now. If you remember, we were discussing this last year. It was last year, it was, I wasn't Rongi Cup. Not Master Coliseum. But there was a big event post-EWC. But we were discussing it. How Reynor, he's been... Oh, that's it. The event in France. That's it. Jesus. Spalings, they pop off. Maestros of the Game. There we go. I was thinking Master Coliseum. If you were watching Maestros of the Game, this would have been end of last year. Reynor, he was very, very fond of doing what? Not going Ling Bane Roach Ravager into Lurker... Sorry, into Ultra. He was going Ling Ultra. He was going straight Ling Infestor Ultra. And that was a style that Reynor was very fond of towards the end of last year. And if he attempted that here... Clem would just win. Clem, he would just kill. But alas, Reynor, he was going Ling Bane Hydra instead. The game is getting better and better for Reynor. He shuts down the army, counterattacks at the same time. 6 SCVs go down, and Clem is being outscaled. He's just being outscaled here. But again, if Reynor, if he was going for his kind of tried and true, more kind of common style of Ling Infestor Ultra, then he would have just crumbled. But thankfully, he was playing Standard. Reynor was playing Standard. So it feels like this was a unique build from Clem, specifically targeting Reynor and what he was doing previously. Which is skipping Banelings and skipping Roaches. And we might even see that style later on in this series. We might get there. And then we can delve further into it. Banelings are rolling. No, no reaction. Yeah, no reactions. Banelings, they smash into the mineral line. 21 SCVs go down. Clem, he was already in a rough position, now even more so. Clem is down to 38 SCVs. Clem is completely all in. He has to end the game with this push. It's all or nothing. Yeah, it's all or nothing. He does stay in. Does trade decently against some of these Hydras. Where's the Ling Bane? Yeah, Lings are trickling forward here. This is a rough trade for Reynor. But he's still holding. Yeah, Reynor, he's still barely holding on. This is an inefficient fight for the Zerg, but it's fine. Like, he can afford it. Reynor can afford it. Clem cannot. Lurker Den is on the horizon. Lurkers will end the game. And Clem is still rallying. Clem is still rallying. He has to. But there's no other option for him. There's no transition. Yeah, there is no transition here as Lings. They do get shot down. So do the Marines, though. And now here come the Hydras. They start a step forward. GG gets called, and Reynor, he takes the lead in the series. He claims game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Reynor, he does take a lead in the series, and with that, a crazy game 1 as well. Winding it back, I do want to illuminate a little bit here. Clem's build is never seen before. Like, no one goes for a double factory follow-up at Blue Flame Hellion into mass bio with continued Hellion production. Like, literally no one does this. But it feels like this was meant to be a counter to what Reynor has been doing quite a lot of over the past couple of months, which is skipping Banelings. Reynor has been skipping Banelings, he's been skipping Roaches, and going Ling into Ultra Tech. It's like Ling into Infestor, into Hive, into Ultras, has been what Reynor's been very fond of. We saw this a lot out of Reynor, especially towards the end of last year, coming into Masters of the Game, alongside December events, RSL, of course, Rival StarCraft League. So it feels like Clem was trying to snipe Reynor, but Reynor did play Ling Bane. He played Ling Bane into Hydra Tech, so Reynor was able to survive, able to shut it down. More importantly, the initial Blue Flame Hellion attack was stifled because of Reynor's Ling run-by. Clem was inattentive. Clem, he was unable to react in time. The Lings, they killed 7 SCVs across the map, and Clem's economy was crippled. So even though Clem killed 13 drones, it wasn't as impactful because he lost SCVs himself. So it was a rough start there for Clem, and a rough follow-up, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, I do see Tobin in the chat. Did you cast Rongi Cup Finals? We were live last night with Rongi Cup. Unfortunately, there was no room for us. The lobbies were full, and we're one of the smaller channels, so we were not able to cast. I think Steadfast and Rotterdam and Wardy, I think they got into those games. But yeah, we went live, we were there, but there was not enough room for us, so we will most likely be doing a replay cast of the Rongi Cup Finals at a later date. It's a bit of a shame. It's a bit of, like, we were there, but unfortunately there was no room. Smarriage. So we'll be covering the Rongi Cup Finals at some point. I don't know when. Our schedule's pretty full at the moment. Like we completely filled up this next week of StarCraft, but we'll find some room. As we're getting into game 2 and spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have Clem for Team Liquid. And in the top right hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the Italian Zerg player, the Red Zerg for Basilisk. It is Reynor. Here we go. Here we go as we're getting into game number 2. Whew. Reynor, he does take a lead in the series, and we should not be seeing that build again from Clem. Oh, look, there's some KZG, KZ Gaming in the crowd. But we're settling into game 2. Again, it does feel like that previous build from Clem was very specialized, was very intentional, and was meant to snipe a certain style from Reynor. That, of course, didn't happen, and we should not be seeing that build again. No shot. So we're calming things down. Racks expand out of Clem, Hatch Gas Pool out of Reynor. Thanks for your community. We do what we can. Oh. Okay. As we do shift gears insanely here, as we do see Clem going for a hyper greedy build. That is a third CC, not just before Starport. That's a third CC before Factory. That is a Rax expand. Sorry, that's CC first into Rax into a third CC. Hyper greed here by Clem. And if Reynor fails to scout, if he fails to punish, then Clem is going to have an insane mid game. Okay. So, I should say this right now. If you're out there, if you're a Terran player, if you're watching these games, and if you're like, yo, I want to play like Clem, this is like a PSA. What Clem has done so far this series is not normal, it's not standard, it's crazy, it's illegal. And it could work, but only at the highest level here. Like again, Clem, he's cutting so many corners here in game number 2. And again, even in game 1, it was very specific to Reynor's attempted style or what he was used to. And we'll see if Reynor can scout. We'll see if he can scout, we'll see if he can confirm. We'll see if Reynor can punish. As the factory is now being thrown down at 3 minutes. That's a very late factory. 3:07. This series from Clem for Terran players out there, it's like, do not try this on the ladder. It's not safe for ladder. Not safe. Oh, he's going double factory? Yo. He is crazy. So again, triple factory. Oh no! And Reynor's going for the all-in. He's going for the hard counter. I think Clem's just dead. I'll be honest. I think it's over. So what's happening here? Remember, CC first interacts into third CC into triple factory. Clem has 0 units, and Reynor's going for a German taxi. Reynor, he's going for a drop lord all-in. Clem's gonna have nothing. Clem's gonna have a couple of Hellions to defend against Mass Roach. Oh wait, no, he's not all in. He's scouting. Okay. I mean, he can still react with an all in. So there's a Roach Warren, there's Overlord Speed. I believe Overlord Speed is actually just for scouting information because Reynor doesn't see what's going on. Yep, there we go. The Overlords are coming. But upon confirming, he can respond with the Roach all in. We'll see. He pokes in. What has he seen? He's seen 2 factories. There's 3, but he's at least seen the factories. Reynor, he's amassing roaches. And I'm really curious to see if Reynor does anything with Lair. Like, once it finishes. Look how many... There's 5 factories! Like, that's crazy! This is illegal! He went 3 CC into quintuple factory. Ay. Again, Clem, he's got like 3 Hellions. Now again, we'll see if we can get away with it. Remember, Reynor's been droning. Reynor, because it was a late scout, Reynor has been droning this entire time. Getting up to 3 base saturation, he does have a couple of roaches, and again, the pressure is on Reynor to punish. And there it is, here comes the drop lord, but only to harass. Only to harass. But this is a really good way to make use of Overlord Speed, because he has it anyway, right? He's got it anyway. So let's go for some drop lord harass. We have some burrow on the way. Burrow on the way. And I'm curious to see if Reynor joins up his 4th. Like, in my mind, Reynor, he'll join up his 3rd base, get his 4th just for Larva, and max out on Roach Ravager, and just all in. Like, I feel like an all-in has to be the go-to here, but we'll see. He doesn't see the Jumble Lord. Reynor slipping by. He's jumping into the main base. The 4th base is going to be cancelled. Nice pickoff here by Clem. Denies the 4th. Reynor staying on a low drone count, but now he does make an extra wave of drones. Okay, getting up to 67. 66. Hellions, they slip by. They slip into the main. Nice positioning here by Reynor. Yeah, he delays, but drones are still going to go down at the same time. Drop into the main base. Gets a couple of SCVs. Oh no, the Hellions are still popping up. No, the Hellions. Yeah, it's getting out of hand. 7 drone kills in the main base. Getting up to 9. 9 drones go down. Meanwhile, roaches, they just walk up towards a 3rd, but there are cyclones in position. Yeah, there's what, 4 or 5 cyclones. One gets caught out. Okay, Jesus. Yo, cameraman, calm down. Gee. Oh god. Just zoom out. Okay. Now, as roaches they poke in, they get a couple of cyclones, 8 SCV kills. Because I want to please explain the German taxi. I'd appreciate it. It's when you use overlords to drop queens. It's a German taxi is a roach queen drop lord based all in. The reason why it's called a German taxi is because Lambo did popularize it and invent it as well. Lambo was a German Zerg player, so that's why they called it the German taxi. That also did kind of start the trend of players naming their builds and their all-ins in that kind of way. So we had the Italian Vespa, and we had the Warsaw Subway, which was a Nidus all-in, which a laser popularized. Italian Vespa being from Reynor, of course. That's he's Italian. Back when we had some creative names for builds, we kind of lost that a little bit. Oh. As the mass cyclone has arrived, does land one of the fungals. Roaches, they attempt to collapse in, and they're getting on top of some of the cyclones at least. Yeah, decent chunk of cyclones go down, but the locons are brutal. And Reynor, he's gaining ground. Yeah, he's gaining ground. Catching out more roaches. Ooh. Yeah, 3-4 more roaches going down. Yes, we have some fungals, but there's no follow-up. Yeah, there's no follow-up, and Clem is snowballing out of control. He's breaking the 4th base. Reynor trying to come in from behind. He needs more roaches. Again, we have some decent fungals, but there's just not enough roaches on the ground, and Clem has done it. Clem, he has done it. He has broken Reynor. As I mentioned before, Clem was hyper greedy this game, and Reynor failed to punish the greed. I assumed that he was going to react with an all-in, but no, he tried to macro. He tried to macro out of it. He lost his 4th base, so his 4th was delayed. His production was delayed. 13 drones go down, losing more roaches. Does try to burrow, does try to get on top of the cyclones. He does attempt to. A nice movement here with the burrow. Reynor doing the best he can with what he has. But alas, there's just too much. There are too many cyclones. Too many cyclones, papi. True, true. The mech army has arrived. Overwhelms the roaches. No, people be saying, yo, the battle mech is dead, right? Didn't they nerf the cyclone? They did. Doesn't stop Clem. Doesn't stop the mech, papi. I say that Reynor once again barely holding on here. Bearing in mind that Reynor is behind. He has a worse economy. So even though he survives, even though he deflects the army, Clem, he still has a higher worker count. He still has mules, still has 4 bases up and running, and he can outproduce. Clem can just outproduce. So at this point, he has broken Reynor, even getting a Raven to deal with the burrow. German taxi, yeah. German taxi. I think those are the only 3 that we got. I don't think we got like a finish. Like bus, right? But GG gets called, and Clem he overwhelms Reynor, and Clem ties up the series 1-1. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. A wild build here out of Clem. Remember, how did this begin? Clem, we got some cheerfuls in the chat. Let's go. But how did this begin? Clem, he went CC first. He went CC first into a Rax, into a 3rd CC before Factory. So he went triple CC insanely fast, and then he went into triple Factory into quintuple Factory. The problem was, at least my perceived problem, is that Reynor did eventually scout, but it was a late scout. It was a later scout out of Reynor. He had to wait for Overlord speed, and once he realized what was going on, he had already been droning. He'd already been droning up, so trying to reactively respond with an all-in wasn't really on the table there for Reynor. Reynor, he did try to go for some drop lord harass, but he tried to expand behind it and get into a fourth base. His fourth was cancelled, and when his fourth was denied, that was almost game then and there. I feel like Reynor, he had to all in from there, but he just could not mass up. Not enough against the mass Cyclone. Again, because of the hyper greedy build of Clem, it meant that once he got his third base up and running, he had a boosted economy and a boosted army as a result of that. Because his third base and natural was saturated faster than normal. So he had that boosted income, that boosted supply, that boosted army, and was able to overwhelm. He got away with hyper greed, and now we're getting into game number 3. And we'll see how we adjust. So far, Clem has shown us some wild builds. Like, it has not been standard. Not at all. Game 1, he went mass Marine, mass Hellion support with Blue Flame Hellions, continued Hellion production. Here in Game 2, hyper greed into more greed into mass Battle Mech, into Cyclone Hellion. Here in Game 3, what do you have for us? Let's go. We're expecting something unorthodox once again. Will Clem ever play standard this series? I don't know. Maybe one game. Maybe, maybe one game. We'll see. We'll see. Is Apple Juice a StarCraft 2 term? Apple Juice is a StarCraft 2 player. He's a Canadian player. There we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner here of 10,000 feet, we do have Clem, the French Terran player. And in the top left hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player, the red Zerg for Basilisk. It is Reynor. You can just apple juice him now? I did not say that. What? I think you misheard. I don't know what you misheard. I don't understand the meme. I said all in. He can just all in him now. If that's what you misheard. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into game number 3. Getting into game 3 here. I'm going to be loading into 10,000 feet. From here, we do enter a smaller map. There's a smaller map. The map will shorter resistance by ground. Aggression is favored here on 10,000 feet, and we'll see how aggressive our players plan on being. If Reynor were to go for an early Roach Horn into a committed Roach push, then that would be potentially favored. Like, there's a bit of a give and take here. On the one hand, the map is very small. True. On the other hand, it's very defendable in 3 and 4 bases. Like, the 3 and 4 base setup here is quite strong. It's quite powerful, so you can try to turtle up. If we were casting Maru, for example, I would 100% expect to see hyper defensive play at a Maru on 10,000 feet. Clem, though, I'm not so sure. I don't know if he's really one to embrace that sort of style. So we'll see. For now, he is going to be opening up at Rax Expand. Standard opener this time. Meanwhile, ooh, Reynor opening up those mineral patches early on. Interesting. We'll see if he does take the triangular third base. He might be, yeah, he's going to be forced into it. Okay. So it's going to be a delayed third. You can see that Clem, he's on patrol with the SCV, trying to get eyes on the would-be third base. The Reaper moves in as well. That is the issue here with this map, is that there's only one third base option, so Reynor instead is going for the triangular third. It's going to be more delayed, but he will get it up and running. So third base is on the way for Reynor. Reaper pokes in. Gets one Zergling so far. Ling does force the triangular third, and Clem should confirm. As behind this is going for a third CC before Starport, so economic opener here by Clem. Oh, and I think he just saw the third. I think he just took note of the mineral patches. I would hope so. Ah, he's still checking. Yeah, he saw the patches. That should have been a tell, but I don't know if he fully recognized. Oh, we're going for a 3CC 2-1-1. Okay. So that is a second Rax before Starport. So that means that Clem is going to make 2 to 4 Hellions, then go for an earlier add-on swap out of Hellions into Stim, into reactive Marine production, into a heavier bio army. Meanwhile, Clem does still not see the third. He keeps rechecking. But again, it should be clicking in his mind. I would hope so. Regardless, Stim is on the way. This will hit at around 5:30, at around 5 minutes 30, and there now he's going to confirm. So late confirmation. Because this is late, we could have seen potentially some drones going down or some disrupted income. Yeah, now we have full confirmation. And we did miss some opportunities to maybe get some damage there. Jeez. As Clem does pull away. Outproduce. Oh, there we go. Get outproduce. Pappy, you got the juice on the mind. Get some juice, Pappy. Get some juice. That's a second factory. Yo, what's up with Clem? What's every game? Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, we've had some heavy factory play out of Clem. He's doing it again. Second factory armory. He's going for a 3cc. Sorry, he's going for a 3cc 2-on-1 Hellbat push. I said 2-on-1. It's a 3cc 2-2 Hellbat push. Really? Like 2-2-1. Ah. Now this is going to hit hard. This has potential, of course, if this goes unscouted. Reynor is getting a safety Baneling Nest, but the Baneling Nest might be a little bit too late. We'll see how this lines up. If it's pure Link Queen defense, then Clem could break the third. There we go. Marines move. Wait. It's wait. So, yo, okay. I see a second factory. I see an armory. My brain goes, oh, Hellbats. Second factory armory reacted Widowmine production into Drilling Claws. Okay. So heavy Widowmine follow-up here out of Clem. This is interesting. This has some potential for sure. Bearing in mind that, of course, with Drilling Claws, then detection is going to be required to focus on the mines. But this can work really well against a player that's skipping Hydras. If Reynor were to go Ling Bane into Muta, or if he were to go Ling Bane into Infestor Ultra, then this can trade well. But this does struggle against Hydra heavy compositions. Look at how many Widowmines there are. It's crazy. Once again, this is not standard. Not normal. He's crazy. Yo, he saw on the Reddit people were complaining about how good mines are. Well, let's go. He's going for Widowmine drops? Not even reinforcing the army? Okay. I mean, now, because this is so unorthodox, then there's a high chance that if he is going for drop play, and if he's going for the mineral lines, there's a chance that... Reynor scouts. I was going to say that Reynor, he doesn't react in time, that he does take a lot of damage from this, but he does scout one of the mines, or one of the drops. Ooh, Queens, they deflect the other, and the Widowmines, they do nothing. Not yet. Ay. Here we go, drop into the natural. Spores in position. Ooh, does get 3 drones. Yeah, 3 drones for 3 mines. Still not the best trade for Clem. Did the other medevac go down? No shot. Okay. Still alive. Going back in. Does head into the third. Reynor, he does pull away. Yeah, no major damage here. Losing 4 drones so far. Nice defense here by Reynor. Cleans up all the mines. And this was not really worth it. Oh, but it's going to reset. He resets. Oh my god. 7. Okay. It's a little bit better. It's a little bit better here for Clem. Oh, but he does take a bait into the face. Late reactions out of our Terran. Late reactions at the same time pushing on the right-hand side. He does have 6 mines here with the army. Oh. Mine shots going up. So far, decent spread, but... Ooh, they do connect. And Lings are going down. Yeah, Zerglings are going down. Very nice control here by Clem. Does control well. The Widowmines are about to reset. We need detection. We need the Overseer. Hydras are coming. We did mention earlier that against Link Bane, this can trade really well. Against Hydras, this style can struggle. Jesus. As mine shots. Oh my god, they get into the mineral line. 10 drones go down. Late reaction here by Reynor. Yeah, so little time to react. So little time to respond. Chinese fans seems to love him. The Chinese fans, they were cheering for the drones dying. like they're cheering for whoever does the good move, I would say. They cheered for Reynor reacting well, and they cheered for Clem killing drones. Oof. Yeah, Mind Shot's gonna be going off. They punish the Ling Bane. As you can see, as you can hear there, like there. For whoever's doing well, Pappy. Let's go. Yeah, as Clem is going for a split push. Does move on the left hand side, does get 1, 2 queens. Yeah, catching out the queens at the same time, dropping on the right hand side. 10 drones going down. Yeah, Reynor struggling. As he's trying to keep up with the drops. Clem, and the scariest thing about this, as we're just doing more damage, as we're keeping Reynor busy, is that Clem is getting a 4th. He's getting a 4th. He's actually getting a 5th CC. Clem, his bases back at home are completely untouched. So Clem has a stable economy. Just has to be careful not to lose too much when it comes to these pushes. Ooh, nice catch. Nice catch in the medevac. Clem pushing on the right hand side. As more Widow Mines are dropping. Oh my god! Oh, Jesus. 15 drones going down and the Ling Bane as well. We have a couple of lurkers, but they're exposed. Yeah, the lurkers are exposed, getting 1, 2, 3 lurker kills, massive snipes. And Reynor, he plummets in supply. Again, he just cannot keep up. Not with the speed of the drop play, the mines, the bio army as well. As Clem has just been pulling Reynor apart. There were a couple of nice moments and a couple of nice defenses out of Reynor, but they were few and far between. Few and far between. And as we mentioned, more importantly, because Reynor's been stuck defending, he's been on the back foot, he's been able to touch Clem. Clem's bases, Clem's economy. The mine drops continue. Ooh. Okay, this time only 2. Only 2 drone kills. Better reactions here by Reynor. Oof. Nice time with the queens. Target fires the banelings. Jesus. Clem, calm down. The focus firing. The target firing. Clem. Now, if Reynor can mass up a decent chunk of lurkers, he can slow the game down. For sure, 100%. He can slow the game down and try to stabilize, but he needs to build up those lurkers. We have 2 lurkers in production. I want to say he's going to have around 5 lurkers. I haven't quite seen a lurker count yet. But he needs those lunkers, Pappy. Clem going for a split push. Yeah, does move in the left-hand side. Reynor's out of position. He's trying to race over. Mine shots popping off. Oh my god, massive connections. Yeah, Banelings, they crumble. Lurkers are exposed. And Clem, he should take this fight. He should, and he will. Yeah, he takes the fight, takes out the expansion. He has broken Reynor. It's ready to lose the army, the expansion. Does save the mineral line at least. Does save the drones. Some of them. Oh god. It's just too much, Pappy. 8 drones going down. Reynor once again barely holding on. We have 5 lurkers in production. He's building up towards like around 8 to 9 lurkers. His lurker count is getting up there. Oh. Almost catching a ghost. He almost lost catch a ghost. Snipes hopping off. Lurkers are exposed, losing 2 lurkers already. Oof. Yeah, lurkers are going down. Clem catching the transferring workers as well. Oh, the lunkers, they're exposed. Losing all 3. Yeah, all 3 lurkers go down. GG gets called, and Clem takes a 2-1 lead in the series. Whew, GG. GG, well played. A hyper-aggressive style here by Clem. And I'll be honest, a style that we could only see from Clem. That was wild. Winding it back, remember, Clem did not play standard this game. What did Clem do? Clem went for a 3cc, what was going to be a 2-on-1, went for a 3cc 2-2-1. 2 factories. He went double racks into stim, into bio, into a second factory, into triple Widowmine production with really fast drilling claws, insanely fast drilling claws there out of Clem. And we spoke something about this map at the beginning of the game. How this map is so small. It's a very small map, short rush distance by ground, so aggression is favored. And because this map is so small, and because Clem decided to go into mass Widowmine drops, Reynor had a very hard time keeping up with that aggression, as he had no room to breathe. It was non-stop aggression there by Clem. Widowmine drops, main pushes, Hellions, Bio Army as well. You saw that Reynor had a very, very hard time. Initially, he did okay splitting against the Widowmines, but eventually, they connected. Eventually, the mines were dealing critical damage, killing drones, killing Ling Bane, denying creep, and Reynor never counterattacked. He never could. He never touched the 3rd, the natural, the 4th, any of the bases of Clem, because he was stuck at home, struggling and failing to defend because of how aggressive and how just in the face Clem was. GG. GG well played. So again, once again, a really unique style. Like, Murray doesn't do this, Bjorn doesn't do this, they can't do this. Like, you need the speed, you need the tenacity there, what that Clem brings to the table. And on top of that, it was also boosted by the map, right? The map also did help with that as well. So something unique here to 10,000 feet. Reynor had a hard time, and now we're getting into game number 4, where we're dropping into Winter Madness. Okay. Now, what I love out of this series so far is that Clem has done something different every game. He has yet to play Standard. We've yet to see a Standard game. I bring that up just because welcome to Winter Madness. Winter Madness is one of the more larger and standard maps in the map pool. If we were to slow the game down and play a standard back and forth, then it would be this. It would be on Winter Madness. Oh, you can see Clem say, no, I don't drink water. I drink Red Bull. Only Red Bull. Yo, shout out to the admin team, making sure that they're hydrated. Yeah, the crowd's going wild. Clem getting some water. Beautiful. Here we go. Here we go. We're getting ready here for game number 4. Now, Winter Madness, larger map. This could lead into standard play. This could lead into mutas, right? Mutas are more viable here, and we have seen a lot of mutas in ZVT as of late. But is it too obvious? Now that Clem has a lead in the series, he might be more chaotic as well and try to blind counter something like that. Like, he has some room here. Let's go. Let's find out. And here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the French Terran player. We have the blue Terran for Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player. We have the red Zerg for Basilisk. It is Reynor. Let's go. Whew, let us go. And again, it's been a crazy series so far. It's been a crazy series. Unorthodox builds, unorthodox games, every game so far. And we'll see if that trend continues coming to game 4. Welcome to Winter Madness. Again, larger map in the map pool. Larger map, longer rush distance by ground. If we were to calm things down and play standard, this would be the map to do it on. Otherwise, there are some quirky things we can go for, right? We could see Reynor going into mutas. We could see Clem getting into mech again. We have seen a surprising amount of mech this series. Not like we've never seen Clem play mech. Like, no. Clem, he played a lot of mech, especially before the cyclone was fixed. Like a year ago, 2 years ago, we did see a lot of battle mech out of Clem against Protoss and even against Zerg as well. But that was, of course, in a previous patch, in a previous time, in a previous era. Here, what do you have for us? For now, standard opener. No 2x, no 2x Reaper, no proxies either. If we were casting Maru or Bjorn or some of the other Korean Terran players, we would have expected to have seen some proxies mixed in, but we can see that even though the Clem has been playing unorthodox, he has not been going for any kind of crazy all-ins that early on. Not like that. For now though, moving out with the SCV scouts, likewise hatch gas pool, standard opener so far out of Reynor. Does open up standard, there's no like delayed gases, there's no gasless style yet. Depending on the map, there are some maps that are a little bit more conducive and that do favor gasless openers, but we have yet to see that in this series. I would say the best map for something gasless would be Celestial Enclave. But alas, that was vetoed. Ooh, as Clem, he finds the drone. He delays the third once again. Reynor just cannot expand. The Lings, they move out on the right-hand side. They zone away the SCV. Drone is coming in, and Reynor can now take his... Oh no! The SCV! Oh, the SCV blocks! Yeah, the SCV does block. The drone is being focused down, and he get the drone. He does barely know the drone does get away, but this is still a big delay on the expansion. Reynor, he just wants to take a third. Oh no. Oh, do you see what I see? Okay. Sorry, for a moment there I thought it was getting another gas geyser, but that's just a safe drone. Nice KDA charge on the queen. Oh my god. Drone barely does cancel in time. Does morph in. And behind this we have a 3CC111 economic standard follow-up here at a Clem. As we have another drone. No, the queen was in the way. Oh no. The queen is still in the way. Get out of the way, queen. The crowd goes wild. As Reynor finally expands. He had to fight for it though. He had to fight so hard for his own third base. Nice around. Reaper gets shut down. Whew. And hey, we have a couple of Lings across the map as well just to delay some mining. Shouldn't kill anything though. Shouldn't kill any SCVs. And now we can settle in. Now we can settle into our game. But again, just a crazy start here for Clem. Able to disrupt, able to delay. And behind this going into Hellion Banshee. For the first time this series, this is the most standard game out of Clem. The most standard. Meanwhile, the pressure's on Reynor. Reynor knows he's behind. Like, Reynor, he is behind. He's in the rough position. The pressure's on Reynor to recover in some way. Whether it's greed, whether it's damage. Pressure is on. As Hellions they attempt to rotate. Behind this, Clem is getting into bio. There's no second factory. There's actually 2 more Raxes. So again, like, this is a standard game out of Clem. Meanwhile, Reynor is going lair first. Lair first out of Reynor. It is a late lair, but that's because the third base was late as well. So just everything is delayed. The build structure here for Reynor is disrupted. But he is going for the faster lair. We mentioned at the start of the game that Mutaplay was something that we do see on Winter Madness. It is a viable option, so that's in the back of my mind at least. Otherwise, we could see something different. We have been seeing some Hydra-based all-ins and fast Hydra tech instead from players like Shin and Solar. The Korean Zerg players have been very fond of it, and I know that Reynor did spend a lot of time in Korea at the end of last year, so that is maybe on the table as well. For now, though, what is happening with the lair? Let me just poking in. Nice round there with the Lings. Lair is just now finishing up. I don't see any Evo chambers, but they might have been thrown down while we were looking at Clem's POV. If there's no chambers, show us a Spire. So far, only 2 gases. Does Reynor do what he... Does he go for what we were mentioning at the start of the series about this faster Hive Tech and faster Ultra style? That's also a possibility. Okay, delayed Evo chambers are now being thrown down. So, delayed chambers. And so far, just Ling Bane. Okay, just Ling Bane. Staying on a low gas count. Ooh, nice catch though. Does catch a Banshee. Does get a Banshee. Hellies, they do try to poke in. They're getting caught out by the Lings. Only 3 kills. This was not quite worth it here for Clem. So a couple of nice wins here from Reynor. He picks up the Hellions, does catch one of the Banshees. And again, we'll see if Reynor can stabilize. So far, he's been droning up. Clem is now starting to be active. There is going to be a window in time where Clem has the greater upgrades compared to Reynor. Again, Reynor did delay his Evo chambers. So there are some timings available. So far the queens are getting in position. It is going to be Lingbane Hydra out of Reynor. Hydra is on the way. So a nice pick up. Gets a queen. Clem sims in, gets a queen. Rotates over, catching out more tumors. Oh, double Hydrogen. Ay. That's a little bit unfortunate, a little bit messy. Getting messy. But again, there just has been a lot of pressure on Reynor. And I think he noticed. I think he cancelled. Did he cancel? So far, Clem is going for a split push, and Reynor, he is keeping up. So far, like he hasn't had any major losses so far, outside of his queen. Oh, did I speak too soon? No, so far so good. Reynor's keeping up. Deflects the drop. Likewise, does keep up with the drop shot on the left hand side as well, saving the queen. Clutch transfuse. Oh, as Reynor does overextend, he throws away all these Zerglings. And a lot of lings are thrown away. This time this was a better trade for Clem. And Reynor, he's taking up. So the goal here for Reynor, after having a really rough early game, is just turtle. Just turtle up and take up in towards Hive Tech. I would imagine take up into Lurkers. Now, if we spoke about this previously on 10,000 feet, if Reynor can build up into a critical mass amount of Lurkers, into a hefty Lurker count, that he can slow the game down, take map control away from the Terran, and start to turn the tables on Clem. He can get there. Meanwhile, before that can happen, Clem is pushing. His two tanks are in position. Oh my god, target firing here on the Banelings. Jesus. At the same time, though, Clem not paying attention. Banelings, they connect on the right-hand side. Yeah, the northern drop was dealt with, so Clem, he traded well here towards the south side, but on the north side, he did take a worse fight. It was cleaned up. The base goes down. Nice pickup. Clem has to get the hell out of here. And he pulls away. And he pulls away. If Clem didn't lose that northern drop, then he could have overwhelmed. But Reynor's holding on. Here comes the Hive, and here comes the Lurker Den. As we mentioned before, Reynor, his win condition is to get into those Lurkers. He has to get there. Oh, nice catch of the Medivacs. Does catch two Medivacs. Ooh. Banelings to catch some Marines. Don't want to waste those wood iron shots, and so far, some okay connections. I'm trading. Pushing into the queens. But he cannot break through. Yeah, he cannot break through. Reynor, he does have enough. Banelings ain't morph in just in time. Reynor is holding. The Banshee just getting free damage, but it's just one Banshee. Reynor is okay. And the Lurker Den is now done. Let's go to his Lurker Den in a couple of seconds. Hive is finishing up as well. We'll soon get those Lurker upgrades. Again, Reynor, he's almost there. Casito. Lurker range has begun. I'm still trying to break him, switching to a more Widowmine heavy composition. Ooh, forcing friendly fire though. Yeah, nice damage there by Reynor. Does force friendly fire, finally catching out the Banshee. And Reynor cleans this up. It does clean this up. At the same time, Reynor, he depends on the top side as well. Better engagements out of Reynor. He's holding. He's holding on. Oh, we got the Bard Banes. Let's go. Not in the best position, but they're there nonetheless. We have potential. Here come the first 5 Lurkers. The Lurkers are finally morphing in. Reynor, he's keeping up on the south side. Can he land him? Oh, he can! Nice connections. Yeah, Banelings, they pop off. And Reynor, he's done it. 6 more lurkers on the way. That's going to be 11 lurkers. The Lunkers, papi. Nice positioning here from Clem. Clem, he does trade very nicely. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because Reynor, he is reaching his final form. As we mentioned before, what was the win condition for Reynor? It was survive until Hive Tech, survive until lurkers. And he's gotten there. Clem has been hyper aggressive, and there has been some nice moments here for Clem, but he fails to break the bases. He fails to break the economy. He fails to kill Reynor before Hive Tech. And now Reynor, he has gained map control. And you can already see it here, momentum shift. Momentum shifting away from Clem. As Reynor's maxed. Oof. Yeah, Clem, he runs into lurkers. Lurkers, they shut him down. Here on the right-hand side, plenty of lurkers to defend as well. Nice target firing though. Clem, he gets... doesn't get one though. Doesn't get a lurker. Reynor defends, and Clem, he has to race back home. He has to race back home. Clem, he has lost map control. As I mentioned, this is what happens once you get into lurkers, is momentum shifts from one player to the other. Reynor now has map control, and it's going to be Clem on the defensive. And Clem is stuck at home. The Widow Mines don't trade anywhere near as well against this. Cleaning up all the mines. On the right-hand side, a base is denied. And you can just see everything just swing heavily in favor of Reynor here. The lurkers, they punish the bio. Ghosts were not ready. The ghost is just now popping out. It's too little too late. Lurkers are moving in. Yeah, they're pushing into the bases, getting into the mineral lines. And Clem is just being torn apart. He's just being torn apart. Reynor's done it. As we mentioned, the win condition, get into lurkers. What happens? He got to lurkers. He's here to win. He's here to win. Pushing into the mineral lines. Clem cannot stop this. He will defend his natural at least. True. The whole position. Jesus. Oh, the whole position micro. Pop off. There we go. Does pop off. Oh. Yeah, massive damage on the bio army. The lurkers everywhere. GG gets called. And with that, Reynor, he does tie things up. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We're getting all the way into game number 5 here. Again, Reynor, he was able to weather the storm, able to keep up with the drop play. There was some nice moments for Clem, but there was one moment where he did slip up. If you remember, it's when he lost his northern drop. It was the moment where Clem was able to kill the low ground hatchery. He killed the hatchery, but at the same time, he took some massive baneling shots to the face. It was off camera, it was off screen, it was picture in picture on the top side instead. And with that, Clem, he lost momentum. He was unable to break Reynor, and Reynor was able to defend until he got his lurkers. And you saw once he got his lurkers, bam, he could break out from the contain, counterattack, and kill. Unfortunately, Clem wasn't set up to deal with lurkers. His goal, Clem's win condition, was kill Reynor before lurkers. So once they arrived, what could he do? He wasn't ready for it. His ghost production was only just now kicking in towards the end. He had no liberators either, so no libs, no ghosts, and no tanks. If you remember, he was switching into Widow Mines, which do not scale well against a lurker-heavy composition. That's where tanks can be more effective instead. So Clem was very mid-game oriented there. And with that, we're getting into the ace match. We're getting into game number 5. Let's go. Italian rap music bumping. Yes, yes. The Italian rap is popping up. Buenas noches. Good night. Greetings from Bolivia, papi. Ah, bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Manuel. Bienvenidos, papi. Buenas noches. So we're getting into that final game here. One way or the other, it all ends here. It all ends in game 5. Let's go. Let us go. What was the map for game 5? True, true. Un momento. As I think the players were being asked if they wanted to have a break. But like, nah, send us in. Game 5, Mothership. Ooh, true, Mothership was not vetoed. And Mothership is going to be an interesting one. Mothership is one of the largest maps in the map pool, a very large map. There is an RNG factor, of course, but it's also very open in certain areas. We'll see. We'll see how our players will approach this. We have seen a lot of Muta play, for example. We've seen a lot of Ultra Rushes. Let's go. Vámonos, papi, vámonos. Please 50-minute game. Yeah, we have yet to experience a macro game. Like it's been a lot of quirky builds and hyper aggression. Like the closest we kind of got was Zero Winter Madness, but even then, yes, we saw Hive Tech, but it was basically Clem that was hyper committed. And as soon as he failed to kill Reynor, like the game ended, right? But here we go, spawning in the bottom side of Mothership, we have the French Terran player. It is Clem for Team Liquid. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Zerg player, the red Zerg for Basilisk. It is Reynor. Here we go. But yeah, we've yet to experience like a macro back and forth, and I'll be honest, I don't really expect to see one here. We'll see as we're loading into Mothership. Mothership, again, is a larger map, that is true. Depending on spawn locations, you can be more aggressive, you can be more assertive. We have seen attempted mutaplay on this map as well because of the size of the map. We'll see. We'll see what the plan is going to be. I would assume that Clem might go for something similar that we saw last game, or we might see something crazy again, like Double Factory, Hellbat, Blue Flame, Mech. Like, Clem has been wild this series. He's been crazy. And it's been working, to be fair. At times. But now, Hatchgas Spool. Reynor sends his first Overlord on the right-hand side to scout his opponents. We, of course, can see that it's going to be a delayed scout for Reynor. It is going to be a delayed scout. Macro in a Reynor Clem game. Never heard of it. True. I mean, I remember a really fun game. It was like a year ago, 2 years ago. Clem versus Reynor on... God... do you remember the map? It was the map relatively recently, which had an in-base natural. It had an in-base natural that had like 2 entrances at the ramp. It was crazy. But we had a crazy back and forth macro game then, but that was like 2 years ago. True, that was a while ago. It was the map that that Rex played against Reynor in WTL. Hold on. What if I just Rex Wikipedia? But it was in the last. Yeah, true. Hold on. World Team League. I can just look it up. World Team League. It would have been the last season before it ended, I think. Ooh, calm down, Reaper. Calm down. Does get a kill. Post youth. That's it. Radisson Station? No, not Radisson Station. In-base natural. Radisson Station had a pocket third base. Oh wait, no. Radisson Station had a pocket third. But post youth. If you remember, like Clem versus Reynor had a crazy game on post youth, with Reynor going Ling Main Muta. This is before the buff to the mutas, of course. And Reynor going bio into like a heavy like Thor composition. It was like an hour-long game. It was beautiful. It was an amazing game, especially for the meta at the time, because at the time the meta was Roach play. What was like Roach base openers and Roach Ravager into a longer later game. Like everyone was playing Roaches, and Reynor was like the only player going Muta. So if you maybe hadn't seen it, or maybe it's been a while, I do recommend it. Clem versus Reynor on post youth. It's crazy. But here we go. For the time being though, Reaper does poke in. Reaper is able to get 1 drone kill. And so far it is going to be a 3cc 111 out of Clem going into Banshee play. So far standard build. Hellies, they poke in, looking for an opening, and they do get a volley off. 2, 3. Oh, we're getting extra volleys. Yeah, Lings are late. Lings are out of position. 5 drones going down. Not bad for 2 Hellions. True. Not bad at all here for Clem. So nice damage. Behind this building up. Yeah, but yeah, post youth was 2024, so 2 years ago. Hellions, they rotate over. Once again, Clem's looking for a way in. He does throw down 2 more maxes, so he does have a bio follow-up. No mech, not this time. So far, again, everything's looking normal from Clem. It's looking just like last game, actually. just like last game. Meanwhile, Reynor going lair first. Just like last game as well, true. If you recall, Reynor, at least in the previous game, did go lair first into Baneling Nest, into double Evo Chamber, delayed upgrades, late Evo Chamber, but I don't see any other tech yet. I don't see gases either, but we could see Reynor mix it up and go for a Spire. Just keep an eye on that production tab, keeping an eye on gases. As the lair is almost ready. Again, unless I missed it, I don't think Reynor actually has any tech at all. Like, no other buildings, I mean. I think he might have gone to safety Baneling Nest. Is that his natural? You know, the bases they poke in, they get a queen, not bad. Yeah, queen goes down, Spore as well. Nice pickups here, going to trying to force a cancel at the 4th. Yeah, the 4th hatchery taking a lot of hits. Scan into the main base. I believe that's double Evo Chamber. As Hellions, they rush in towards a natural lingering position. Nice setup. Nice position here by Reynor. He surrounds two of the Hellions as well. Very nice cleanup here out of Reynor. And my apologies. I assumed it was double Evo Chamber. Was that a Roach Warren? Wait, what? Hydras. Okay. Plus on range, going for an earlier Hydroden. If you remember, I did briefly mention this at the beginning of last game, but Shin and Solar have been very fond of this early Hydroden into Mass Hydra style. It is very committed, it's very aggressive. The goal here is to try to break with a Mass Hydra timing. It's to break out, it's to break the Terran. The downside is, of course, the Ling Bane is going to be worse for wear. And we'll see if we can get there. At the same time, Clem is pushing. Ooh. So Banshee goes down. Clem moving on the right-hand side. Lings are trying to keep up. Remember, it's only Zerglings, no Banelings. And no Banelings to defend. Clem dancing with the army and gets 2 queens. You see Reynor trying to bait out the mine shots. Trying to. Ooh, first mine shot goes off. There's one mine shot left. Only one. Yeah, it doesn't connect. Doesn't connect with that Reynor. He does hold on. He does defend. Shuts down the mines. And Reynor's holding. So far, he's holding on. There's Invitation Pits. Reynor thinking about lurkers. I say thinking about lurkers. This could be Ling Hydra into Infestor first. It might be safer to go Infestor. But we'll see. So Clem is going for a split push. Pushing in between the bases. Oh. Here, Clem being forced back. Hive is on the way. No Infestors. Greedy. It's a greedy move here by Reynor. He's rushing into that Hive. And there's that Lurker Den. So he's rushing into Hive Tech and Lurker Tech as well. These Lurkers are going to hit much faster compared to last game. So Reynor, the pressure's on. He has to break Reynor soon. Sorry, Clem. Clem, the pressure's on. Clem, he has to break Reynor soon. He cannot let him get into Lurkers. As that's going to be a massive power spike for the Zerg. Lings are collapsing in. Hydras, they start to step forward. That's a lot of Marines going down. Yeah, a lot of Marines fall. Yeah, Clem's going to be forced back. He lost too much of his army. Reynor's holding. And on the one hand, you might be looking at this and be like, oh, so Reynor doesn't really have a lot of creep. He traded out a lot of his army, but he preserved the Hydras. That's what's important. He saves the Hydras. Lurker Den is almost done. And it's about counterattacking with Lurkers before Clem is ready. Now, Clem, he does start his Ghost Academy a lot faster this time, which I do appreciate. So we have the Ghost Academy that's halfway done. So he's thinking about it. Ooh. Oh my god, the friendly fire. Reynor baits out the mine shots. And Clem, can he punish him? Can he punish the lack of Banelings? He's trying to once again base out the mine. Nice movements here out of Reynor. So once again, Reynor, he is holding. Forces back the army. He's holding on. Nidus is on the way. Here come the lurkers. Oh, Nidus gets spotted. Nice pick up. Clem does delay, but at least he's aware. He knows. He's aware of the Nidus worm. Should be getting ready back at home. Once again, though, the drops are being deflected. The lurkers have now arrived. Does snipe one. Just something gets the one though. And what are the defenses looking like back at home? Because here comes the Overseer. Overseer into the main base, getting ready for the Nidus. Clem, he does respond. And Clem is in danger. Clem is in danger. Reynor, he's maxed out. Again, just like last game, Clem's goal there was to kill Reynor before lurkers, and he failed to do so. Failed to do so. Reynor's breaking out. He's actually pushing through the center. No Nidus worm yet. Oh, there it is on the left-hand side. It's going for the Nidus, going for the third. Nidus does finish. There's actually nothing in the Nidus worm. Fair enough. Overseer is going into the main. There is an opening here. And Clem is forced to react at the same time. Reynor going right down mid. Is pushing right down the center. Don't take a mind shot to the face. How many lurkers are with the main army? Where are the rest of the lurkers? There should be more than this. Ah, they're in the Nidus. Okay. I was like, where are they? There's only 3 lunkers. And we have one harassing the right-hand side. Reynor, he distracts here in the center. The Nidus worm does get dealt with. Okay, just barely. Nidus worm is being dealt with. Clem is still stuck at home. Once again, more lurkers morphing in. Nice catch. Does get 2 lurkers. Oh. Gets 3, gets 4. 5. Nice big ups. 5 lurkers go down. Oof. Reynor's taking some massive mind shields to the face. But he's getting to the mineral land at the same time. He's getting more damage on the right hand side. Nidus into the natural. Reynor going for a tri-pronged attack. So lurkers at the 4th, main army at the 3rd, and Nidus into the natural. And the Nidus will finish. Yeah, 12 SCV kills. Clem, he just cannot keep up. The lurkers are in position. Nidus does finish. More lurkers are funneling in. And there are lurkers everywhere. Yeah, there's lurkers everywhere. Reynor, he's done it. He's broken Clem. We have all these lurkers being cleaned up in the natural. We have another Nidus into the main. Lurkers, they keep pushing in. And Clem, he's lost control of his bases. Ay, ay, ay. The lunkers, they're everywhere, papi. This time, Clem does have a higher ghost count, but he just cannot push in. Okay, cannot push in. Still distracted by the Nidus. Yeah, more Nidus worms to reinforce. More Lings are on the way. Reynor collapsing on the 4th planetary. And the last repairs. Are they enough? Barely not. It's so close here. It's so close. The mass repair barely keeps it alive. The crowd going wild with the repair. Saves the planetary. He saves it, papi. Clem is holding. Okay. Nice snipes. Snipes are popping off. Clem barely holding on. Oh god, but there's still just so much Zerg. Yeah, there's still too much Zerg here. Clem breaking out does take down a couple of lurkers. Okay. Oof. This Clem again barely doesn't have enough. Reynor maintains his position. And with these drops, finally Clem can break out. Reynor spreading creep in his face. Oh no. The queens have arrived, Pappy. The queens are here. And you can see Reynor slowly waddling forward here with his lurkers. At the same time, triple drop across the map. Nice drop here by Clem. Reynor, he's out of position. Yeah, there's nothing in him to defend. Army sims in. Reynor making use of the Nidus. Does make use of it. That's 3 queens going down and nice big ups. Again, Clem is out trading Reynor. This is nice damage. No, the planetary. The planetary goes down. No repairs. Clem, he was distracted. Clem was distracted. He was focusing elsewhere, focusing on the army, on the drop. And Clem is now down to 2 bases. He's down to 2 bases. He has no economy. What you see is what you get. Clem is even supply blocked. He cannot make anything else. Clem stims, he breaks out. And again, like Clem, he's out trading. Like he's out trading Reynor here, but the problem is the economy. Reynor can afford to trade poorly. He can afford to trade poorly. Clem cannot. Oof, that's still 12 SCV kills. GG gets called. Reynor, he overwhelms, he overpowers, and Reynor, he will claim the series 3-2, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. Yo, I love this shot. Look at the crowd in the background. I love that it's like a ring arena around the players. That visual is so cool. But GG, well played. Congratulations here. Reynor, he will claim the series. He will take down and eliminate Clem in the semi-finals. GG. Este Clem. GG, well played. And what a series as well. I will say that the last 2 games were a little bit more standard and a little bit more normal, is what I will say. Where game 4 and game 5 was just Reynor defending. It was just Reynor defending, turtling into lurker, and then once he got his lurkers out, he could counterattack. Game 5 was a little bit different to game 4, because game 5, Reynor was greedier. He was greedier. He got a faster Hydra Den, he got a faster Hive, he got a faster Lurker Den, and he hit with lurkers even faster than the previous game. True. So that there was some deviation in between game 4 and game 5, but the overall kind of outlook there was still quite similar. And with that, Reynor was able to snowball out of control. It was able to break out with his lurkers, pop over with his Nidus Worms, and just pull Clem apart. But what I was most impressed by was the first 3 games. The first 3 games were crazy. Seeing double factory mass Widowmine drilling claws on 10,000 feet. Like I feel like 10,000 feet was the game of the series, to be honest. Like that was insane. Like I've never seen that before. To see Clem open up hyper aggressive and follow up with double factory with mass mines with mass drop play was insane. So I was very, very impressed there. We also saw some mech, of course. Like Clem did whip out some mech previously. He also went into mass blue flame Hellions. Like it was some crazy games out of Clem for the first 3 games. The later 2 were again a lot more standard, a lot more what we expect in TVZ. But GG, well played. Congratulations here to Reynor as he does claim the series. Clem is out, Solar is out, and we have our 2 finalists. It's going to be a grand finals between Reynor and herO. Until then, though, winner's interview. Take it away. We're almost there. Oh, God. Almost there, Pappy, almost there. Meanwhile, as we're getting into this, a big shout out to the Knight CK. Oh my god! So do apologize. Did miss that alert, but a congratulations or shout out to the Knight CK. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. I'm assuming ladder session, but hope you had a great time. And welcome, bienvenidos, as we are here covering Thunderfire. We're covering the Thunderfire All-Star Invitational Day number 2. Bienvenidos. Hope you had a good stream.
Hello， 欢迎回来，来到我们的赛后采访环节。恭喜雷诺拿下了比赛的胜利，把掌声跟欢呼声再一次送给他，好吗？恭喜你赢得比赛的胜利。那在刚刚这一局比赛里面，其实是 Clem 选手先拿到的赛点。你在他拿到赛点的时候是如何调整自己的心态，最终拿下了这个波5的总胜利？
So actually, Clem got the match point first, right? How did you adjust your mentality?
Well, it looks like I don't really like easy series, so I always gotta go to match point. That's what I used to do when I won the World Championship as well. So I guess maybe it's a good sign.
雷诺说他其实不喜欢赢得太简单啊，所以他的比赛经常就是先让对手拿到赛点，然后翻盘啊，这也是当年他
Yo, the crowd like that one.
IM 卡托维兹冠军的一个，当时也是这么一个情况。
哦，喜欢有一点挑战的比赛。那我们也是想问一下，雷诺在第一把的时候，你的对手 Clem 是选择了一个蓝火火车的战术，这个战术其实不太常见。你当时看到他放这个战术的时候，你心里想的是怎么应对呢
So on map 1, Clem played a blue flame opening, right? When you saw it, what's your thought?
Well, I didn't expect him to do something cheeky on that map because I think it's a good terrain map. So I was very surprised. I feel like I'm good in this kind of scenario where it's messy and I have to find the right play, but fortunately I did.
It was very messy. It was very, very messy.
因为他觉得第一张地图是人数比较好打，所以他没太想到就是克莱姆会用一个就是非常规的打法啊。不过他觉得自己就是非常擅长处理非常规的情况啊，这也是他的一个强项啊，所以他也很开心，最后那一局他拿下。
那其实今天我们看到 Clem 的战术有蛮多把都是针对你的狗毒豹来进行这个战术针对的，但是我们看到你在第4把依然在对面很针对你狗毒豹的打法下，你还是选择了狗毒豹。你是对自己的操作有信心，还是今天就想跟 Clem 硬碰硬
So basically for the first 3 maps, Clem was trying to counter the Link Bang playstyle. Like map 1 is it was split blue flame. Map 3 was like fast mine drops, right? So you still decided to play Link Bang on the map 4. Are you like just very confident in your Link Bang, or just very confident in a standard Link Bang game into a macro game?
The overall plan for the series was just to get to lurkers, just without taking too much damage, and I think that's the best way to get there.
That's what he said, yeah.
Very good with roaches, so yeah, I just went for it.
所以雷诺说，其实他今天这一场系列赛，他的计划
that kind of like just confirms what our analysis of Game 4 and Game 5. It is just, I mean, that's the more standard approach to ZVT nowadays, is just defend into lurkers. But that's also why I appreciated the first 3 games, because we deviated away from that, right?
自己的这个赛前计划执行的也是非常到位啊。那我们想问一下，总决赛你要面对到的对手是小herO。小herO在之前已经淘汰了2位非常顶尖的虫族选手，一位 SC2， 一位 Sola。现在你是最后的虫族了，能否让艾尔沦陷
I heard SC2 and Solar.
So you're gonna play herO in the finals. He's already defeated 2 very good Zerg players. Are you confident to defeat Protoss, defeat Ire in the finals?
Yes.
啊！
把欢呼声跟掌声送给雷诺，希望他在总决赛能有好的表现。
The confidence, Pappy. Let's go. Let's go. But yeah, shout out to Reynor. Shout out to Reynor. Shout out to, of course, our lovely host and interviewer as well and translator, as that wraps up our lower semifinals, Pappy. Ay, ay, ay. Does wrap up our lower semis. With that, Reynor, he eliminates Clem. For those that maybe missed out on day 1, Reynor, he eliminated Maru and Clem, popping off here in the ZVTs. But once again, I do want to emphasize that this was not a standard series specifically. Like game 1, 2, and 3 were crazy. Game 4 and game 5 were more standard, for sure. Like game 4, game 5, you know, we got into our standard Link Bane, into Lurker Rush, which is how Reynor was able to pop off and overwhelm. We saw that Clem failed to break Reynor early and failed to punish some of the greed or some of the more defensive play. But again, the first 2 games were crazy. They were wild. I do recommend checking out some of those previous games if you missed out on them, as we have our grand finals getting ready. It is going to be herO versus Reynor in those grand finals. I did see Neat Pete in the chat asking about when these games did take place. We did livecast day 1. So day 1 livecast is on our YouTube channel. Day 2, we were unable to cast it live just because we had just because of IRL commitments. I just was unavailable, unfortunately, so I do apologize for that, but we just were not able to cover day number 2. Did have to go to the vet at the time. I had to go to the vets, take care of our bunnies, as there have been some health complications, health issues in January. But this did take place last month in January. I say last month, I mean, this is still early Feb, so so around 2-3 weeks ago, like two weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, is when this did take place. So not too long ago. And again, the grand finals are going to be herO and Reynor. They're going to be facing off in those finals. But before the finals, it is time for the show match. We are going to be cutting to a short break. When we come back, we're going to have a best of 3 Legends show match between Oliveira and Rogue. We'll see you soon. We're going to be cutting to a break. We'll see you soon with that show match with Oliveira and Rogue facing off in another ZBT. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that short break as we have returned. We've returned with the Legends show match. We were live earlier with MMA versus Dongray Gu, and now we have another very special show match ready for you. It is going to be Oliveira versus Rogue. Let's go. Let's introduce the players. Paynon is back. He's back, Pappy. Ah, much love.
手，其实你一直以来是一个以战术智慧。
Also, Funada Nish in the chat. Esther Nish, shaking my head. But here we go. We are back. We have our two legends. We have Rogue and Oliveira. Meanwhile, we do have a bit of an interview here. If you're native and if you understand Korean and Chinese, would appreciate some translations as our players are conducting the interview. Let's go.
반면 올리베이라 선수는 약간 공격형 선수잖아요. 둘이 스타일이 완전히 다른 그런 선수인데 지금 곧 진행할 경기에서 어떤 재미있는 포인트가 있을지 한번 얘기해 주실 수 있을까요?
일단 올리베이라 선수가 피지컬이 굉장히 좋은 선수라서 지금은 어떨지 잘 모르겠지만 그래도 저도 피지컬 괜찮아가지고 재밌는 피지컬 싸움이 될 것 같아요.
首先李培南选手的操作以及实力是非常强的，但是我也不是很差，所以接下来的比赛应该会很精彩的。
哇哦，期待双方给我们带来精彩的比赛。那这边也是想采访一下奥利维拉选手，为什么不去标准组扬名立万，在这里当传奇选手？
没办法，现在其实已经退役很久了，但是最近康复了一下。对。
我听说你最近康复都赢了 herO。
15把赢了1把也算赢吧。
赢的那唯一一把，马上就截图发在群里跟我们说，我赢了 herO。
是有这么回事儿，但是今天我们还是好兄弟嘛，因为其实我这次没带鼠标键盘，我的好兄弟毅然决然的决定把他的鼠标键盘给我了，所以我现在属于herO附体了。是的，我们刚刚其实看到 herO 上台帮李培南调试了一下键鼠，因为李培南的键鼠就是问 herO 借的。那其实最近有一个星际争霸的改动哦，就是现在飞蛇不可以拉坐下来的坦克了。你作为前职业选手，对于这个改动有什么看法呢？挺好的呀，对于人族来说肯定好啊，就赶紧加强点，玩不下去了。
是这样子的，因为你曾经在打比赛的时候就遇到这样的问题，吃过很多亏嘛。那现在他既然已经改了，考虑复出吗？
现在没法回答了，现在没法回答这个问题。
先把这场表演赛拿下，好不好？
可以。
好的，那么我们也是很期待双方给我们带来精彩的表演，来请这边的2位选手可以就座。好，那Rogue选手这边先就坐一下，我们李培南选手先稍等一下。我们今天在现场给你安排了一个神秘嘉宾，他特地来现场为你加油，你猜猜他是谁？
我不太知道，没告诉我这环节。
我们现场的观众朋友们猜一下他是谁？让我们掌声有请爱登场。
Yo, we got IA. What's happening? I also know Papi. Let's go.
哇，欢迎IA。那也是曾经我们都知道，李培南在他未成年的时候，都是你带着他作为他的临时监护人，带他出国打比赛。当时我们都调侃说你像是李培南的父亲。然后现在看着自己的儿子已经茁壮成长，站在这么大的舞台上了，心里有什么感触跟我们分享一下？
长高了是吧？我感觉是真的长大了，非常欣慰啊。然后，其实我一直在关注着他的成长。我相信在座的每一个人，他不仅是我的骄傲，也是大家的骄傲，对不对？
他是我们中国星际的骄傲。好的，那其实我们星际国服回归以来多了非常多的新观众，所以要不要给我们的新观众来讲一下你和星际争霸的故事？
好，我觉得如果大家不认识我是一个好事儿，因为都是新观众，说明对，我觉得青春对于我就是星际对于我来说就是我的青春和我的这个整个的梦想。我整个的青春从20岁到30岁，全部都付诸给了星际。星际也帮我圆了我的电竞的梦想，让我有机会坐在比赛房里去打比赛，去拼搏，去战斗。但是最让我感动的，还是观众的支持，大家为了我们的去欢呼、去喝彩。然后我觉得星际一路走来其实是非常的坎坷与颠簸。就包括国服从关闭再到现在回归，再包括现在这一次比赛的一些小插曲，但是我觉得 最让我感动的就是大家一直都在，特别是现在的在座的各位，还有线上的观众们，大家一直陪伴着星际。现在国服也回归了，然后会越来越好。我希望大家能够打一辈子的星际，做一辈子的朋友。谢谢大家。
哇，我们现在所有在场的以及屏幕前的，还有我们所有星际争霸的玩家，我们对于星际的热爱从来都没有褪色过。那这边也想问一下 IA， 其实，在李培南人生当中最重要的一个时刻，就是他当时卡托维兹夺冠的时刻。我们想知道那个夜晚，你也跟我们一样熬夜守在屏幕前看牛牛哥哥夺冠吗？
这个说来很惭愧，当时没有看比赛，但我觉得是因为我在打职业，我打了得有6、7年，然后我也看着李培南去奋斗了6、7年。我一直觉得有些事情我们必须得认命，我也不相信奇迹，因为我总想去成为那个打破就创造奇迹的人，但我觉得不太可能。所以当时那天晚上我没有抱有任何的希望。但我醒来的时候，我发现整个中国星际都沸腾的，而我也觉得很遗憾。我觉得他真正的告诉了我们，我们应该去相信奇迹。从那之后，我其实看了很多次这个比赛，我就回顾了一下，看第一次我看到了他夺冠，我真的觉得就是特别的高兴，特别的激动。看第二次，我会把自己带入，想象啊，我当初我如果也有那样一天就好了。再看到后面，我觉得看到第3次，我觉得就是我们要相信每一个人都能创造奇迹，大家要为了梦想勇敢去追求，这就是我们的现实的印证。好，
哇，谢谢李培南，你也是圆了我们所有星际玩家的梦，谢谢李培南。那今天来到现场是给李培南加油的，我们带领全场一起给李培南加油一下吧。
好呀。当初李培南当时打 IEM 是一个人在海外去奋斗啊，我也理解那种感觉，一个人漂泊异乡然后去奋斗。我们都没有机会在现场为他加油，在今天这么多观众聚集在这里，我们一起为他加油好不好？一会儿我来说 Oliveira， 然后大家说加油好不好？来，1、2、3 ，Oliveira， 加油 ，Oliveira， 加油！好，谢谢大家，
谢谢大家。
Let's go, baby. Let's go. This is like, I was gonna say so nostalgic. It's a little bit bittersweet, of course. A little bit bittersweet. Oh, we'll get into it after the interview.
안녕하세요. 팀 팔콘 소속 저그저 로그라는 아이디를 쓰고 있는 이병렬입니다. 还是挺兴奋的吧？就虽然这次不是以正赛的选手角度来参加，算是幕后或者其他台前的一种身份，不一样的感觉吧。真的是感觉没有压力，然后彻彻底底的，但是又能参与到这份活动之中吧。 와주신 분들 너무 감사드리고 뭐 이벤트 매치긴 하지만 그래도 올리베이라 선수가 되게 잘하는 선수였기 때문에 정말 재밌는 경기가 될 거라고 생각을 하고 있고 저도 재밌는 경기 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 还是挺怀念的吧，就看到这个舞台还是挺怀念的。其实，在我现役的时候还是没有到这么大的一个舞台，但是确实是，就是时间过得很快，感觉。 경기장에 오늘 처음 봤는데 되게 커가지고 되게 놀랍고 되게 재밌을 것 같고 그래도 오랜만에 이제 옛날에 같이 게임했던 형들을 보니까 되게 반가웠습니다. 준비 기간이라는 딱히 없었고 그냥 올리베이라 선수가 지금은 은퇴했지만 워낙 탑급 선수였기 때문에 절대 그래도 은퇴했다고 방심하지 않고 준비 빌드 위주로 준비했던 것 같습니다. 我对这次比赛对肉个选手吧，可能就感觉五五开吧。我觉得没打之前都是五五开，因为他虽然一直在打，但是听说练了也没1天多，肯定还是 SC2 吧。SC2 선수가 우승할 것 같고， 他虽然有时差，但是他会是一个用自己的方式去调整状态特别快的一个选手。就是 SC2 是唯一一个可能是我职业生涯中没有赢过的一个选手。其实整体都很难忘吧。要是真的仔细回想一下，从这儿到波兰丢行李箱，然后找到了。 算是可能暗示一个开头吧，然后到小组赛马上要被淘汰了，结果又打回来了，然后又从12强一路到夺冠，到现在来说都挺梦幻的。但是我觉得也不能拿一直过去的事情去肯定自己吧。아주 큰 의미가 있고 그래도 이제 인생을 거의 다 바친 게임이기 때문에 그래서 의미가 큰 것 같습니다. 算是我整个的一个青春吧。 真的很多人都不打星际了，但是我知道当时我夺冠之后，很多人为了我可能会来玩2把。我觉得星战2其实就是最好的 RTS， 在我的心里，那个这么多年了，它太领先了，感觉以后没有任何一款游戏可以超过它。
당연히 이제 계속 대회가 있었으면 좋겠고 군대를 전역하고 성적을 아직 못 내가지고 한 번 더 그 성적을 내고 그 감정을 다시 느껴보고 싶어가지고 계속 대회가 있었으면 좋겠어요.
说实话，这次在国内的这个热度能看得出来，票很快就卖光了。把这一天就当成最放松、最轻松的一天，带着期待的心情过。我也希望在场的大家和可能现在在看直播的大家，真的是越来越好。祝大家新年快乐，马到成功，
新年快乐。
GG. Oh my god. Okay, so there's so much to discuss. There's so much to talk about. Big shout out, of course, to our host, to Tutu. Shout out to Oliveira, Rogue. We have Team Potato on screen. We have F91, Shalset, and XY, of course. But I feel like it's so crucial and so important that we didn't just get Oliveira, but we got Iosono here as well. This means a lot, to be honest. For some greater context here, for those who don't know, this is a pretty major event, and very quickly to get back into it, the reason why this event is even taking place is because of the return of the Chinese server. Like, this is a big Chinese celebration, basically. A big celebration for Chinese StarCraft, bringing it together. I saw Cyan casting earlier, I saw Max said, obviously XY. The one person that I miss is Cloudy. Cloudy's not there, so it feels bad, man. I got a soft place in my heart for Cloudy. But like, they're all coming together. You know, we have Iosono, we have Oliveira, who inspired so many in the Chinese scene to compete, to improve. He garnered so many fans. As I mentioned, they even sold out tickets to the venue, to the event, to bring everyone together. I would almost say that this show match might even be more important than like the tournament matches themselves, just because it is marking the quote-unquote return of Oliveira, or at least just giving him the opportunity to be in front of everyone and to be able to perform again and speak to everyone as well. That's why I was also shocked that Iosono also showed up. He was like the player before Oliveira. It was like Jim, then Iosono, then Oliveira, when it came to like the history and the timeline of top players in China. But yeah, like it means a lot, and I bring this up just because of course, not even rumors, but what has been said in the scene. SC Boy, who organized this event, they're the casting team that we have in front of us, SC Boy. They run the event, they host the event. They did speak about how NetEase, who's running this tournament, they did express interest in hosting more of these in the future, and they even spoke about how, you know, how do we bring everyone together moving forward post the end of EWC, right? Like Esports World Cup, we have confirmation StarCraft won't be there. There have been talks amongst tournament organizers about what to do moving forward, and SC Boy have said like, hey, if we can somehow like bring together like a circuit, if we can have tournaments that gather points, like there is a chance that NetEase, no, I say a chance, NetEase, they most likely will be behind and will be willing to run a world championship like once a year. Like if we can like organize and bring everything together, then they are willing to step in as a sponsor and step in to help fund and to help run an event like this that we're seeing here. Like as I mentioned before, the stage here is even better than what we had at EWC, to be honest. Like it's an amazing stage, a hype crowd as well, whereas the EWC crowd, because it's in Riyadh, there's very few StarCraft fans that actually travel and go there. And then you have all the paid fans from like Team Falcons that go there as well, that don't even know what's going on, that cheer for their players. Like there's a lot more passion and there's a lot more, I would even say, grassroots when it comes to this event, when it comes to the Chinese scene, when it comes to Rongi Cup. We bring this up all the time when it comes to the podcast. We always talk about how if you keep up with regular tournaments on a weekly basis, you know that out of all the regions, the Chinese region is the healthiest, more so than Europe, more so than Korea. There are just so many events that happen for the amateur scene, for the pro scene. There's amateur team leagues that are running on a regular basis as well. For those who don't know, the podcast is our regular podcast, our talk show on StarCraft, where we discuss all the results every week, and there's always like so many Chinese events that are going on. So yeah, I don't know, like I appreciated that they gave the limelight here to Oliveira, to IA as well, and to see the crowd, to see people with like old school like Oliveira banners, like the passion is there, baby. The passion is there. Much love, much love. Anyway, we have a series. Speaking on the series itself, it is going to be a ZVT. We have Oliveira versus Rogue. And coming into this, Oliveira is the is the underdog, 100%. Rogue is still an active player, right? This is a Legend show match, but Rogue is still very much so an active player. He still does compete on a regular basis. He himself did admit that he's not really as passionate or not as motivated to practice and to improve. I would agree with that, like based on his performances, based on his play. He's admitted that himself. Oliveira, he was like, hey, because of that, you know, maybe 50-50, that maybe I can take this. That's very ambitious. Even an out of shape Rogue is still looking like a beast. So we'll see how Oliveira performs. I want him to do well. I want him to have a good show and a good performance, but he has a Titan ahead of him, and especially because he's been gone for so long, right? It's been quite some time since Oliveira last competed, so it's great to have him here, great to have him back. I know there's a lot of Oliveira fans, a lot of Panan fans out there, myself included, of course, Yaku as well. Like, we're all quite fond of Oliveira, so great to see him here, great to see him back, and I'm hoping for a good performance. I'm hoping for a good show. Best of luck, back. Best of luck, as we're getting into our best of three show match. Bearing in mind, this is the show match before the finals. herO and Reynor will be taking place after this best of three. Then all the tournaments will give the winners points towards qualifying for the World Championship. We'll see. We'll see how the tournament organizers kind of organize themselves. Like, I know that there's definitely a need for that. Whether they can, you know, best of luck. I'm referring to like Comeback TV, referring to like the online weeklies, for example. We'll see. I'll be honest, I've been a little bit out of the loop when it comes to those discussions, just because I just haven't been available. Like this January and this February, there's a reason why this is a replay cast instead of a live cast. Like there's just been a lot going on IRL, and I just haven't been able to cast as much as I would have liked to, and I've kept up in the scene as much as I would have liked to. But there are like definitely discussions happening behind the scenes about the future of StarCraft and what needs to be done and what has to be done. And again, we kind of spoke about this during the podcast, like 2-3 weeks ago. Yeah, we'll see what happens. As I mentioned during the podcast, this year is probably the most important year for StarCraft when it comes to what the future of StarCraft is going to look like. When it comes to like how grassroots looks and how we can kind of organize ourselves and again what StarCraft looks like moving forward coming into 2027. So it's a crucial year. It's important, baby. It's important. When it comes to the supports, when it comes to the events, when it comes to retirements, who stays on, who doesn't, who continues to compete. Ooh, nice catch. Nice catch here by Rogue. Catching out the first Reaper. But yeah, it's on everyone to step up. Everyone to step up when it comes to supports and when it comes to organizing, all that good stuff. And SC Boy, they're doing their parts, 100%. Like, remember, they hosted the Rongi Cup last night as well. Like, Rongi Cup, Thunderfire, Kung Fu Cup, WTL. Like, the passion in the sport is 100% there from SC Boy. 100%. SC Boy being the Chinese community. The Chinese tournament organizers. But here we go. For the time being, though, it is going to be a standard opener in towards Speed Banshees. Okay. We have Speed Banshees out of Oliveira. That usually is indicative of mech, but we do have extra Raxes on the way, so it is going to be a Hellion Banshee into Bio. But with Speed Banshees instead of Cloak, this tells me that the Banshees have a lot more micro potential. That is true. They can dip in, they can find some more damage, they can be preserved and deal damage over time. But we'll see what he can get done here as the Hellions, they attempt to dive into the natural. They attempt to dive, but the Queens are keeping up. The Queens keep up, the Queens do zone away. I'm going to zone away as Oliveira's getting into zone at double eBay 1-1 upgrades. The Viking first did allow Oliveira to keep his build hidden, but what's he really hiding here? It looks like he might just be trying to fake out mech. As he's denying more vision, he gets another Overlord, not bad. Supply blocking Rogue. Supply block. Rogue behind this playing standard, going into double Evo chambers into the Bailey Nest. Rogue did go single Evo chamber first, telling us that he believed it was going to be a 2-on-1 variation. Alas, it is not. We'll have fast +1 carapace, but we'll have to kind of settle into the mid game. As we kind of mentioned, early +1 carapace typically is designed to deal with early stim timings, which isn't really happening. So there does move out with his Banshees. Their speedy boy is back. Making his way towards the third. Spores in position, Queens as well. So far, just disrupting the economy, nothing major. Ooh, no Spore in the main! Yeah, no Spore here at the natural, I should say. Getting 1, 2, 3 drone kills, pushing further into the main base, denying more mining. And so far, not bad. Nice damage. I want to say up to 5? 8. Ooh, 8 drone kills. Not bad at all. The Banshees, they get away. Getting up to 9. 9 drones go down. Can we get 10? He can. Oh no! Almost. Casito. Almost 10 drones. But again, delays the net expansion. Does disrupt the economy. Nice start here for Oliveira. Very nice. And now he's building up into his, what looks to be 8 racks. Yeah, he's 8 racksing. He's building up into his 8 racks. There's no gases at the third base. I'll be honest, it has been a while since we've seen an 8 racks. When did we last see one? What, last year? DreamHack Dallas? Yeah. Like DreamHack Dallas of last year. Like 8 racks have fallen off quite hard. Zolver does stim in. Stims in, gets one. Just the one queen. For those who are curious, what is an 8 racks? An 8 racks is a 3 base all in. 8 racks is 3 bases, no gases at the third base, and no second factory, and no fourth CC. So again, 3 base all in out of Oliveira. This is meant to kill. It's meant to kill, and if he fails to do so, then he will fall far behind. Oh, nice borrowed banelings. We have borrowed banelings on the right and on the top side. Oh, Ducklings! They get in! herO! The wall is open, Lings, they flood into the natural. Production is getting called out. Massive baneling connections to the third CC. 18, 19, 20 plus SCVs going down. Oliveira, he was already all in, and now it's all or nothing. He has to commit. He has to go further in. He's playing into Rogue's hands. We have 19 banelings on the way. And banelings are connecting. Yeah, they crash into the bio. A little bit messy when it comes to the engage itself. Oh, but there are so many banelings. Yeah, so many banelings. They crash on forward. They shut down the bio. There's 2 tanks remaining. There's 1 Hellbat, a handful of Marines. And in the end, Rogue, he should barely clean this up. It's close. Oh my god. It's still quite close. 44 SCVs going down across the map. Oliveira, he has no reinforcements. The tank will fall. Yeah, the tank goes down. Queens move in. Plenty of reinforcements. And Rogue, he holds. He holds, he defends, he shuts down the all-in. And Oliveira, he has nothing left. He has nothing left. And he's still making 10 Marines at a time, but he only has 27 SCVs. Only 27. So no economy, no sustainability. Oliveira, he cannot get into a longer game. And again, it was a nice start. Like Oliveira, the speed Banshees did well. Like it was a very, very nice start. Unfortunately, the Ling run by and the Baneling run by tore him apart, right? Like it just crippled the economy. Imagine this all in with actual reinforcements, with a rally across the map, with an economy. Oliveira potentially could have killed, but not like this, not anymore. As Rogue is setting up for the surround, collapsing the army, tank is on siege. Yeah, tank does on siege, brutal moment there. Banelings, they crash into the army, hot pick up there out of Oliveira, but GG gets called, there's nothing left, and Rogue takes game number 1. GG. Rogue takes the lead in the series, and again, Oliveira, he had a really nice setup, really nice follow-up as well for Oliveira to get all that economic damage, to build up into the 3-base all-in. Things were looking good for Oliveira until the Ling run by. The Ling run by and the Baneling run by as well. Unfortunately, Oliveira, he had a late reaction, late response, didn't have units in position at the third base, and was torn apart. But it was torn apart. Is that an old F91 poster? From back when he competed? I'm pretty sure that's F91. That's crazy. Yeah. But GG, well played with that. Rogue does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if Oliveira can bring it back. I'm curious to see what kind of build he has ready for us this time. As again, A-Ranks are not standard, not anymore. They used to be the go-to a year or two ago. Over a year ago. No, yeah, a year ago at this point. There we go. Here we go. We're getting ready for that second game. Looks like game 2 is going to be on Celestial Enclave. Okay. A map that is often vetoed, to be honest. There's a reason why we have not seen this map at all in today's broadcast, actually. We haven't seen it today for the first time loading into Celestial. Bra. Spawning in the bottom-hand corner of Celestial Enclave, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg for Team Falcons. It is Rogue. That Zerg logo on the floor. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, sorry, bottom right, top right, we have the Chinese Terran player. We have the red Terran. It is Oliveira. It's been far too long, Babby, far too long. But here we go. Here we go. We are going to be opening up. Welcome, one and all, to Celestial Enclave. Again, this is one of the most vetoed maps of the map pool. You do have a pocket expansion for you here. You do have a fresh pocket base. It is only half an expansion. Typically, you want to save it for a 4th or a 5th. So you want to take it later on down the line. You do not want to rush into it early on. You don't want to waste it early on. Yo, we got a cowboy in the crowd? What's going on, Babby? Oh my god. Hi, hi, hi. We got the Zerg plushie. Let's go. The Carbo plushies. Got the cheerfuls in the chat as well. Whew, but let's go. Again, hatch gas will send the... I'm getting ahead of myself. Actually, gasless? Hey, gasless open out of Rogue. Okay, now if you remember, we actually brought this up during the Reynor series. We were theorizing like different builds and different openers that we could go for, and we did have a brief mention of a gasless opener. And we mentioned that Celestial Enclave is really the best map for that sort of play, which is why we saw it vetoed so often. But it makes it through the vetoes here. So we're opening up gasless. Now, you're curious, what is gasless? Well, as you can see, no gas, right? No gas is being taken. Delayed gas here from the Zerg player. What does this mean? This means late link speed. Late link speed, which is usually dangerous, right? It's scary to play the game without link speed, but because of the pocket expansion and because there's a ramp coming into the natural, it is very easy to just wall up. To just throw down some Eva chambers, get your queen in position, wall up, and if you can wall off there at that ramp, at the natural, you're safe on 3 bases, right? So you don't need link speed. You can cut corners, you can be greedy, and just drone up as hard as possible, and make as few links as possible as well. So this is a very greedy build, and again, this is something that's viable on maps like this. Think of maps like El Dorado, think of maps like Celestial Enclave, maps that were brought up previously in the chat, Radisson Station, or even Post Youth, right? These maps that do have a pocket natural or pocket third base do allow for cutting corners like this. Which is why they're often vetoed, right? In this matchup, I should say. Meanwhile, Oliveira is going for a 3rd CC before Starport, so economic build out of Oliveira. Now, because we're delaying gases so much, and because we should be skipping and we're already delaying link speed, often this leads into fast roaches. It leads into a roach heavy style, and from here it can lead into a roach all-in, or it could lead into ling, roach, into hive tech, into ultras. So Rogue has a couple of options with how he wants to play with roaches. There it is, there's that roach horn, no surprise, right? There's no surprise that a roach horn is going to be thrown down. But whether it's roaches into committed roach play or roaches into hive, yet to be confirmed. Assuming that he throws the town. Yep, there it is. There's that Warren. And again, he's skipping link speed, right? At this point, may as well. May as well just skip it. Again, cutting all those corners. Now, someone like Clem is very good at punishing this, winding it back. Because of the hybrid greed that Rogue is going for, he is vulnerable. Like, he is vulnerable to an all-in, he's vulnerable to a timing attack. Historically, Clem is amazing when it comes to punishing this, and he has done so when it comes to his matches against herO, for example, time and time again. Just because as the defending Zerg player, you have no link speed, you have no banelings, you have nothing really to defend early on. It can be really difficult to defend against all-ins. But the problem is that, remember, Oliveira went 3 CC. He went 3 CC. So Oliveira is playing economic, which means he will not be able to punish. So when it comes to the early game, when it comes to the builds, I do favor Rogue. Rogue is in a better position. Oliveira, he is researching Interference Matrix. It looks like that should be a fake out. He should cancel. Hopefully it doesn't finish. Oliveira. Oliveira, we got 10 seconds. Uh-oh. Was that meant to be Cloak? No, it's gonna finish. 2, 1... No! Oh god. Okay. So he does let it finish. That is not ideal. It looks like there was a misclick. As in, not a misclick that he let it finish, but a misclick of what the upgrade was even researching. I believe that should have been either Cloak or Banshee Speed, Hyperflight Rotors. It was meant to be one or the other. Alas, bit of a fumble there, and Oliveira does research the wrong upgrade. So his Banshees are going to be weaker. Wasted resources. So rocky start here for Oliveira. Rocky start. As from here our players are building up. We have +1 range on the way, again settling into Roach Ravager. What I'm curious about, though, is does Rogue get +2 range? That's the big question. Because if he gets +2 range, then he's just going to double down on Roach Ravager. Otherwise, we should be seeing +1 melee after range. And switching from Roaches into Ling Bane into something greater here, in towards typically Ultras. But I see a Hydra Den, okay. Rogue, he might be going Roach Ravager into Roach Hydra Lurker instead. Which means he might actually get +2 range. True. Meanwhile, Hellions, they go for the dive. They head for the mineral line. Drones are lining up. Uh-oh. Yeah, drones are lining up with the Queen drone position. Ooh, despite that, 9 drones go down. Very nice damage. Oliveira does get 9 drone kills. Banshees are coming from behind. These are vanilla Banshees, but they still find some damage. They get 2. 2 more drones, 11 in total. Now going for the Queen, catching transferring workers. Queen does get picked up. Gets another drone. This is getting out of hand. Remember, these are vanilla Banshees. They don't even have Cloak. They don't even have speed. They got nothing. They still find damage. Rogue, has he been too greedy? Again, Rogue has been doing nothing but droning. He will lose 15 drones. Este Rogue. $15 drones go down. Hydras are building up. There's the Hive. And again, in my mind, this should be Hive for Lurker Tech. Should be. As Rogue, he never got Link Speed. Never got it. Stim is done. 1-1 as well. Oliveira, can he break the right-hand side? Yeah, Rogue is out of position. These Roaches are going to go down. Reinforcements are trickling in. That's enough. Yeah, barely is enough. No, the tank! Get out of here. Barely is enough. Rogue, he does hold on. Invitation bit is complete. And I believe now we can start the Hive if it's not done already. As Oliveira's going for a double drop. So 2 on the left, main army on the right. The Banshees are still popping off, Drew. Oh, there's Link Speed. Yes, okay, so Hive is done. So Hive is done. We have a couple of Vipers on the way. Okay, some Spellcasters. Nice drop here into the pocket, denying the base. Oh, no, the tanks! No! The tanks are unsieged. Ooh, tanks go down. Full medevac as well. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Oliveira, he was just inattentive. He was inattentive, was not paying attention. He gets caught out. Not like this. Not like this. as Rogue is maxed. Rogue is now maxed out. There's that lurker den, but I'll be honest, he might not even need it. He might not even need those lurkers. The question becomes, how many defensive tanks does Oliveira have? He already lost 2, is what I'm concerned about. He already lost 2 tanks, so if his tank count is too low, then Rogue could just break the 3rd, even without lurkers. He's got 2 Vipers. The Vipers are gathering energy as we speak. Is there only 1 tank? No shot. Oh no. 2. There's 2 tanks. Yeah, Oliveira's moving out. I mean, Rogue should be engaging, by the way. Rogue is maxed. And he has a more inefficient composition, so Rogue, he should be looking to engage. Oliveira making his way across the map. Where's Rogue? Rogue is racing over. Here come the Blinding Clouds. Yeah, nice Blinding Clouds on the tanks. The Roach Hydra does start to step forward. But he needs more reinforcements here. As we land another Blinding Cloud, just barely. Tank goes down, and Rogue holds. Whew. Rogue, he does hold on against some clutch Blinding Clouds there out of Rogue. Oliveira, he plummets in supply. That's all he had. There's no Force CC. There's no Force Command Center. Oliveira, he doesn't really have much to really fall back on. He's going for Liberator Harass. Going for a triple drop on the left-hand side. Oliveira's doing what he can. But Rogue is already remaxed. he's already maxed out. Now these drops, they can keep Rogue busy. But yeah, he just keeps pushing. Yeah, Rogue is pushing further in. A little bit of a messy engage here by Rogue. But he does get on top of the tank. Yeah, breaks through the siege line. Pushing into the 3rd. At the same time, the double drop across the map to kill the hatchery. And Liberators, they will defend back at home. Oh, it does defend. So Oliveira, he's able to hold on just barely. And what is Rogue remaxing on? I know that he has his Hive, I know that he has a Lurker Den, but Hydra's okay. He's remaxing on Roach. He's still just on Roach Hydra. Still on Roach Hydra. Pushing into a choke point, but he does get on top of the tank. Ooh, messy fight here by Rogue. Okay. Messy fight. Rogue, we gotta get out of these roaches. He has too many. Like, these roaches, they're dead supply. Give us some Ling Hydra Lurker back. So that is the one saving grace for Oliveira. Oliveira is in a rough position, but Rogue is also staying on a mid-tier army. He's still stuck on a mid-tier composition. As Rogue is going to be collapsing in. Once again, nice Blinding Clouds covering both tanks. Yeah, both tanks are caught out. The army does come in for a flank, started stepping forward. And again, this is still a messy fight for Rogue, but a better trade overall. As he breaks through the Liberators, breaks through the tanks. There's 1 tank left. Can he get it? He can. The final tank goes down. GG gets called, and Rogue, he will claim the series 2-0, winning the Legends show match. GG. GG, well played. Again, Rogue, he was coming in as the favorite player, of course. Oliveira taking a lot of time off from the game, but it was great to see Oliveira competing here, and he had some strong moments. The Banshee harass, both in Game 1 and in Game 2 were on point. And again, Game 1, he almost could, I feel like he could have taken as well. Unfortunately, though, just a little bit inattentive when it came to the defenses against the Ling run-by and the Bailing run-by as well. So again, some rough run-by, some rough counterattacks did cripple him in Game 1. Here in Game 2, we saw Rogue be hyper greedy. We were trying to emphasize just how greedy he was with the gasless opener, and this time Oliveira wasn't quite able to punish that greed. Not enough. We saw that Rogue was able to be the first to max out. Oliveira, he committed to his pushes, but he got shut down time and time again. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Congratulations here to Rogue. He will claim that series. He will be able to come out on top. And now we're getting ready for the interview. We're getting ready for the winner's interview, and then we're going to be getting ready for the grand finals. Remember, it's going to be herO versus Reynor in a best of 7. they're going to be getting ready here after this initial match. We'll get there. We will get there. Whew, hi. But again, congratulations to Rogan. Again, great to see Oliveira. As I mentioned before, like, it was great to see the crowd get behind him. IA also rock up as well. You can see the Legend Show matches which did take place. We had Innovation take down Sue. We had DRG take down MMA. We had SOS take down Scarlet. And Rogue take down Oliveira. These were the 4 Legend Show matches. Again, Innovation versus Sue and SOS versus Scarlet are already on our YouTube channel. MA, DRG, Rogue, and Oliveira, we just casted just now today. Take some time to get on YouTube, but is under the live tab. All there, all on our channel. You can check out those VODs if you wish. Can check them out. Whew, as day 1 did have better audio. True. Day 1 did have better audio as we were live casting. But again, we're going to be getting some words from Rogue, and we might even get some words from Oliveira. True. They might still have an interview with him just because he's so close to the scene and the community, and they might just want to hear from Oliveira, despite the loss. We'll see. We shall see.
好的，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访环节。那还是想先问一下 ROG 选手啊，因为其实李培南选手已经退役很久了，你们2个很久没有在正式的赛场上面交手了，那也是想问一下，一直以来跟李培南之前打过。 那么多场比赛，奥利维拉这个选手给你留下最深刻的一个印象是什么呢？
지금 올리베이라 선수랑 이렇게 오랜만에 오프라인 대회에서 경기를 치르게 되었는데 그 올리베이라 선수가 현역 때도 많은 경기를 같이 하면서 지냈는데 그 올리베이라 선수가 어떤 선수인지 한마디로 평가해 주실 수 있을까요?
피지컬이 굉장히
Looks like we do have some. Yeah, we have some connection issues.
되게 공격적이라서 저는 이제 항상 수비를 해야 하는 입장이었던 것 같았어요.
首先李培南选手的操作是非常强的，而且是一个机动性很强的一个选手。而且所以跟他交手的时候呢，会经常做一些防御型的操作。
确实，今天几把比赛可以看到他发挥的非常出色。那我们这边也是想问一下李培南选手啊，第2把盾牌是旺升了吗？
确实是旺升了，就感觉确实好久没打了吧，很多细节都没做到位了。一个是第1把，其实那个隐形女妖早就应该过去了，去防那个幻家。然后第2把吧，就明显感觉运营不如之前了嘛，确实好久没打了。
第1把其实女妖战术前期还是蛮成功的，0.09孙啊，但是后面就是幻家是个转折点，是吗？
对，其实我们练的时候知道他要幻家了，但是我那2个隐形女妖过去慢了，就结慢了吧。
就是我们感觉你的这个鼠标键盘是问 herO 接的，然后战术跟地图是问的 Clem， 为什么不找你的好兄弟雷诺呢？
没想到我问的这2个兄弟都输了。不过也是挺开心的嘛，因为确实很久没有打比赛了，尤其是网易给了这么一个机会，一个在大舞台，挺开心的吧。对，因为我一会儿还要去解说决赛，所以我觉得气氛没有必要那么压抑，因为本身就是表演赛嘛。希望大家也好好欣赏后面的决赛吧。
是的，2位选手都给我们带来非常精彩的表演赛，我们再一次把掌声跟欢呼声给到 ROG， 给到奥利维拉。 好的，那我们这边的话也是有传奇选手的奖章要给到2位选手，来有请我们的工作人员为他们送上来。好的，那我们的李培南选手，你曾经拥有过蓝带子，现在你也拥有了一个黑带子了，来给大家展示一下吧。 好的，非常感谢2位选手给我们带来精彩的表演赛。我们稍事休息一下，总决赛马上开始。
Yeah, and with that, shout out to Oliveira once again, and likewise to Rogue, as Rogue comes out on top, takes down Oliveira. Oliveira, of course, putting on a good show, and again, it's been so long since he has competed. Great to see him once again after a long hiatus, after a long retirement. Great to see him back, and hopefully not the last we see of Oliveira as well. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. As we are going to be going to a break, we're going to be cutting to a short break here. When we come back, it's finals time. It's time for the grand finals. herO versus Reynor. herO, he took down Serral. He took down Solar as well. herO's been knocking down nothing but Zerg players on his way to the finals. Meanwhile, Reynor's been taking down nothing but Terran. Reynor took down Maru and Clem. The top 2 Terran players in the world went down to Reynor. Meanwhile, how does he compare to a Protoss instead? Reynor, he said he was confident. He said it was confidence coming into the finals, and we'll see how he compares to herO. Let's go. Let us go. We're going to be cutting to a break. When we come back, we'll have that best of 7. We'll have that finals. See you soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals, los grand finales here of the Thunderfire All-Star Invitational 2025 Celebration Tournament. Here we go. We are here. We are back again. This is a massive celebratory event of the return, celebrating the return of the Chinese server and the Chinese scene. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We are here. We are back. Of course, a major offline event happening in China, and we had the best 8 players in the world, and now we have our top 2. Now we have our top 2. We're gonna be they're gonna be facing off here in a best of 7. Let's introduce them.
herO。接下来，我们要以热烈的欢呼声和掌声欢迎我们的 Reynor。2位决赛选手已经亮相完成。BO7 的征途即将开始，希望他们在竞技的同时，也可以享受星际争霸。Good luck, have fun。那我们的最终决赛一触即发，把画面交给我们最专业的解说席，共同见证冠军的诞生。
Yo, shout out to the host. Good luck, have fun. Let's go. Let's go, as they've got Oliveira on the casting desk. They've got Oliveira, they've got Xiaoce, and they've got Ayosono as well. Beautiful, by beautiful. As we are getting ready for our grand finals. Once again, welcome one and all. For those who do not know what's going on here, this is the Thunderfire All-Star Invitational. This is a celebration tournament celebrating the return of the Chinese server. Originally, this was scheduled for last year in November. It was going to be last year in November, but there were some conflicts, there were some scheduling issues, and it was actually pushed back. Here, pushed back to 2026. I did see some people asking, why does it say 2025 when it comes to the event? Well, because it was meant to be last year. It was meant the event was meant to take place last year, but it was pushed back to 2026. They just never changed the name. They just, it's fine. But here we go. Here we go. We have our grand finals. We've had the 8 best players in the world, by the way. We had Clem, we had a Maru, we had a herO, we had Solar, we had Classic. Many players have fallen, and we are down to our top 2. Top 2 players in the world, we have a herO and a Reynor. herO, of course, he's been knocking down nothing but Zerg players. He took down herO, he took down Solar. Meanwhile, Reynor, it wasn't an easy road either. He took down the top Terrans in the world. Reynor, he took down Clem and Maru. He took them both down to make it here to the grand finals of that best of 7. And we'll see who is able to pop off here and how Reynor compares against herO compared to Solar and herO. Solar and herO had a very, very hard time. Solar was going for non-stop all-ins, hyper-aggression in his series, and he failed to break herO. Meanwhile, we have the opposite. In the herO series, herO, he was playing standard, he was playing macro, and herO knocked him down. So herO was the aggressor against herO. herO was the defender against Solar, but now I want to say we have the mixture of the two here. Reynor, he's known for being as chaotic as herO at times, being a lot more aggressive, a lot more assertive, but also willing to play macro and standard if need be as well. So it's going to lead into an amazing series. Personally, I do love to see Reynor versus herO. They can be very dynamic, and here you can see the brackets, the players that did take place and who knocked out who leading into the finals. As we mentioned, herO, he 3-0'd herO and he 3-1 Solar. Reynor, he took down Maru 3-2 and Clem 3-2. Close matches, went all the way to the ace match against both Maru and Clem to make it to those finals. Other players that competed, of course, Classic, he got knocked down early by Clem. Cure got knocked out early by Solar. Here we go, we had our top 8. On top of that, we had our Legend Show matches as well, of course. True. We had Innovation, we had MMA, we had Sue, DRG, Scarlet, SOS, and Oliveira and Rogue. So we did have those Legend Show matches, but here we go. Vetoes are underway. We have our top 2 players here. herO, he has been on a tear as of late, claiming all these big wins. Reynor likewise has been hibernating a little bit. There were some people that were like, yo, what kind of form is Reynor in? If you have not been watching StarCraft as of late, you might not be familiar with Reynor's form. But Reynor, he did spend the last 2 months in Korea. He November, December, he was in Korea. He was practicing, he was training, he was improving, getting ready for RSL, because Reynor did go to the offline RSL finals in Seoul, South Korea. I say Seoul, it was in Gangnam, I guess, but it was in Korea. So again, Reynor, he was in Korea up until recently. Recently did return here to Europe. Sorry, I said to Europe. Went from Korea to China, then of course headed towards Europe for Home Story Cup thereafter. But yes, Reynor, he's been traveling. He is in form. He has been peaking, of course. If you recall, at RSL, Reynor did also defeat Maru there as well. True. In back-to-back 2 major tournaments, Reynor took down Maru in RSL. Reynor took down Maru here as well. Like, his ZVT has been looking on point. But what about his EVP? As vetoes are now done, best of 7, 1 veto each. Oh, let's have a look. Let's have a look here. So herO vetoes Mothership, Reynor vetoes Title Citadel. So we get rid of some of the larger, more unorthodox maps. They're out of here. They're out of here. Now we have our map order. Game 1, Winter Madness, followed by the Old Republic, Ruby Rock, 10,000 feet, Celestial Enclave, and the final 2 maps. Oh boy, let's go. Let us go. The vetoes are done, and we're getting into that first game. It all comes down to this. Who's going to be the Thunderfire champion? Who has the thunder? Who has the fire, baby? Let's go. Also, again, I love the stage. Shout out to SC Boy for organizing the event, for hosting. The passion is real. Likewise, shout out to both Oliveira and Iosono for arriving, for being able to be some guest casters, rocking up. Where's F91, by the way? As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss for T1. It is herO. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. Let's go. Let us go. Welcome one and all to Winter Madness. Winter Madness is one of the larger maps of the map pool. Larger map, a longer rush distance by ground. If we were to settle into a standard game, this would be it. But it's herO and Reynor. We do not expect to see standard play out of these 2 players. We expect aggression. We expect a dynamic series overall. So we'll see who's going to be the first to deviate coming into Winter Madness. Let's go. Now, because this map is larger, we do often see something like more further tech coming into the mid game, referring to Spire play. We have seen Spire, we have seen Muta play, for example. We've seen a lot of Zerg players embrace and go up to 3 bases and go into a laying Hydra base all in instead. Yo, shout out to the crowd shot. Oh my god, look at the crowd. I love the ring that we have around the arena, around the players. But again, typically we see a lot of 3-base play. Like 3-base play, 2-base all-ins are very rare on Winter Madness from the side of Zerg. From the side of Protoss, herO has been very difficult to keep up with as of late. Again, if you missed out on his series versus Serral, what did herO do? herO never played standard. We saw a lot of charge play. We saw a lot of early +1 charge. We saw a lot of early timing attacks, and we saw Serral caught with his pants down time and time again when it comes to a standard game. So we spoke about this during Solar series. I expect to see a lot of Roach Warrens. I expect to see a lot of safe play out of Reynor, safety Roach Warrens, if not more aggressive play out of Reynor as well, to keep herO on the back foot, to not allow him to get into his own builds, into his own play. Now, do we go to the extreme though? I mentioned it before, if you missed out, herO versus Solar in the semifinals, Solar was hyper aggressive to the point where we saw a lot of all-ins. We saw almost non-stop all-ins out of Solar, and herO was able to scout, react, confirm, and survive said all-ins. For the most part, there was one game where Solar did break herO for sure. There was that one game, but outside of that, herO was the defensive wall. He was doing the best showtime his best showtime. I said innovation. Imitation, I should say. The imitation innovation. Let's go. I say that it was pretty messy. It was messy defenses, like messy play. It was a very chaotic series between herO and Solar, but herO did survive the aggression of Solar. So again, we'll see what Reynor goes for. Who does he lean into? Is he a Solar? Is he a Serral? Is he a Reynor? for now. Going to be poking in. It is going to be a Void Ray. Okay, so Stargate opener out of herO into a Void Ray follow-up. Interesting. So we do have our Void Ray here. The Void Ray is designed to hunt down Overlords, to deny vision, deny scouting, and to keep Reynor in the dark. Now, I did mention this previously, but we have seen from herO a lot of Tempest rushes. We saw this quite a bit over the weekend and over the past couple of weeks period here. So that is an option for herO to hunt down the Overlords and to rush into a Fleet Beacon, to rush into a Stargate. We saw this against Solar in the most recent Pegasus Cup finals. True. So that is in the back of my mind. Otherwise, we could see Void Ray into a standard game or Void Ray into an early Twilight Council. Regardless, Reynor will have limited vision and limited scouting. Is this live? Shout out to Stream Elements for responding and reacting, but as you can see, it is a replay cast. We did cast day 1 live, but this is day 2. This is day 2 of the event. We were unable to cast this live as we were otherwise preoccupied and unavailable, so I do apologize for not covering day 2 live, but hey, we're catching up. Catching up with those matches via replays, via said clean feed. As the Void Ray does catch one Overlord. Gets one. There's a second Overlord outside of the natural. We do have a standard follow-up. It's going to be a third base into Forge and Twilight Council. So far, it looks like a standard game out of herO, except of course he's keeping Reynor busy in the dark. Overlord attempts to scout, and we'll see if he gets into the main. We can see that herO's not really doing anything crazy, but Reynor doesn't know that. As the Overlord is going to be denied. He's going to be hunted down. Now, from here, I say standard game, we could see +1 and Blink, which would be a standard follow-up. We could still see Charge. I did mention that herO has been very fond of Charge-based play. Eyes are on herO. Throws down 3 extra gateways. 4, Jesus. Throws down 4 extra gateways back at home. There it is, early Charge. We spoke about it, but herO has been very fond of this style, and this is how herO 3-0'd Serral. Now, it wasn't like herO went for the same. Jesus. That's a lot of gateways. He's going up to a 3-base, what looks to be a 3-base 8-gate all-in. herO, he's going to double down. He's going to commit hyper-aggression here by herO. There's going to be a lot of Zealots available. And if Reynor skips Roaches, he's going to be in danger. But as you can see here, Roach speed is on the way. Reynor did get a safety Roach Warren, so he should have Roaches available to him. He should be able to have the tools to defend. As we can see, Reynor's going Roach Hydra. There's that Hydra. Now, I say he's going Roach Hydra. He's got the Roach Warren. I think he just cancelled Roach Speed. He just cancelled Roach Speed. Stalkers revealed. Oh my god. herO. The mind games. herO, I don't know if you noticed, he warped in 2 Stalkers. He reveals 4 Stalkers. He's making it look like a standard game. And Reynor cancels Roach Speed. Reynor is playing Ling Hydra. And he's about to be hit with Mass Zealot. And fighting against Mass Zealots without Roaches and without Banelings is insanely difficult. herO has a lot of potential with this, and Reynor is misreading the build. As you can see here, he's banking up those Zealots in his natural. He's keeping them hidden. And he does keep them hidden. He's droning. Reynor is droning. Here he comes. Reynor's droning up. herO with the 3-base 8-gate all-in. He's rushing across the map. +1 is done in 2 seconds. Here come the Mass Zealots, and now he sees. Yeah, now Reynor, he sees. Now he knows. He's being caught off guard. The pants are down. He's going to try to hold his own. But again, Lings and Hydras, they melt against Mass Zealots. Now, it's going to take a long time to reinforce across the map. True. There's no War Prism. There's no Proxy Pylon. Lings, they collapse on top of the Zealots, but here he does focus fire. Yeah, he does focus down those Hydras. There's 4 Hydras left. It's close. Down to 4 Hydras. Down to 3. It's so close. It looks like Reynor, he will barely hold on. Whew, just barely. And again, if we had... Oh, no, never mind. Here come the reinforcements. I was about to say, if we had reinforcements, herO could just end the game. As you can see here, he traded very well against the main army. herO trying to get on top of those Stalkers, but I think Reynor holds. I think Reynor might have enough Hydras. It's still close. It's still very close. You can see the Lings, they buffer. The Hydras, they do hold on. Reynor, he survives. And Reynor will outscale herO, by the way. This was meant to kill. Like, this was meant to kill. This was meant to cripple. And herO does not get into a base. He does not get into a mineral line. This is not good enough. herO needs more damage. He needs more damage. Meanwhile, you can see that Reynor, he's +1 is about to finish. His Hive is on the way. His Lurker Den is on the way. Reynor is outscaling herO. And this is where the map is working against herO. We spoke about it. Longer rush distance by ground. All-ins are weaker on Winter Madness. And herO, I mean, he's finding that out the hard way. He's Now you can see that hero's going to double down. He's getting +2 on blink. So herO, he's doubling down with the gateway composition, and the pressure is on herO to kill Reynor before lurkers. He has to kill him before lurkers, otherwise Reynor will outscale. I mean, he already is, to be honest. Like, Reynor, things are already looking better for the Zerg. Storm is on the way. This tells us that hero's going to stay back. Building up into Storm. But Reynor, he's chilling. Reynor, he's cruising. He's on 82 drones. 82 drones. Hive is done. Lurkers are now amassing. And hero's in trouble. Yeah, he is in trouble here. Again, his reinforcements just took too long. He was so close to overpowering. Again, Reynor, he went down to 3 Hydras. Like, that's how little he had. Reynor barely survived. And Reynor, he will soon max out. Remember, Reynor, he's done droning. He's done droning, so he's just purely making army units. Lings, Lurkers, Hydras, Banelings. So Reynor is amassing. herO, he will have Storm, and there is a chance. So right now, it's going to be on herO to turtle and to try to land the best storms he can and take the best fight possible. The problem is that even though storms are good, herO, he has no answer for the lurkers. Like, what can he do? He has no immortals, he has no disruptor, he has no colossus, he has no sky toss. There's no easy way for herO to deal with a high lurker count. The best he can hope for here is with his blink stalkers, of course. As lurkers are burrowing. Reynor already picking up some stalkers. Oh, the lurkers left on their own. Uh-oh. Yeah, Reynor getting caught out. He will lose 2 lurkers here. Nice pickups out of herO. Does he get 3? Oh my god, he gets all 3. Okay. That's the herO. He gets all 3 lurkers, and you see what I see? Fleet Beacon. Fleet Beacon is on the way. herO, he gets another lurker. That's 4 lurkers going down. Very nice pickups here by herO. Yeah, Reynor trying to come in from behind, trying to lock down the army. Lings, they're setting up for the surround. Nice Storm. Ooh, Storms, they punish the Lings. Ah, but the lurkers are still moving in. Yeah, they're still pushing forward. There's still too much Zerg. As this was a messy fight, a messy engage from herO. Bleeding out 2 Archons and 2 High Templar. Oh, the ship is on the way. Again, herO is trying to work towards that Skytel's army. Or at least Skytel's supportive units. Reynor, he has not made a drone in quite some time, doesn't need to. Still pushing forward, still applying pressure. High Seller run by. Denies the base. But Reynor, he's in position. He's got his Zing Bane. He's got some Banelings at least. And herO, I mean, he's surviving. He's holding. He's holding on. The lurkers are looking a little bit naked here. There's not that much support. Yeah, hero's collapsing, and he sees all these lurkers. He wants them. Yeah, here comes a relation. Every lurker goes down. Reynor overextends. As we mentioned, Reynor, he had no support. He had no support. The pants were down. The lurkers were naked. And every lurker falls. And herO, everything swings in his favor. You can see he's smiling. Ah. Big grin on hero's face when he got that surround. And again, the Zealot all-in failed. Reynor had a big lead. He had a big advantage, but he has lost that lead. He has lost that advantage. Reynor's lurker count was reset. herO gains momentum. And hero's pushing. Where's Reynor? Where are the lurkers? They're nowhere to be found. They're nowhere to be found. herO moving in. Oh. Reynor coming in for a flank. Nice Zealot run by on the right hand side. Gets into the mineral line. Drones are falling. Lurkers have now arrived, but the base goes down. Okay, down goes the expansion. Half the mineral line as well. 8 drones fall. There's the cloak. No detection. Oh my god. Yeah, there's actually not much on the ground either, though. Messy engage here. as herO bleeds out a lot of stalkers that were on the ground. Yeah, we're getting messy. We're getting messy. Lings, they get in! The herO! The wall's not a wall! Lings, they flood into the main. herO, he recalls back home. Ooh, doesn't recall into the main though. Didn't have energy. But he does recall. Reynor, he gets some breathing room. You can see Reynor moving out across the map. Warpin will defend. But we're getting messy. Like, we're still getting messy. This is still anyone's game. Lings, they keep wreaking havoc. herO, he fails to defend the main. 10 probes go down. Nice damage out of Reynor. Gets 10 workers. We have 2 more Stargates on the way. herO, he's attempting to switch into full Sky Toss. Attempting. Icing run by once again. Remember, he recalls on cooldown. It's on cooldown. 12 probes. And where exactly are we? So these have been some really nice run-bys and counterattacks from Reynor. They were very necessary, otherwise he would just topple over and die. But I do still favor herO if he can get into Sky Toss. Like Reynor, he's stuck on Hydra Lurker. Hydra Lurker Viper is not ideal against a more Tempest-heavy composition. Viper's coming in. Nice feedbacks. Ooh, feedbacks both Vipers, not a single abduction. Again, this is why like Hydra Lurker Viper does not scale as well. Doesn't scale as well as Corruptor Infestor. Corruptor Infestor, Broodlord Viper. Yeah, Storms, they pop off. Tempest, they just bully the ground army. Yeah, just free damage from the Tempest. And Reynor's losing too much. Wow, Reynor, he's losing too much here. Storm pops off. Reynor getting desperate, tries to move in. He just cannot. He can't move in. Oof. Oh my, the feeder, he just can't abduct. The Reynor, he just wants to abduct a Tempest, papi. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, 3 feedbacks back to back. Lurker goes down. GG gets called, and herO takes game number 1. GG. Oh my god. Este herO. GG, well played. An intense back and forth here. Again, it was going both ways. herO initially had a great charge timing. Reynor was caught with his pants down. Remember, Reynor, he was fed false information, and Reynor, he misread the build. So things were looking dire initially, but because of the size of the map and because of how delayed the reinforcements were, herO didn't get in. herO, he wasn't able to kill. He was close, but he did not kill Reynor. Reynor, he survived. Reynor gained map control, getting into his own Hydras, into his own Lurkers. And Reynor, he was in control of that game up until he overextended. Reynor, he lost, what was it, 6-7 Lurkers, pushing towards the right-hand side, pushing towards that would-be 4th base of herO. Reynor overextended. He had a high Lurker count, but he had no support. He had no Lings, he had no Hydras to protect the Lurkers. They were on their own. And Lurkers on their own, they crumble. Like, they need supportive units. So without them, Reynor lost everything. And that was the moment that herO was able to stabilize, build up into Sky Toss, and snowball out of control. It was still close, it was still back and forth, but yeah, herO was able to maintain that momentum, and now herO takes the lead in the series, but it is a best of 7. It is a best of 7, plenty of games ahead of us, and game 2 is going to be on the Old Republic. Let's go. Whew, let us go. What a wild win for herO. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. It was close. It could have gone either way, but here we go. We're getting into game 2. We're dropping in. And spawning in the bottom hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Korean Protoss player representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player, the red Zerg for Basilisk. It is Reynor. Here we go. Whew, and again, an intense game one here, and now we're getting into game two. Welcome to the Old Republic. The Old Republic is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Not as macro-oriented as Winter Madness. I should emphasize that. True, not as macro-oriented, but welcome. This map does favor aggression when it comes to the fourth base. You can see the observers pointing out the wall. We saw this against Solar as well. It's the herO wall. It's very messy. It's very exposed. It can be abused as well, so we'll keep an eye on that natural wall off and how messy it's going to be. But again, welcome to the Old Republic. Your initial 2 and 3 base setup is relatively secure. The fourth base is vulnerable though. The fourth base on this map is much more open, much more exposed, and we often do see a lot of aggression at the fourth base. We've seen a lot of 3 base all-ins from Zerg players on this map. We'll see if herO's one to do that. Sorry, if Reynor's one to do that. We'll see if Reynor's one to embrace that kind of aggressive style. Otherwise, Spire play and Muta play is also on the table. It is also an option here for Reynor. If you remember, Solar, he went into Mutas, I believe it was on this map in his series as well, against herO. He went Mutas and then he switched into a heavy Roach composition. We'll see. At the same time, herO last game went for an early charge timing. He went for a 3 base 8 gate all in, and he almost broke Reynor. We could see that again as well. For now, interesting pylon placement. So the pylon is placed on the left-hand side in between the main and the natural. Typically, if it's a Stargate opener, an Oracle opener, it's usually on the edge to get across the map. To see it here further back, the pylon I mean, it looks suspicious. It might be nothing, or it might be another Void Ray opener. If you remember, we saw Void Rays last game. Stargate's going to be thrown down, and we'll keep an eye on herO. Does he open up Void Ray? Does he open up Oracle? Meanwhile, here just trying to be as annoying as possible, getting eyes on the would-be third. Reynor should be able to expand though. Yeah, zones away the probe. Does zone away. Does zone away. Likewise, so everything's working normal, everything's working standard. With the Stargate opener, it is going to be Oracle. Okay, so Oracle opener out of herO. This time he is not opening up Void Ray, so standard opener out of our Protoss player. They'll snipe the Tumor. From here, Oracle into a third base. Everything so far is looking normal from herO. So far, at least. For the first time this series. As Reynor does attempt to catch out the initial Adept. Gets one, going for the other. The Oracle is out, but the Adept gets surrounded. Oh, can he get it? Yeah, nice pick off. Very nice trades early on here by Reynor, catching out both Adepts, not losing any drones yet. So far, better for the Zerg. Ooh, meanwhile, that is an early lair. That is a, what, a 3... Sorry, that was a 4:18 lair timing. Very early out of Reynor. Oracle does poke in, and I don't think he got far enough. Yeah, I believe he did not scout the lair. The Oracle is so low on HP. Now, with an early lair timing like this, we have a couple of things available to us. It could be 2-base Muta, right? We could be going into gases, into a fast Spire. Otherwise, we could see fast gases into a Hydroden as well. We could see a Link Queen Nidus all in, but we have a Roach Warren on the way. So safety tech, safety follow-up here. There's a higher chance that we're going into Mutas. We'll see. Is it going to be a Spire? Is it going to be a Hydroden? Show us what you got. As gases are being taken, the Oracles do poke in. They're going to be zoned away. Going to be zoned back. Once again, just like last game, early charge out of herO, opening up charge, not blink. And that means that herO's going for a +1 charge timing, once again. Now, last game, this led into an 8-gate setup, 8 gateways on 3 bases, without any gases at the third. We'll see if he masses up as heavily. It looks like it's not going to be a strong timing because we see a Robo. Yeah, Robo's on the way, indicative of further tech, of at least a Warp Prism, Immortals. So this is not the same build. Not the same build. Meanwhile, as you can see here, we have the tech of choice, Hydras. So it is not going to be a Spire, it is going to be a faster Hydra Den. And I don't see any Evo Chambers yet. Interesting. There is a build that Solar popularized a year ago, which is a Hydra all-in, where you rush into Hydras, you rush into specifically Hydra upgrades, and you don't get any Evo Chamber upgrades instead. You just commit on 3 bases with Mass Hydra. So that's in the back of my mind, just because there's no Chamber. And no Chamber, no upgrades. Also, the Solar build typically hits with Hydra speed and Hydra range. I don't see any Hydra upgrades. What's going on? Meanwhile, hero's going double Robo into Colossus production. It's building him into Colossus. There we go. Hydra speed has now begun. It is late. It's delayed. But Reynor is getting it. So late Hydra speed, a late double Evo chamber. The chambers tell us that Reynor is going for a longer game, but they are delayed as well. Interesting. Hydras are revealed. Nice revelation. Hero just trying to scout and confirm whether or not an all-in is coming his way. Charge is revealed. But again, Hero is taking up and waiting until he builds up his Colossus. And he also confirms that there's no all-in. He's checking gases, checking drones. Confirms saturation, confirms that Reynor is busy at home. Nice interception. Oh my god. Yeah, very nice. It looks like one Oracle does not go down. Oh my god. Is there a recall? Oh no. No, Gasito. He gets it. He gets out? Oh my god. How is he getting away with this? The hero. Somehow he barely does get out. No recall needed. That feels bad, man. Meanwhile, Reynor, he's done droning. Reynor, he's done droning. He's droning up to 82. Now he's purely focusing on Ling, Bane, Hydra. Oh boy. Remember, last game he was taking into Lurkers. Not this time. There's no Infestation Pit, there's no Lurker Den, there's no Hive. It's purely Ling, Bane, Hydra. We did speak on this earlier, how aggression, specifically targeting the 4th base of the Protoss, can hit quite hard on this map. The 4th base on the Old Republic is very difficult to defend, and here he will attempt to defend. We'll see if he can pull this off. We'll see if he can survive Reynor's aggression. As Reynor's almost maxed. Reynor's about to max out. His goal here is to just barrel down that 4th, to barrel down the army. We can see that Hero's being proactive. I do like this. He's being proactive. He's moving out instead. Who catches who? Ooh. As it looks like Hero, ideally he does want to fight ahead of time. He wants to fight in the center. The terrain here can help. As Hero does find the Hydras, not bad. Ooh, the Hydras are exposed. Zealots are collapsing in. Banelings are crashing into Archons. Well, the Archons are going down. Banelings are going for the Colossus. Oh my god, massive connections. As the Colossus do barely survive, they're kiting back. Okay, they do kite back, but again, here he lost all of his buffer. The Archon count was reset. He lost all the Archons, lost all the gateway units. And Hero has to back off. Yeah, here he's battered and bruised. Reynor, he's remaxing once again. And I'm not entirely convinced that Hero can survive and defend that 4th. Can he do it? Because Reynor, he's maxed out again. He's ready for round 2. He's ready for the 2nd round. Oh, Reynor with the interception. Wants that prism. Oh my god. So close. So close. The prism barely gets away. But the prism is low. And again, Reynor, he wants to push. I say that he does start his Hive, he does start his Lurker Den, he's being forced to tech up. But Reynor's been maxed for quite some time, and ideally he wants to make use of this army. He wants to use it. Hero going for more Zealot run bys, trying to buy time. Distracting Reynor, does get a Queen. Queen goes down, a couple of drones as well, nothing major. But again, just buying time. Just buying time. Distracting Reynor. Reynor, he was up, what, like almost 80 supply. But now, that gap is closing. Here now reinforcing with more Archons. He did preserve all 4 Colossus, true. Still got his Colossi. Has to respect those Banelings. Oh, Reynor setting up for a surround. That's a lot of Banelings here on the left-hand side. Reynor instead just he just goes to the counterattack. He's going for the 4th base. We mentioned it earlier, this 4th base is very exposed and the 4th will go down. Here is all in. Here he has to commit. It's all or nothing. He's got to go. He's going for the base trade. Pushing up the ramp. The Colossus do bully back the Hydras. So nice movement with the Colossus. Reynor's not stopping. He's pushing in towards the 3rd. Meanwhile, herO likewise pushing into the natural. herO kills the low ground expansion. We can see Reynor spending his Banelings in the mineral line. I'm a little bit concerned. I'm concerned that Reynor can never deal with the main army. Like, this army is huge. We have 5 lurkers morphing in. There are 2 observers with herO's army. Lurkers are setting up at the 3rd. herO does find them. Yeah, here he finds the lurkers. Reynor, he might just be too entrenched. He's still rallying across the map. He's still committing to the base trade. Nice force fields. That's a lot of lurkers. Oh my god. There's too many. There's too many lunkers, Pappy. 11 lurkers. Ooh, miss rally. Here he does catch a couple of Hydras. Here is rotating over towards the 4th base. At the same time, Reynor's losing his hive. Lurkers are in position, but they're exposed. Not again. The lurkers are on their own. Yeah, every lurker's going to go down. Massive pickups. Ay, ay, ay. The same thing happened in game 1. We spoke about it. Lurkers on their own. They do nothing. They're so vulnerable. Oh my god. We attempt the juggle. Yeah, 1 Colossus goes down. There's 3 Colossus left. Down to 2. Down to 2 Colossus. The Lingbane. The Hydras. Oh my god. It's barely going to be enough. It's barely enough here. Reynor, he holds. He survives. He takes down the final Colossus. He's holding. Yeah, likewise, here he didn't have his reinforcements, but here still has a standing army. But no more Colossus. And on top of that, no more Observer. Yeah, there's no Observer, there's no detection. He cannot deal with those lurkers. He can't see. Yeah, he cannot see the lurkers. He tries to collapse in. Lurkers, they burrow. And the power of the lunker. This is a fresh mining base as well. Reynor, he's on 2 bases. One of them is fresh. herO down to 2 bases as well, but he doesn't really have much saturation. We do have Tempest on the way. True. Tempest production has begun. herO, he cannot break that expansion. Not anymore. Nice kill. Nice kill in the chamber. I mean, everything does count. Reynor does have a massive mineral bank, though. Just needs lava. Nice zealot run by. I guess can snipe some of the tech that's already dying. There's not really much to achieve here. But he does get the Hydra Den. Yeah, the den goes down. Oh, there's no lair. Ooh, okay. There's no lair. The den cannot be rebuilt. And Reynor has no gas. There it is. Okay, lair has begun. Lair begins at the natural location, or at the 3rd location. At the triangular 3rd. The Hydras are exposed. Yeah, very nice force fields. A couple of Hydras get caught out. That's a kill, not a cancel. Tempest are moving in, but there's still no detection, I believe. I believe there's still no detection here. Tempest, they poke in. Just getting free damage. Picking for Queen, getting a Hydra. There it is. Observer is now on the way. You can see it on the production tab. At the same time, nice thing run by here by Reynor. Ooh, Tempest overextends. That should not have happened. That should not have happened. Here he was inattentive. Collapsing the army. He has no detection. Oh, free damage here from the lurkers. Oh my god, the lurkers, they go to town. The lurkers punish. No detection. Ay, ay, ay. Here now he lands a revelation. Too little, too late. Does get 2 lurkers. Gets the mineral line. Ooh, gets the mineral line. That's huge. Does get all these drones. That's a lot of drones going down. Uh-oh. Observer now arrives, but there's also an overseer. Tempest, they kite back. Nice kiting here by herO. He's getting on top of the lurkers. Oh no. Can he get him? He can. Yeah, he can. The Tempest is no anti-air. The Tempest, they reign supreme here. The Tempest, they pop off. Immortal as well. We got 2, 3 Tempest. The Immortal is immortal. He lives. the Broodlings. But the Immortal does survive. And with that herO, he's done it. He has broken the mining base here of Reynor. No shot. herO, he finally has detection. He's got 2 observers. The Tempest, they pop off. The Hydras are being bullied. Yeah, Spores, they try to get in position. The Spores are actually within range of the Observer. Uh-oh. The Observer gets 1. Gets 2. He gets all 3. The Spores, they kill both Observers and the Oracle as well. So once again, herO has 0 detection, but Reynor, he has no army. So like, that was really cute. That should not have happened. That was crazy, but at the same time, Reynor, he has no money. As Reynor is stuck making Hydras. I don't even think he has Lurker Den. I think there is one. Okay, I think this is the den behind the on the left-hand side. Regardless, it's the Tempest that are the real issue here. They're getting into the mineral line. You can see Reynor coming in from behind, going up the ramp. Can Reynor collapse on this Tempest? Oh, he's coming in. He gets 1. He gets 1 Tempest. Oh, yeah, the other does get caught. No shot. Does he get 2? Ah, not quite. Dead space. Yeah, he does find himself in some dead space there. Here, he is safe. Within range of the Hydra Den. Yeah, the den is going down. And Reynor can't do anything about it. He is making 2 Lurkers. And remember, here, he lost all the Observers earlier to the Spore. He lost all the Observers. I'm not so certain he rebuilt. Ah, there we go. He's now rebuilding. 1 Observer's on the way. Jesus. Kill the Hydra Den. There we go. GG. GG gets called. And herO, he will extend his lead to 0. Whew. GG. Ay, ay, ay. GG, well played. Very close, very clutch. A game there between herO and Reynor. Very close, very clutch, very back and forth. Reynor going for the base trade, embracing the base trade, and herO struggling there as well. He had the greater main army, and I believe that Reynor was going to win. He had 11 Lurkers. He had 11 Lurkers back at home. He had the defensive setup at his triangular third base as well. But what happened? We mentioned at the time, 2 games in a row now, the Lurkers were exposed. The Lurkers, they were isolated, they were on their own, there was no support for the Lurkers, and herO found them, and he was able to reset that Lurker count. I want to say he killed like 5 or 6 Lurkers at that point. It was still very shaky, true, it was still very messy. It was a messy game. It was a very messy game, coming down to the wire with like 1 Tempest or 1 Immortal, 1 Observer, detection, no detection, a couple of Hydras, a couple of Lurkers. It was very close, very clutch, very messy. Could have gone either way, to be honest. Could have gone either way, as both players, they got down and dirty. But in the end, herO, he does extend his lead to 0. But remember, best of 7. First to 4. First to 4 here. Can herO edge ever closer? Can Reynor begin that comeback? As up next, we're going to be loading into Ruby Rock. Ooh, going to be now stopping with these larger maps. Now we're going to be loading into one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Let's go. Here we go, as we're getting into game number 3 here. Going to be loading into a smaller map, a map that does favor aggression, and who is going to embrace that more aggressive side, that more aggressive nature? Who's it going to be? Show us what you got. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Green Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing T1. It is herO. herO. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, the Italian Zerg for Basilisk. It is Reynor. Let's go. I barely have any time to say to introduce the players. We gotta speed through it, man. We gotta speed through it. It's all good. Whew, okay. But here we go. Here we go. We are setting up. We're going to be settling in. We do have our initial opener. Gate expand. Gate expand, hatch gas pool. So far, everything's looking normal, but welcome one and all to Ruby Rock. Yo, shout out to the crowd, by the way. Shout out to the crowd. Oh, we got some herO fans. Oh, I can hear them cheering Reynor. I can hear it. Yo, we got some division in the crowds. But here we go. Here we go. Again, so far, standard opener, hatch gas pool out of Reynor. Likewise, a herO going for the gate expand. But welcome to Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock is one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Aggression is typically favored here, especially at the third and fourth base locations. So we'll see how we do embrace this. We have seen a lot of German taxis. True, we have seen a lot of German taxis on Ruby Rock. That is also going to be an option here for Reynor. But we'll see, as both players have been mixing up their builds, and herO so far twice now has gone for charge. I do favor these all-ins against the charge-heavy style, so we'll see if Reynor does embrace that or if he calms down and plays macro. We'll see. As herO is being as annoying as possible. Disrupting the mining, disrupting the economy, or at least trying to. But I'll be honest, Game 1 and Game 2 so far in this series have been closer than what Solar and Serral achieved against herO in their respective series. Yes, Solar did take a game, but that was off of herO being too greedy and being caught with an all-in, if you remember. Like herO, he got caught with his pants down. And Solar was able to pop off. Well, these first two games have been intense. That's maybe the best word that I would use for that. They've been very intense. Here we go, as we are going to be building up. herO is soon to claim his third. So far, Stargate opening into the Oracle. Everything so far still looking normal from herO. No Void Ray, not this time. Does not go for the Void. Nice pick up. Here he does catch the initial Overlord. But outside of that, it's just setting up back at home. We're still waiting for the tech of choice. We are waiting for the Twilight Council and the Forge. Likewise, Reynor is still just droning. So it's been a very passive early game here, which is kind of what we expect. We don't really expect anything too crazy this early on. It's about the follow-up. It's about the 3-base setup. You know, how many drones do we make? What's the timing of the lair, for example? If you remember last game, it was a 4:18 lair timing. It was a very, very fast lair, which led into the fast Hydrogen. This time we're hitting 420 and still no lair. So Reynor is mixing it up. He's mixing it up. Back at home, we do have a Forge and a Twilight Council. 3 drones go down so far. Nice damage here by herO. Nice flyby. Well, meanwhile, Reynor is going to go for a 4:45-ish Roach Horn timing, so we do have a Roach Horn first. A bit of a safer build out of Reynor, followed by a delayed lair. Almost a 5-minute lair timing here. So Reynor is just securing himself, playing safe, building up. At the same time, herO for the first time this series, for the first time this broadcast, I believe. I can't recall if I don't think he went for Blink at all against Solar, I'll be honest. We have +1 and Blink on the way. Nice control. Oh my god, the Oracles, they take a lot of hits, but they barely do get out. Very close. Last bit does pull away. We have extra gateways being thrown down. You have my attention. Getting up to 6. We're throwing down a lot of gateways here. We have a Temple Archives on the way. Okay, I was curious if it was going to go for an 8 gate. He's not. At the same time, Reynor slowly taking up into Hydras. So Reynor is playing very safely, very carefully. Early Roachhorn, later Lair, now going for Hydras, just slowly building up into a longer game. At the same time, herO is also taking up in towards Storm. But so far, it's been pretty passive. Both players just being careful. The Oracles, they find more damage. 4 drones going down. Nicely done here by herO. Speak up for workers. Sears being active. We're trying to keep up. Solar, he does get eyes. Sorry, Solar. Reynor, he does get eyes on the 4th base. Can't really apply much pressure. And I'm most curious now that we've reached this kind of game state, we agree to get the answer. I was going to say, does Reynor drone, or does he cut workers here and max out on Ling, Bane, Hydra? We have the answer. Infestation Bit. Infestation Bit gets thrown down, so Reynor, he's taking up into Lurkers. So just, again, just really safe and really macro play here out of Reynor. For the first time this series, like just going this safely, this carefully, just building up slowly in towards Lurker tech. Reynor's getting there. Which means the pressure is now on herO. The pressure is on. Reynor's not being aggressive. There's the Lurker Den. And Reynor's win condition is survive until Lurkers. It's just maintain this amount of map control, these bases, and build up into Lurker tech. herO, he has to try to break Reynor before that happens. As charge is finishing up. If the plan was to go into Sky Toss, like we're late to do so. So I feel like herO, he has to commit soon. He's poking in. He's poking, prodding. Rotating on the left-hand side. I just don't think he has enough here. And here's not teching. It's late. Fleet Beacon. This is an almost 9-minute Fleet Beacon here for herO. Ay. So herO, he's going to try to tech up, but I'll be honest, Reynor's going to hit first. herO's moving in. Stasis gets baited. Nice bait. Base at the Stasis. Ling Hydra has arrived. At the same time, Archons, they try to push forward, but the Lurkers are in position. And again, there's going to be a window in time here where Reynor has Lurkers, a massive amount of Lurkers, and herO doesn't have Sky Toss. Ooh, as the Archon gets surrounded. You can see the picture in picture. Reynor, he shuts down the Archon push. Stasis traps going off. herO trying to apply some pressure on the top side, but he just does not have enough. And hero's just being outscaled. He's being outscaled. It feels, this game so far, it feels like herO assumed that Reynor was going to be more aggressive than he was. It feels like he was getting ready for aggression. That's why he was stuck on a gateway composition. But the problem is, as we mentioned, Reynor was just playing very safe. He was just playing very, very safe. Slowly building up into Roaches, into Hydras, now into Lurkers. Slow and steady. Didn't do anything fancy. Didn't rush into any tech either. But it feels like herO kind of got into his own head. Now he's making in. The Lurkers are exposed. Okay, he gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. 3 Lurkers go down. Nice pickoffs. Reynor was out of position, but he does get the surround. And Reynor, he will punish. Yeah, he does punish. Takes down both Archons. It was a nice start for herO, but I don't know if he can get out. I don't know if he can get away. Yeah, so Larambe does hit the top side. herO's going for the base trade. Yeah, it's the only way. It's the only way here for herO. herO, he knows he cannot fight head on. He commits to the base trade. Ling's nice around, collapsing on the Stalkers. Every Stalker will fall. There's no blink. The Spine Crawlers, they shut down the army. There were 3, 4, 5 Spine Crawlers here in position. And Reynor, he's just cruising his way into a win. Like, I'll be honest. Reynor, he's waddling on up the ramp, pushing into the third base. herO, what does he have in position? Oh, no detection. No overseer. Okay. The cloak. The mass cloak. Yeah, lurkers are being cleaned up. A nice defense here by herO. He's barely going to hold on. Just lack of overseers killing Reynor. Tempest are on the way, but Reynor, he should be able to rebuild, remax, and push soon. He should still punish. Ooh. As we have one lurker popping off. Speaking of no detection, herO, he also has no detection. No. Not like this. Yeah, that one lurker denying any kind of mining. Reynor, he's about to max out. And again, this game, Reynor should be able to break herO before Critical Mass of Tempest. I'm a little bit concerned. The Tempest count is building up. Yeah, but here we go. The Hydras, they start to step forward. This time there are Overseers. There's 3 of them with the main army. Zealots, they try to come in from behind. More lurkers are morphing in. There's the first cloak. And here he does catch reinforcements. Not bad. It does catch reinforcements. Hydras, they start to step forward. They do get one of the Tempest. Almost. As the army slowly pushing in. herO with a desperation zealot counterattack. He's going to be losing 33 probes. And Zealots, they do catch reinforcements. They are trading well for themselves. But is it enough? I mean, they're trading well. Zealots, they catch more Hydras. Reynor, he turns back around. But the problem is that Reynor can't turn around. He can just turn around and defend. Oh, Lings, they slip into the main. That should not have happened. But again, herO's economy is crippled. He's down to 19 probes. Barely any workers. Barely an economy. And what you see is what you get. I believe 6 Tempests. Yeah, 6 Tempests, 1 Mothership. Cloak is activated. No Overseer. Ooh. So here he's trading well. There is no detection. This entire game for both players. There's just no detection. But again, here he cannot replace this. He cannot reinforce. Meanwhile, Reynor can. As Reynor, he's just ignoring the army, going for the counterattack instead. Oh, where we headed? The train is awkward. Yeah, some awkward terrain for Reynor. But he still does get one of the Tempest. Still catching at the ground army. You can sense the frustrations for Reynor. Like, in a head-on fight, Reynor wins. But his army is just so awkward. There we go. Stutter steps forward, getting under the Tempest. Mothership goes down. Tempest as well, and this time there's no way out. Yeah, there's no way out of this. GG gets called, and Reynor, he fights back. He puts a point on the board. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A much cleaner game here at Reynor. Meanwhile, big shout out to Defiance in the chat. God, Defiance RTS, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Bienvenidos, papi. As we do have a series. And again, herO, he kind of misread what was going on. Winding it back, what happened this game? Reynor was just playing very safe. He was just chilling. Reynor, remember, he went for a Roachworn opener. Went for a Roachworn. He went for like a 5-minute lair timing. Built up to 3 bases. Got a 4th base. Got into Hydras. Got into slowly, eventually, Lurkers and Hive Tech. Got some safety spine crawlers. Reynor was just chilling. When it came to herO, as I mentioned before, it did feel like herO was expecting aggression. It felt like herO was playing overly defensive, which is why his tech was so late. His tech was very, very late this game. He was prioritizing and fixated on arc on production, on warping in more zealots, warping in more stalkers, not to be aggressive, not to be out, but what felt like to kind of embrace and to deal with aggression from the Zerg player, which never came, which never quite came. So when it came to the macro game that we were getting into, Hero was just behind. Here he was just 1-2 steps behind the entire game. So he was just outscaled. Again, it felt like maybe Hero got into his own head. But we are setting up for our next game. Oh, un momento. We're getting ready here for our next game. And we have a back and forth, Pappy. True. We have a back and forth. We have a series. And can Reynor tie things up? Can we tie things up, and can we force a tied up 2-2 scoreline, or will herO be able to bring back some of that momentum and take a lead instead? Remember, this is the best of 7, so we still have plenty of games ahead of us. It's first to 4. First to 4 will be our champion. Let's go. The players, they stepped down for a moment for a break. Now they're stepping back in. Don't blame them. It's been an intense series so far. It's been very intense. Just taking a moment. Joe, we got our MP3 player. We got. Or is that just audio settings? I haven't seen an MP3 player in a long time. Oh, whip out the Italian rap. So the playlist going on the iPod. Let's go, man. Let's go. As it looks like our players are getting, yeah, our players are ready. Okay, players are ready. Whew, as we're getting ready for game number 4, game 4 is going to be on 10,000 feet. One of the smaller maps in said map pool. I mean, I said the same thing about Ruby Rock, but we had Reynor just chilling, just calming down, just going for a slower start, a more steady macro game, and Reynor just outscaled. We'll see how our players will adjust coming into 10,000 feet. Let's go. Once again, we'll see if herO can bring back some of that momentum and bring us to match point. Before our Zerg player can tie things up. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have our South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. It is herO for T1. They just give us no time. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player for Basilisk. It is Reynor. Here we go, and welcome one more to 10,000 feet. At 10,000 feet is or has the shortest rush distance. The shortest rush distance out of any other map in the current ladder map pool. Shorter than Tourmaline, shorter than Ruby Rock. So the rush distance is very short on this map, but the base layouts are a little bit more defensive. We have seen many a player struggle to break a 4-basing player here. The initial 4-base setup is very consolidated. It's very consolidated. They're very close together. So rotating defensively between your natural 3rd and 4th base is relatively easy. And we have seen, again, many a successful defensive play on 10,000 feet as a result of that. If herO were to, say, be a little bit more defensive and be turtle heavy and going to Sky Toss, I can see that working here on 10,000 feet. But at the same time, because of what happened last game, remember, herO was too passive. herO was just very, very passive, very defensive, and it did feel like he misread the game state. After what just happened last game, I feel like there's a high chance that herO does shift gears and takes control of the map and is the aggressor instead. Like, he might choose to be the aggressor here. We'll see. It's still a little bit too early. For now, we're just keeping up. We have a herO just being as annoying as possible. We have Reynor micring back against that probe, as you can see here. If you're curious the way what's happening in the early game, what is often the case in ZVP is that in StarCraft, only 2 workers can ever mine from a patch at once, right? So here we do have a herO trying to mine from the patch, trying to force workers off the mineral patch. Trying to force them off. And Reynor fighting back against that. Meanwhile, we have our Stargate open out of herO. No time for the fanfare. Nah. No fanfare for clean feed. No fanfare. I see CR1 Dark. Is this live? The cast is live, but the matches are via replays. We did cast day. This is day 2. We did cast day 1 live, but we were unable to cast day 2 live. We were unavailable. So we're catching up on day 2 via said replays or via the clean feed. Meanwhile, hatch gas pool, third base is being taken, Stargate opener out of herO, everything's looking normal so far, and it's going to be Oracle first, not Void Ray. So Oracle opener out of herO. From herO, eyes are going to be on the timing of herO's third and the timing of the Twilight Council and the Forge. At the same time, we'll see if Reynor goes for the early Lair or early Roach Warren or early Evo Chamber. Which of the 3? Remember last game it was around a 4:24:30-ish Roach Warren timing into a 5-minute Lair. Nice snipe on the tumor. As hero's going to try to catch some transferring drones. Not bad, he gets 1. Oh, no he doesn't. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there, but he actually goes further into the mineral line. Okay, he gets 1, he gets 2 drones. Not bad. 2 drones go down. herO pulls away. And here he will claim that forward third. Now, if you remember at the start of this game, we spoke about how centralized the bases are on this map, and you can see it here. This forward third base protects the natural. Usually, when it comes to a lot of these, when it comes to a standard map layout, and you saw it on Ruby Rock as well, you have an entrance into the natural and then an entrance into the third base, and they're separate from each other. But here, the third is in front of the natural, so you can keep your army parked in one base and protect both locations at once. That's why it can be difficult to all in and to break a defending player here on 10,000 feet. Meanwhile, the Oracles do poke in, getting 1, 2, 3 drone kills. Oh! Jeez. Stay with us, Matty. Stay with us. Depth straight into the main. Oh, and wait, this is getting a little bit out of hand. 4 drones, 5 drones going down. Can we get 6? Not quite. But 5 drone kills, not a bad start. At the same time, standard follow-up. I see the standard third base timing, Forge, Twilight Council. Last game we saw herO going to blink, but be very defensive and very passive. This time, do we see blink once again or charge? As Lings, they bait out the energy overcharge. The pulsar beam, not bad. Bait out the pulsar beam. Once again, it's going to be a 5:17 lair timing. So there's a bit of a difference here. This is a later lair, true. I didn't, unless I missed it, I didn't see a Roach Warren. There's no Bailey Nest, no Evo Chamber, no Roach Warren, no tech. Period. Interesting. So later lair, no early tech. So this is a little bit greedier here by Reynor. Like, it's very similar to last game. Very similar, but a little bit greedier. Ooh, but if they do shade into the third, they get another 2 drones at 9 mining. The lack of Roach Warren tells us that, is this going to be Mutas? If it's going to be Hydras, typically we have an Evo Chamber alongside this. Gas is being taken. What's it going to be? Is it going to be the Spire? Is it going to be the Hydroden? There are 4 gases on the way. That's a lot of gas. On a small map like this, it's going to be the Hydroden, right? It'd be too risky to go Mutas. Yeah, there it is. Hydroden is on the way. So we're taking a bit of Hydroden at the same time. Jesus, we have quadruple Oracle. The Oracles, they move out. They're going to go for the kill. The hatchery does finish, so no cancel. Yeah, no cancellation. And that will be a kill. Very nice pickoff here by herO. herO's been all over Reynor. Killing drones, now killing bases as well. Reynor, he attempts to run by, but we spoke about this earlier. Like, the defensive setup here on 3 bases on 10,000 feet is too good. It's too good, too powerful. Lings, they do nothing, and Reynor, he's rushing into an infestation pit. Okay, so again, this has been a really interesting build. It feels a little bit greedy just because we skipped the Roach Warren and we skipped the Bailey Nest, but at the same time, we didn't rush into a fast lair. Like, it was still a standard lair timing. Just getting there, we saw that Reynor was cutting corners, so slightly greedy. From here, taking up into Hydras. Mass Revelation gets eyes on the lair, gets eyes on the Hydras. Does he spot the infestation bit, though? That's the most important part. If he sees the pit, he should be aware that we're taking up into lurkers. And that Reynor's building up into a longer and later game. herO throws down the bait for Colossus. Blinks forward, applies pressure, getting a queen. Gets one. Gets two. Oh, barely not. Oh, does get the queen. Yeah, 2 queens go down. Nice pickups here by herO. Nice setup here with the stasis traps. And Reynor's hurting. Reynor, he is hurting. Massive stasis goes off of the Lings. Another stasis trap as well. And another. There's still more behind this. Remember, it was a quadruple Oracle opener. Plenty of stasis traps as another queen goes down. Ooh, herO overextends. Yeah, big overextension. The queen survives. herO, no, herO, he's on A move. Yeah, he's stuck on A move here, losing almost every single Oracle. Massive slip up out of herO. He was doing so well up until this point. Up until this point, here he does fumble. Oracles, they do have a lot of value. They have a lot of presence, a lot of utility throughout the entirety of his EVP. herO slowly building up into Colossus. At the same time, Reynor taking up in towards lurkers. Lurkers are amassing. Oh, sorry, I should say lurkers are on the horizon. Lings, they once again attempt to run by. They run into a Colossus. Seeing the Colossi should trigger Reynor to go into Vipers. Should. As herO's popping up, pushing on the right-hand side, Zealot run by into the center. The Stalkers are getting on top of the Hydras. Some expensive losses here for Reynor. As Hydras are going down, and Reynor, once again, he will lose another expansion. Yeah, Tomb Raider's gone down twice now. But they're the Vipers. Reynor, he's almost there. He needs those Vipers. As herO tries to slip by. Does attempt to. Getting into Colossi, into Disruptors. Up! Oh, Prism gets caught out. Massive pickoff. Nice catch out of Reynor. And herO, he's taking up into Sky Toss. But once again, similar to last game, there's going to be a window in time where Reynor has Lurkers and herO doesn't have Sky Toss ready. As Lurkers already morphing in. Reynor, he has momentum. Oh, nice pickoff. Gets a Lurker. Ooh, does not actually. Lurker barely survives. Lings, they try to poke in. Ooh, does wing forward. Gets a Lurker. Vipers have to be so careful here. As Reynor sharking around. Nice snipe. Gets the Oracle. Oh, Jesus. Yo, Observer. The clean feed is getting dirty. Gotta be careful with it. You're showing us, baby. But here we go. The army does collapse in. Yeah, Nova's going off. No major connections. Cashing out a Hydra. Meanwhile, you can see that here he's completely cut off from his own fourth. The fourth base is going to go down. Okay, here he cannot defend. I'm surprised he took this fourth. Typically, you take the fourth base on the left-hand side. And here's going for the base trade. He's going for the base trade. He knows he cannot push into the Lurkers. He's going for the counterattack instead. But there are 3 Lurkers back at him to defend. Where's the detection? Where's the revelation? Ooh, the Oracle goes down. Yeah, Reynor, he defends back at home. And meanwhile, across the map, Reynor dragging the army within range of Lurkers. He takes a better fight. And here is being torn apart. He's being torn apart. Lings, they flood into the main. No. The Lings get in. Thankfully, here he's ready. Warps into Zealots. He's ready in the main base. But again, here he's stuck on 3 bases. Oof. Bleeding out Stalkers. Reynor's all over him. Oof, as herO does catch 2 lurkers, not bad. 2 lurkers go down. But Reynor, he's made it back home. Now he can focus. Now he can focus on the main fight. He's still got those Vipers. He's still got him. Gets 1, gets 2. Tries to, but no follow-up. Yeah, the Colossus does get away. But the arc of lurkers here is insane. Yeah, a lot of lurker shots going off, but the lurkers are exposed. Not again. Not again. Maybe the lurkers are on their own. Reynor, he loses almost every single lurker. He's still got 13 more. Jesus. He's still got 13 more behind this. The wall is open. The wall's not a wall. Lings, they flood in. herO. Reynor, he busts into the natural. He'll give up on the base, but again, Reynor, he still has a healthy lurker count. He just has to bring everything together. Bring it together. Ooh, there's a recall back home. Recalls to the natural. Ling's still wreaking havoc. Reynor is counterattacking, going for the would-be 4th base. And Reynor, he's containing herO. He's containing him on a low base count. It's a kill, not a cancel. Kills the Nexus. As herO still has to end the game with this army. Can you touch the unit that is recalling and abort the recall on it? No. The recall will still happen. As this time, lurkers, they sit by. Yeah, lurkers get in. Yeah, nice deduction here on the Tempest. Yeah, lurkers, they slip into the main. And again, here is still being torn apart here. Nice revelation. Lurkers are going to be cleaned up, but he has to race back home once again. And Reynor is going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throat, forcing his way up the ramp. Messy fight here by Reynor. Yeah, very messy. He's going to lose every lurker. Oof. Reynor, we're going to calm down. Once again, Reynor, he's had those 2 Vipers for so long, and they've been a part of one fight. Like, they just kept being left behind. Like, the Vipers, papi. Let him in. Let them fight. Ooh. Production team. Por favor. Yo, the Observer's getting too excited. He tabbed out of the game. Okay, here we go. herO gonna commit in. There's the first abduction. Gets a Colossus. Gets a Tempest. See, that's what we need. We need those abductions. We need them back. As the base goes down. But again, Reynor, he still has the army. At the same time, going for another run by. They just continue. They keep slipping by. Gets another 5 probes. Does force the defensive warp in. Nice catch. Not the first time that's happened. Reynor has much better eco. I mean, we've been saying that hero's all in this entire time. Like, it's it's been like, what, 8 minutes now that hero's just been completely all in. That's why as the game goes on longer here, it's better for Reynor. Nice catch here, getting 1, getting 2 Tempest. Does catch out 2 Tempest. And again, Reynor just has to play it slow. Just slow and steady. Just calm down, Reynor. Yeah, you can see here herO on cams. Not looking happy about the situation. Confounded. I mean, despite that, like herO, he has found some decent fights. Like, despite being in a really rough position. That is true. Partially because Reynor has not really been able to consolidate his forces, but once again, another Ling run by. There's recall back home, but he does abandon some units. Yeah, an Archon and an Immortal get left behind. Nice feedbacks. Nice feedbacks out of herO. As lurkers, they have the range to deny mining. 5 probes going down, trying to force herO's hand. Finally, Reynor's taking up in towards a Spire, so he should have a better army here against the Skytoss, against the Colossus and Tempest. As Corruptors are in the mix. Oof, herO trying to rush into the lurkers, and now we can collapse in. There we go. Reynor, he collapses in. Catching out the Archon, stutter stepping forward. GG gets called, and Reynor ties up the series at 2-2. GG. Whew, GG, well played. With that, Reynor does tie things up, and we have a back and forth. We have a back and forth. We have a series. We have a finals. Beautiful, baby, beautiful. GG, well played. DM, baby. True, true. Once again, they're winding it back when it comes to the game itself. We saw that herO, he did attempt to like slowly build up and tech up. We did mention earlier that herO was late to get into Skytoss. His tech was delayed. We saw that Reynor, he was much much faster when it came to getting into his Hydras, when it came to getting into his Lurkers and Hive Tech as well. He had a really interesting build where Reynor was cutting corners. If you remember, he was cutting corners. He skipped his Roach Warren, he skipped his Baneling Nest. He went into his Lair and straight into Hydras as well to go into faster Lurker tech. So he was able to build up into those Lurkers. And with that, he was able to, there was a window in time where he was able to bully herO with the faster lurkers. And herO just couldn't expand. He could not maintain his 4th base. I was really surprised by the 4th base location that herO went for. The 4th base at the triangular 3rd is so difficult to maintain because it is so isolated. It's so isolated compared to the linear 3rd base, the linear 4th. Like, so really odd decision there by herO. He could not defend it, he could not maintain it. He was caught out of position, he was out positioned, and once Reynor knocked down that 4th base, herO never built up his economy. He could never build back up, he could never retake his 4th base, he could never maintain his army, he could never keep up with Reynor, not after the 4th went down. And again, it went down just because Reynor did rush into those lurkers. herO, he was doing a decent job in the mid-game when it came to Stalker aggression and Oracle harassment as well. It was decent, but he was never trying to kill, right? He was never committing. It was only ever harassment, and herO was kind of 1 or 2 steps behind when it comes to setting up for a late game. But GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now tied up 2-2, and we are getting ready for game number 5. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting ready for that 5th game. Game 5 is going to be on... Oh. I'll be honest, I can't quite recall that. I remember Tourmaline is later in the series. Like a game 6, game 7. So we'll get to Tourmaline eventually. Now we're getting into that 5th game. Putting into Celestial Enclave. Okay, and there's a right-hand corner. We do have our South Green Protoss player. The blue Protoss, it is herO. For T1. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player, the red Zerg for Basilisk. It is Reynor. As we are getting into game number 5 here, and welcome one and all to Celestial Enclave. I was getting ahead of myself. Titus Citadel got vetoed earlier, but welcome to Celestial Enclave. Celestial Enclave is the most defensive map in the current map pool, hyper defensive, and it does favor certain playstyles as a result. Getting a free pocket base as a 4th or 5th does allow you to be hyper defensive, to build up and get into and can build up in towards Skytoss. If herO, oh, Nexus first. Okay. Well, go, calm down. herO, calm down. But here we go. Nexus first out of herO. Hyper Greed. And again, Greed is favored on this map. It's all about cutting corners, all about being as greedy as possible. And we'll see where herO takes us. Whether he is hyper greedy and defensive and builds up into Skytoss, or if he has something else more sinister up his sleeve. Oh boy. But again, Celestial Enclave is just a game about greed. We just see Reynor going Hatch Gas Pool. He does not play Gasless. Interesting. So no Gasless style out of Reynor. Let's not play Gasless. From here we're building up. Hatch Gas Pool. Standard open out of our Zerg player. And coming into this, I'm going to lean a little bit more towards herO. I'll be honest, over the past couple of games, I'm a little bit surprised by how passive herO has been. Again, herO, he's been a lot more mid-game oriented and mid-game focused. And that is where Reynor's been able to thrive. Like, Reynor enjoying like a more standard macro game and building up into lurkers, that's how he's won the last 2 games. If Reynor can get into a semblance of a standard game, then he can pop off. But does that also translate to Celestial Enclave? True. This tournament's getting juicy. I mean, it already has been. If you missed out, I do highly recommend Reynor versus Clem. Reynor versus Clem was crazy. Reynor versus Maru. herO versus serO. It's been an incredible tournament. Thankfully, we didn't peak early. Like, the earlier series of fire, man. I think the scary thing that often does occur is if the semis are too good, then the finals, like, it kind of like falls flat. But not for this event. No. Not for the past couple of events, to be fair. Hello. Finally. This is what I've been waiting for. Early Twilight Council. It's been a while. As I mentioned before, the last 2 games, herO has been a lot more tame. He's been a lot more tame in Game 4 and Game 3. But here in Game 5, Early Council, show us what you got. Do we go charge? Do we open up Glaives? It's going to be one of the 2. Remember, there's no Forge. No Forge, delayed +1, delayed upgrades. In favor of extra gateways, Early Twilight Council. 3 gates have been thrown down. 4 in total. So he's got his 4 gate set up. And we're waiting for the upgrade of choice. It's going to be Glaives. Okay, so 4 gate Glaives out of herO. He might even throw down 2 more gateways. We'll see. But he is being hyper aggressive. This is the herO that we know and love. But Reynor's coming in for the scouts. Very nice scout here. The Overlord is making his way towards the main base. herO, he has no Stalker to deny vision. He has no Void Ray either. Reynor, he's about to see everything, and he's getting a safety Roach Warren. Things are looking better for Reynor. Things are looking better here. Stasis Trap in towards the 3rd. Reynor does shut it down. Overlord gets in, and the Overlord sees everything, confirms the Twilight Council, confirms the lack of Forge, or at least sees there's no Forge alongside the building, which is a tell. And Reynor, he already has that Roach Horn on the way. He just needs to produce as many roaches as he can. And get ready for the Sim City, get ready to wall off. Here we go, Roach production has begun. We got 6 roaches on the way. As herO's moving out, Glaives is just now finishing. We're 10 seconds away, and Reynor should have a drone in position. He should have a drone to wall off. Oh, herO rushing into a Fleet Beacon. He's crazy. Glaive adapts into Sky Toss. This is a very chaotic build here by herO, very risky. And we'll see if we can get away with it. So far, Reynor does fully wall off, so good reactions. Remember, he already scouted. He already scouted everything. So Reynor has a full wall. The adepts, they do 0 damage, and herO's in trouble. Reynor already going for the Spire as well. Blindly going for the Spire. Which means he has access to Corruptors. And so far, things are looking a little bit bleak for herO. Now, I say a little bit because herO hasn't lost his army, right? He still has all these adepts, and hey, he does cancel a base. So he's finding some damage here. There's still potential for these adepts to get into a mineral line. Reynor is keeping up, and Reynor is denying that from happening, but there is still a chance. Back at home, herO has begun his mothership. 2nd Stargate, +1 air attack. Getting ready for the Sky Toss. But again, that Sky Toss rush should be less effective just because of the Spire. Meanwhile, Adepts shade into the mineral line. He gets in. Does get in. 2, 3 drones going down. Not bad. Gets 3 drones. Shades in towards the natural. We do have a full wall once again. Reynor very quick here with that wall. Very nice. He walls up, he walls off. Stasis traps into the mineral line. Decent connections. Ooh, going into mutas. Remember, Reynor doesn't know. He doesn't know that SC2 is coming. Otherwise, we should be seeing corruptors on the way, but he's making mutas because he's in the dark. This is expensive. Does have 5 mutas on the way. Meanwhile, we have Phoenixes out of herO. Ah, he saw the Spire. No! Reynor had the tools, but Reynor's going into mutas. He's been seen, he's been scouted, he's now been confirmed. And we'll see what these mutas can get done. So far, they pick off 2 oracles. I mean, not bad. Does catch 2 oracles. We have Annual Pulse Crystals on the way. Saves the Oracle. Oh my god, okay. Saves the Oracle, dives on the mutas. And Reynor, he will lose every muta here. Tempest even revealed. That was from earlier, before the Phoenix production. And momentum is swinging. Initially, I was preferring Reynor's position against the failed Glaive Adepts and against the would-be SC2. But now herO has momentum. He shut down the mutas. Corruptor production has been delayed. Phoenixes, they catch our queens. We have carriers on the way. Interesting. I'm not too fond of carriers in this position, but if he's ahead, I mean, they can still work. Catching out another queen. Going for the overlords. herO is deflected. He still has all those adepts alive. herO is still being active, moving out with the adepts from the early game. And can he find a way in? Shades into the natural. The wall's open. Yeah, the wall is open. Commits to the shade. Lings are in position, and so far they're keeping up. Yeah, the adepts are going to be shut down. They're going to be cleaned up here. Nice defense out of Reynor. Cleans up the adepts. Does clean them up. Reynor going for a massive Doom drop. Jesus. Got 6 drop lords on the way. Corruptors, they keep up with the Phoenixes. And here, he's amassing mass carrier. Going for the carrier rush here. I mean, carriers, they can do well if there's limited anti-air. Like, if there's a low Hydra count and a low Corruptor count. And the Corruptor count is low, to be fair. Like, carriers, they can pop off. They can snowball out of control. If the Zerg player is caught unawares. Well, as Phoenixes, they catch an Overlord, but they do not spot the Dropper Lords. Oh, does he find them? Oh, he sees! Oh my god, he does find the Dropper Lords. Massive pickups. No! Oh my god, does deny. Gets a full Dropper Lord as well. Reynor, he was trying to go for the Doom drop. Reynor's denied. And we're getting messy. We're getting messy, papi. We can see herO getting to Void Ray production. He does spot the Mass Corruptor. The Void Rays are amassing. herO going full Sky Toss. Ooh, once again, no, okay, he does spot. This time though, Corruptors do zone away the Phoenixes. herO, does he react in time? He should be able to. He should be able to react. Stasis goes off. Yeah, Drop Lords has denied. Carriers, they're ready here on the front lines. And Reynor, he's losing that lead. He's losing everything here. Again, he had no idea about the mass carrier until now. Until this very moment. Drop Lords, they do make their way into the pocket base. True. They make their way in. The SC2 does react. And Reynor, he'll lose everything here. This wasn't quite worth it. What did he kill? Didn't kill any probes. Killed a cannon. He got a cannon. He got maybe a shield battery. The SC2 rotates from the poker base towards the center. Nexus does go down. But I don't believe Reynor's ready for this. Not quite ready for this amount of Sky Toss. Neural can help, true. As Reynor's going for the counterattack, trying to force herO back home. herO, he commits. He commits. Reynor, he slips into the natural, slips into the main. Damage is going to be done. Meanwhile, herO's going for the kill. He's going for the kill. Pushing through the front lines. There are 16 Corruptors and 1 Infestor. Not enough Infestors. Research Neural, but I don't know if that's really going to come into play. herO rotating bottom right. Brings down another expansion. Reynor down to 3 bases, and herO just recalls. Ooh, does recall back home. He lost 28 pros back at home, though. herO's economy is crippled. The Lings, they got some damage. This is still close. I still favor herO's army. In a head-on fight, herO wins, for sure, but Reynor has a bit of economy, so he can start to build up his bank, he can max out. Reynor just needs time. He needs a little bit more time. And herO's pushing. Okay, there's still only 1 Infestor, 2 Vipers. The Vipers are on the left-hand side. We can go for some power bombs. The Corruptors carriers are exposed. Does go for the dive. He dives on the carriers. The Archons are busy, but it looks like the ground army's going to be cleaned up. Yeah, every Ultra goes down. Likewise, the Archons, they turn back around. The Archons, they kill everything. The Archons, they kill the Ultras. They shut down the Corruptors. GG gets called, and herO, he will take a lead in the series. Whew, GG. Oh my god. The thumbs up to the crowd. But GG, well played. Again, herO was able to embrace the Sky Toss. It was a really messy game. If you remember, it all began with Glaive Adepts. herO, he did pop up with Glaive Adepts, or he tried to, but he got shut down. Reynor had a very impressive defense against the Glaive Adepts. He didn't lose anything against them, so Reynor had a lead early on, and he was blindly going for the Spire. Meanwhile, herO was rushing into Sky Toss, and if Reynor was able to scout, he could have started Corruptor production early and shut herO down. The problem is that Reynor didn't know. Remember, Reynor, he didn't know there was Sky Toss, so he went into Mutas, and the Mutas and the Spire got scouted, the Mutas got shut down. herO took a lead from there. herO, he was able to take a lead, he was able to shut down those Mutas, and behind that, he was banking up and hiding Mass Carrier. And again, Reynor didn't know. Reynor, he didn't know that Mass Carrier was building up. He was going for his own Corruptor, Ling, Roach kind of aggression, going for the Dropper Lords. The Doom Dropper failed, he got shut down. Carriers were revealed, and Reynor fell behind. He fell behind, he was just caught off guard by the Mass Carrier. He didn't really have what he needed to deal with that. He had minimal spellcasters, and of course, minimal units in the sky. GG, well played. herO just catching Reynor off guard, and now we're getting into our next game. Going to be loading into game 6. Going to be loading into White Rabbit, a larger map in the map pool. Let's go. Whew. Ay. Now we're getting into game 6. The pressure's on. herO needs one more game, one more win to claim the series to become our Thunderfire champion. Meanwhile, Reynor, he has to win this game here to tie the series and to force the ace match. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the South Korean Protoss player representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player, the Red Zerg for Basilisk. It is Reynor. Here we go. And welcome one all to White Rabbit. White Rabbit is another one of these larger maps of the map pool, longer rush distance by ground, but the bases are a little bit more spread out, so that can, be a factor here when it comes to defensive play. Once again, we get our crowd shots here. We do have our herO cheerfuls. Let's go. And we'll see how our players will adjust. Now here he has a little bit of breathing room. He has some breathing room here. He is up in the series, so he might take this and take a bit of a chance here. Do we go into Glaive Adepts again? Now the Glaive Adepts did fail to really get any damage done last game. We could see it again here as Reynor's opening up hatchery into pool with a slightly delayed gas. Okay. For a moment that I was like, yo, we going gasless? The gas is later than normal, but only slightly. So hatch pool gas out of Reynor. Earlier pool, earlier Lings, earlier Queen slightly. And later Ling speed. I will say that Ling speed is not as important in this matchup. It does mean that Reynor will not be able to, or it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Reynor to apply some Ling pressure at the third. And catch the first Adept. That's really only it. Yo, shout out to Tempo. Oh my god. Great to see you back, Fabby. Great to see you back. Shout out to Tempo, of course, a legacy member of the community, and was actually streaming some StarCraft recently. Crazy, Fabby, crazy. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. If there's another SC for all this year, I hope to see you there as well. Not that I would be going, but I'm not in America. But if there's another, it was great to see Tempo and some of the other NA community members return and be a part of SC for all. Plastic was beautiful. So I hope you're doing well. As for now, we're settling in. So far, Stargate opener out of herO. Does open Stargate. Reynor claiming his third. We're calming down. Big thanks for that raid. No problem, no problem. De nada, de nada. So far we're calming down. From here we're just going to be waiting for our tech of choice. herO should be taking his third base, but from here, when does he take his Twilight Council? Does he go for an early council into Glaives? Does he go for a Forge? Does he skip his Forge? Eyes are on herO. For now, just threatening a Shade. Gets a Tumor, not bad. Oh no, the Smurge in the chat. As Reynor, he's making an excess of Lings here. Okay, so with this, he can try to apply pressure at the third. You can see the Lings already moving out on the minimap. They move out, they hit the third base. Hoping to force a cancel. herO, the Adepts are out of position. Can he force it? He can! Yeah, massive pickoff, does force a cancel. Big delay. And here he's stuck on 2 bases. Stuck on 2 bases, going for a Twilight Council, going for 3 more gateways. Do you see what I see? I see no Forge. No Forge in sight. So higher chances is going to be Glaives or Charge. herO, he's going to commit. He's going to commit. He's going to double down. We have a much more aggressive follow-up out of herO. Last game he went Glaives. It wasn't quite worth it, though. He failed to find some damage. But this time, I don't see a Roach Warren from Reynor. I spoke too soon. I was like, I don't see a Warren. There it is. Down goes that Roach Warren. It's on the way. Lings to get us around. Adept gets picked up. And that's picked up here by Reynor. Glaives are now in production. And it comes down to Reynor's response. Now, the Roach Warren timing here is decent. The Roach Warren should finish up in time to make some Roaches, but it comes down to the reaction, the SimCity as well. One of the reasons why Reynor defended so well last game against herO was that SimCity. He was able to fully wall off his natural, so when the Adepts arrived, they didn't get in, right? They could not get into the natural base. They just were denied any kind of damage. This time, I see a massive opening at the natural, so it's going to be much more difficult to wall up and to wall off. Reynor, he's not ready for it. Not this time. You know, a nice snipe on the Queen. Here he does snipe a Queen. More Adepts are amassing. herO will soon move out. And a concern that I have here is that Reynor, he does have that Roach Warren. I don't see any Roaches, though. He sees! Yeah, there we go. Roach production now begins. It's a late reaction by by Reynor. Late reaction. hero's making his way across the map. You can see Reynor, he's walling up. He has enough time. And he will fully wall off. Up! Queen, get out of the way! Queen does get out of the way. Eva Chambers get thrown down, and here he is denied entry into the natural, but he does find the Queens. Gets one. Gets one, chasing down the others. Reynor, he needs more time to build up his roaches, and he will lose all 3 queens. Decent pickoffs out of herO. 3 queens go down. At the same time, Reynor applying some pressure, forcing defensive warp-ins. And you can see herO transitioning. We have +1 on the way. We have Blink on the way. Remember, Blink is late. +1 is late as well. Ooh. As herO doesn't shade. So far, Reynor, he's defended well. He hasn't really taken any economic damage. But that's still a lot of adepts. And here's shading in. Ooh, doesn't commit. You can see once again, Reynor, he has a full wall at the natural. Yeah, so quick to wall off. Adepts are denied. They rotate over towards the third base. Quick reaction out of Reynor. He pulls away. Pulls away the drones. Roaches, they rotate in time. And once again, Reynor, he loses nothing. I mean, he's trading roaches, but that's perfectly fine. Just trading out his roaches, building a bit of hydras. Again, this was a big investment into adepts. And Reynor holds. Yeah, Reynor is holding on. We have more adepts. Jesus, how many adepts did we warp in? Oh my god. herO, calm down. Yeah, commits into more adepts, breaks through another queen. Attempted to fight head on. But the problem here is that for every adept we're warping in, that's less stalkers, right? That's less Blink stalkers on the horizon. It's a weaker mid game. It's a weaker mid game for herO. He's still doubling down. He's crazy. Oh my god. He's like, I'm gonna make this work, Pappy. I'm not stopping. Just keep warping it at adepts. Eventually it'll work. Copium. I mean, he kills the base. Kills the 4th. Does eventually break through. 4th base goes down. At the same time, Lings, they do slip across the map. 3 probe kills. Getting some damage. Nothing major. The problem, though, is something we were alluding to. Adepts, sure, they kill a base. They kill a couple of queens. As we get into the mid-game, we can see that Reynor no longer is stuck on roaches. He now has Roach Hydra. The quality of the army is getting better. It's getting better and better over time for Reynor. As he's amassing up roaches, hydras, taking up in towards greater upgrades, in towards hive tech. These adepts do not scale well. They don't scale well into the mid-game. He commits! Oh my god! Yeah, he commits in, shading on top of the army. The oracles, they commit in as well. 4 oracles go for the dive. And they're going to be focused down. Yeah, the oracles do for the adepts as well. And again, herO, he just committed too hard, too much into Master Adept. He does get into the mineral lines though, okay? Finally some drone damage. But this was not worth it. This was not worth it, Pappy. 8, 9 drones going down, getting up to 10. Oh, we're still getting more? I mean, this is some decent damage here by the Adepts, but the problem is the main army now. Because Reynor, he's had enough. He's had enough. He's moving out across the map. He's going for the counterattack. Reynor's rallying, and there's 10 Stalkers to defend. There is going to be a warp-in, of course. There we go. There's the warp-in. But it's going to be a tough hold. There's no Immortals, no Colossus, no Disruptors, no Storm. herO, he committed too hard into the Mass Adepts. He dug too deep, Pap. Dug too deep. And now here comes Reynor, stutter stepping forward, breaking through the main army, pushing into the third. Cannon goes down. We have Ling reinforcements on the way. And again, hero's army just doesn't compare. It just does not compare. Not anymore. Again, just a little bit too stubborn, or just tunnel visioning a little bit too much on the Mass Adepts. I was shocked to see he just kept warping them in. He just refused to stop that. Yeah, until now. Until now. The third is broken. 22 probe kills, and herO GG gets called. Reynor ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. Ay. Oh, the crowd. GG, well played. We're getting into the ace match here. Again, a crazy game out of herO. Initially, the opener was pretty standard, right? It was pretty tame. The initial openers, of course. And then we saw Reynor, he did invest into additional Zerglings. He was able to force a cancel on the third base, so that was a big win early on for Reynor. And herO went into Glaive Adepts, which was fine. We saw that previously, But he just kept going. He just kept going. He kept committing, warping in wave after wave after wave after wave of Glaive Adepts. And sure, he killed 3 queens. Sure, he eventually killed the 4th base. But as we mentioned, he was stuck on Adepts for too long. It was just too long. Just stuck on them for far, far too long. Eventually, Reynor, he broke out. He had his Roaches. He had his Hydras. He just outscaled herO. Got across the map. GG. GG, well played. Whew, with that, we're getting into the ace match. It all ends here. It all ends on... Is it Tourmaline? Is Tourmaline the ace match? No shot. Oh, God. Let's go, baby. Let's go. It looked like then that shade finish was a mistake, not gonna lie. I remember what you're referring to. You're referring to when herO he dove on the army. Remember, he shaded with all the Adepts, and he also dove in with 4 Oracles. It was clearly intentional, like it wasn't like a mistake, but maybe just misjudging, right? Did misjudge the strength of his army, did misjudge just how many Roaches there were as well, because herO, he committed hard there. He dove in with the Oracles to support the to support the Adepts at the same time, but the fight went too poorly, right? Like herO, he just built up towards that one big moment. And once that fight went in favor of Reynor, that was game. Right? That was game then and there. But yeah, crazy play there out of herO. Crazy. And to be fair, like if Reynor, if he had cut Roach production, if he had made a handful of Roaches and then started droning, he dies, right? Like if Reynor didn't take it as seriously, if he was a little bit too greedy and too overconfident in his reaction and his response, then maybe herO wins. Maybe herO wins that game if there are slightly less Roaches. But with that, we're now getting into the ace match. The final game of the series. We've made it all the way to game 7. We are loading into Tourmaline. Oh boy. Let's go, baby. Let's go. It's not like those Adepts could have done anything useful at that point. True, true. Like at that point, we were too far in, right? We were too far gone with the amount of Adepts we warped in, right? Too far gone. The commitment by herO, but here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tourmaline. We have the South Green Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss, so T1, it is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player. We have the red Zerg for Basilisk. It is Reynor. Let's go. Whew, let us go. The non-believers in shambles, Bappy. Again, Reynor, out of all Zerg players, Reynor's the one to make it all the way to the ace match. To the ace match here against herO. Let's go. Remember, herO, he 3-0'd Serral. He 3-1 Solar. Serral and Solar, they paled in comparison to herO, but Reynor, he's forcing him, he's bringing him to the brink all the way to that game 7. Let's go. Este Reynor. Outperforming Serral, outperforming Solar. And again, Reynor, he was able to pop off and look the most impressive in these standard games, right? If Reynor, the games where he was able to build up and get into Lurker Tech, get into Hive Tech, it was what, game 4 and game 5, if I recall correctly. It might have been game 3 and game 4, but that is where Reynor was able to thrive, able to bring it back. Last game, herO trying to get chaotic once again. Trying to bring that chaos. Didn't work this time against Reynor. And now welcome to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is one of the smaller maps of the map pool. Smaller map, shorter rush distance by ground, but it's not just a smaller map. We brought this up about 10,000 feet, right? 10,000 feet, smaller map, but the bases are close together, so it's easier to defend. Here on Tourmaline, the bases are spread out. Not just that, but they are insanely open. We have massive entrances into the natural, massive entrances into the 3rd, into the 4th base. Aggression is heavily favored here. Map control is heavily favored here as well. It can be a very chaotic map. Very, very chaotic. It is very difficult to defend and turtle. To defend and turtle up, it's insanely difficult, so we should be seeing some more aggressive options out of both herO and Reynor. Mainly herO. We'll see. For now, standard opener, gate expands. We're setting up for a tech of choice. A pylon gets thrown down in between the natural and the 3rd base, and we should be seeing a Stargate. There it is, Stargate opener out of herO. So opening up Stargate. From here, we can open up a Void Ray. We can go Oracle. We have options. We have already seen a couple of Void Ray openers already this series. A couple. I would say it would be too risky to open up Void Ray here. Oracles, more importantly, they provide vision. They provide scouting, harassment, utility. all things that Void Rays don't really provide. Void Rays, they can deny vision, which is nice and all, but I feel like on a map as aggressive as Tourmaline, you want to know what the Zerg player's up to. You want to know what Reynor's up to. We'll see. As here comes the Oracle. First Oracle's on the way. The Overlord is going to be zoned back. Yeah, zones away the Overlord. I think I said Oracle. Zones away the Overlord. And just like last game, we're kind of waiting for our big deviations. We're waiting to see what herO does after the third. When does he get his Twilight Council? Does he get a Forge? Does he go into Glaives again? Do we go into Charge? Do we go into Blink? Personally, on a map like this, I feel like Blink would be the way to go. Ooh, as herO goes for the linear third. You don't often see that. Okay. Linear third base out of herO. I feel like Blink and +1 is just a very safe way to open up, especially if you believe your opponent's going to be aggressive, but Reynor is going for the Evo Chamber instead. +1 melee. I like this. Okay. We're popping off. So early Evo Chamber, +1 melee out of Reynor. This is for a macro game. Reynor's not being hyper aggressive. He's getting ready for Ling Hydra. Meanwhile, herO is going for a Forge and Twilight Council. Now, why do I like this out of Reynor? I mentioned earlier that there's a very high chance that we see an all-in, and there's a very high chance that Reynor's hyper-aggressive, and Reynor's playing with that idea. He's playing standard. And he's maybe hoping that he mind games herO, and that herO's maybe going to overreact and maybe be overly defensive. As the Oracles, they poke in, they confirm the Evo Chamber. herO knows. Yeah, herO, he scouts the early Evo Chamber. That can mean one thing and one thing only, +1 melee, so he knows it's going to be Ling Hydra. Back at home, we have herO going to +1 and Charge. Ooh, interesting. Gateway Explosion out of herO. I believe this is a 6-gate setup. We're getting up to 5 to 6 gateways. Going to Charge. I don't think I'm too fond of these Charge builds against Ling Hydra. Thankfully, Reynor's getting a Baneling Nest. If there was no Baneling Nest, I'd be concerned. But with the nests, Reynor, he has the tools to defend. As he, does not get the surround. Head up side to barely pull away. If you remember, these early charge timings are ideal against players that skip their Roach Warren, which is happening, and that skip their Baneling Nest. But remember, Reynor has a safety Baneling Nest, so he should be okay. If he didn't have it, then he'd be in danger, for sure. As here we go, we have 2 more gates. I believe we're building up to 8 gateways. So 3 base, 8 gate setup here with +1 in Charge. Jesus, sorry, I said 8. I think we're getting up to 10. Oh my god. That's a lot of gates. No gases at the 3rd base. Prism is on the way for a couple of Archons. This is going to be a very strong timing. Very, very strong timing. Now, what is concerning here is that this is no longer just Charge. This is going to be a timing with 2 Archons. Suddenly, Ling Bane Hydra is not going to be good enough. Now, suddenly, Reynor skipping Roaches might just get him killed. Like a Ling Bane defense against this kind of army, it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult. herO's moving out. He gets spotted by the Ling. You can see 5 Banelings morphing in. And we're waiting for the Zealots. Waiting for the Warp in. And here it comes, warping in 8 Zealots at a time. So it's an 8-gate setup. We have a 9th gateway on the way. herO does push in. Ideally, he wants to tank the Banelings with the Archons and then have the Zealots survive that and get on top of the Lings. And the Hydras. 4th base is going to go down, and Reynor, he cannot save it. Yeah, he cannot save it. Reynor, he doesn't have the army. So nice pick-off already out of herO. And again, Reynor's army is just so fragile. Oh, another Archon's morphing in. And if you remember, this is how herO beats herO. Like, again, Ling Bane Hydra is standard, and herO, he kept going for these charge Archon timings, and herO just couldn't keep up. He couldn't deal with it. Couldn't handle the Archons. Meanwhile, we do see herO rotates. He pokes in, he sees the army, he rotates back, he pulls back around, and he's taking up into Storm. And again, herO, he already got what he wanted. He killed the base. He killed the base, essentially for free. He's forcing a reaction out of Reynor. And now herO expands and takes up. So we have a bit of a shaky back and forth here. Here, distracting, dropping into the main. In doing so, he's expanding. So again, it's all about here just buying time. Here he's just buying time, distracting Reynor, getting his fourth base, keeping up with the Lings. So far, Hero's in control. Here he's in control, he has momentum. He's now establishing his fourth base with static defense, getting cannons and shield batteries. Main army does move in, and now we have Storm. And again, it's going to be Storm against purely Lingbane Hydra. We have 4 Storms. 4 Storms are coming in. Reynor setting up for the surround. No Baneling speed. Yeah, massive Storms. Storms, they connect. Banelings, they make their way through. Oh my god, Banelings, they crash into the High Templar. Templar go down, mass surround, and Reynor, he completely shuts down the army. Ay, ay, ay. The slow Banelings. Who needs Baneling speed? Oh my god. Yeah, as Reynor, he does shut him down. Cleans up the Archons, cleans up the Immortal. And here he has to get the hell out of here. He has to get the hell out of here. Oh my god. As things they flood into the main, 6 probes go down. Getting 6 workers. Reynor, he can just keep pushing. Stasis Trap does slow him down. But again, that was it. And with slow Banelings, Reynor, he held. That's crazy. I'm shocked. But the surround was insane. Hero's falling back. He does have a couple of Storms, okay? He's got 4 High Templar. He's currently got 2, but soon to be 4 Storms. Needs a little bit more time. There's a first. There's a first Storm. Lings, they attempt to go for the run by, but here he does wall off. Reynor's rotating. Reynor, he rotates over. This is giving Hero enough time to react, though. And Hero's keeping up. Catching at the Banelings. These have been some better trades for Hero so far. Just these small little wins, but Hero needs more time. Hero, he needs a lot more time to recover. And Reynor's about to max out. So Reynor, he's about to max out. He's about to commit. Reynor is sticking to a lair tech composition, though. No lurkers. Nice round of the Zealots. Let's get the Zealots at the same time. Storm's coming on the left-hand side. Ooh, one Baneling connects. Does connect with one Baneling. With the deja vu. He's coming up with the surround. This time not quite able to, though. Yeah, Lings, they try to collapse in. They lock down some of the High Templar. Not bad. Gets one Templar, gets another. Takes down the Immortal as well. And here it gets caught out. He's getting caught out. Who catches who? Nice Zealot flank. Okay. The charge lots. Yeah, Zealots, they collapse on the Hydras. Without Ling Bane, Zealots, they just dominate. Where are the Banelings? And remember, there's no lurkers. There's no lurker tech. Reynor, he did not tech up. Banelings now morphing in, but they just now began. They just started. And he's going for the kill. Oh, the massive Storm! Storms of the Banelings! Can they finish? He's got, what, 3 Banelings on the way? Another Storm! Yeah, Banelings are being denied. We have 3 Banelings morphing in. We get some okay connections. And the base is going down. Hero, he knocks down the expansion, knocks down the 4th. Yeah, just barely breaks through. A bit of a miss rally, throwing away an Immortal. We're getting messy. Oh god. Speaking of messy, Lings, they slip into the natural, they slip into the main base. At the same time, we do have a recall in time. Here he recalls back home. Saves his mineral line. This does give Reynor some breathing room, and now he starts a lurker den, but this is late. Lay lurker den out of Reynor. He needs the lurkers. He needs them. And as Reynor throws down the lurker den, Hero throws down the fleet beacon. After a very tense, very chaotic early and mid game here, it looks like both players may decide to slow things down. Hero's thinking about Sky Toss, Reynor's thinking about lurkers. Hive now begins for Reynor as well. But that lead, that momentum that Reynor had isn't there anymore. And not anymore. And he's being punished for delaying his tech. If Reynor wanted to, he could have teched up earlier after he won that fight, but he chose to commit. He chose to commit, he chose to double down, which I don't think was the wrong decision. But here's talking about fights. You can see Reynor looking uncomfortable. Yeah, on cams, you can see him shaking his head. Hero's maxed out. No shot. He's maxed, Vappy. And without lurkers defensively, you need these Banelings to connect. We got 20 Banelings morphing in. Banelings are finishing up. We have 5 High Templar, at least 5 Storms. That's a lot of Storms for herO. Does in 3. Yeah, Storms, they zone away the Hydras. We have a Baneling run by at the same time. Nice connections in the mineral line. Oof. But there are barely any Hydras left. Oh, nice connections with the Banelings, though. Okay. Takes down the Archons. Archons go down. Lings, they get a surround on the Immortals. Very nice engage here. Reynor, he does barely clean this up. Takes down every Immortal, every Archon. Reynor's holding. He's holding on. Just barely. Oh, God. It does hold on. Does reset the army. Very nice engage. And now he has Lurkers. The Lurker Den is done. The Hive is done. We have Lurker range on the way. Reynor, he just needs to morph in some Lurkers. Morph him in. He's almost there. There it is. 5 Lurkers are morphing in, and now Reynor can slow the game down. He can slow the game down. Reynor can stabilize. At the same time, herO is working on the Mothership, but he only has 1 Stargate. Only 1 Stargate. So there's no rush into Skytoss. Oof. As we did land a Storm. Storm denies the Banelings. Lurkers are morphing in. What also makes this really tense here is just the map, right? Because the map is so small, it takes so little time to counterattack, to rotate, to counterattack, to push in. But we're calming down. Okay. We're calming down, Pappy. Taking a moment. We have herO, instead of going for another Stargate, goes for a second Robo. Okay, so second Robo, he's committing into a ground-based composition of Charger, Archon, Immortal. This can potentially lead into Colossus with a Bay. At the same time, Reynor, I believe is still in a low Lurker count. I think he only has 5. As Banelings, they connect well. Catching out some of the Zealots. Lings, they almost get on top of the High Templar. Gazito. Oh, the trades. As here, he's crazy. He's pushing through the center. Again, this army is so Storm reliant. He's got, what, 7 High Templar? Now he throws down 2 more Stargates. Here's moving in. Where are the Lurkers? Yeah, Lurkers out of position. A base is going to go down. Nice pick up here by herO. Gets a 3rd. Takes on the 3rd. At the same time, there they are. Lurkers, they counterattack. They're pushing into the center expansion. herO's out of position. Does he recall? Looks like he's setting up for the recall. There it is. Recall's back home. Lurkers, they're moving in. Show us the Storms. Lands a couple of Storms going for the Cloak as well. But there is detection. And High Templar going down. Yeah, High Templar, they just crumble before those Lurkers. Army's pushing in. The base will fall. herO, he breaks the expansion. The Lunkers, Pappy. They hold their own. But herO does save his probes. True. Saves his workers. He's making 3 Tempests at a time. This is a little bit scary here. That's a lot of Tempests on the way. And Reynor, he's not really set up for that. He's not set up for the Skytoss. He doesn't have Vipers. He doesn't have the Spire. As here's just buying time. Going for a Zealot run by at the same time. Reynor, he does find a fresh expansion. The Lunker Burrs. The Lunker Pack. Does burrow. Deny mine. You can see Reynor rotate here towards the triangular 3rd. herO's out of position. Recall's on cooldown. Can he kill the Nexus? Oh, we're trading bases. Okay. We're going to trade bases. Let's go. herO takes down top left. But Reynor gets a mining base. Yeah, much more valuable here to Reynor. For Reynor to take down this expansion. Tempests are revealed. Hydras, they go for the dive. You can see the picture-in-picture. Tempests, they pull away in time. And there's 7 Tempests on the field. herO losing his triangular 3rd. He should be losing his 4th base as well. At the same time, hero's still pushing in. And recall is about to be off of cooldown. As here, he'll lose another mining base. Here down to 1 mining base back at home. So is Reynor. He's also losing mining. Reynor, he has no mining. Losing another expansion. Uh-oh. We're getting messy. We're getting messy, Pappy. As hero's going for the kill, he's pushing into the natural. Reynor, he's racing back home. Uh-oh. And remember, hero can recall. If need be, he can recall back home. Enough time has passed. Oracle takes down one of the Spore. Sorry, Oracle takes down... Spore takes down one of the observers, is what I meant to say. One observer left. That may be crucial. Hive is going to go down as well. Reynor, he's running out of buildings. At the same time, now Reynor finally does push in. He's going for the final mining base. And he should bring it down. Hero, does he have a probe out on the map? Can he hide some buildings? Oh, there's a recall! Okay, Hero, he recalls back home. He recalls to the natural. It's off screen. But he just recalled back. We have 7 Tempests moving in. Sorry, 9 Tempests, and there's no answer. No shot. There's no answer to the Tempest. Mass Storm zones away. Oh my god. The Nexus goes down. But Hero cannot be dealt with. His main army cannot be dealt with. Not like this. And Reynor, he has no economy. He has 1 mining base on the right-hand side. And Reynor, he cannot fight. He cannot fight. He has to get the hell out of here. The best chance that he has is a backstab. But he just can't touch the Tempest. No shot. He cannot touch the Tempest. And Reynor has to be so careful. Remember, Hero, I don't think he's seen the base. I don't think he's aware. Tempest always going off. Oh, nice dive. Oh, no, he doesn't get it. He tries to dive in. No, the Hydras, they rally forward. Yeah, the Hydras rally forward. Every Hydra's going to go down, and Hero's done it. Hero, he's done it. We're down to 4 Hydras here with the main army. 8 Hydras in total. Limited anti-air. The Sky Toss is too much. It's too much, Pappy. Tempest are moving in. There's 1 Viper. Let's go. Yeah, the boys are being pulled away. Massive storm on the drones. Hatchery is going to go down. At the same time, again, Reynor, he's also base trading. He's doing the best he can to hunt down these probes. Oh. They'll snipe one of the High Templar. And you can see Hero turn around. Yeah, Hero turns around. You can see Reynor, he's smiling. Ah, he knows. Yeah, Reynor, he knows at this point. I mean, sure, he still has an army. Huh? Does dive onto the Oracles. Okay, gets 2. 2 Oracles go down. But GG. Yeah, GG, well played. The writing is on the wall, and Hero will claim this series 4-3. And Hero will be the Thunderfire All-Star Invitational Champion. GG. Ah. Oh my god. GG, well played. Hero died in this game like twice. Do you remember? Hero, oh, let's go! Let's go! Hero! He's crazy! But Hero, if you remember, he committed into charge into Archons, if you recall. He pushed through the center. Do you remember the mass surround with the slow Bailings, by the way? Before Bailing speed even finished, Reynor, he surrounded the army, cleaned everything up. Reynor, he was up 20, 30, 40 army supply. Reynor took a massive lead. And then Hero clawed his way back in. He clawed his way back in, took these small engagements, these small fights. Slowly over time, he was able to build back up. Ah. Then Hero committed into another fight, which Reynor also surrounded. But what killed Reynor this game? If you remember, after taking a lead, he chose not to tech. Reynor, he chose not to get a Lurker Den. He chose not to get a Hive. He chose to keep committing into Lingbane Hydra. A little bit too long. So he was late to take up despite having that advantage, and he was stuck with a very vulnerable, vulnerable composition of Lingbane Hydra. Very fragile, maybe that's a better word, fragile composition. A couple of good storms and that army just melts. And Hero, he clawed his way back in, eventually got into Sky Toss, eventually outscaled and outproduced. GG. GG. Crazy comeback. And it was a comeback. He was down like 50 supply. He was. Like, again, like, Reynor took some really strong fights early on. But Reynor tunnel vision. Like Reynor, he tunnel vision a little bit too much. He chose to commit on lair tech. And he was there too long. He was there too long. Bad. I don't blame him. He stayed on lair tech because he wanted to end the game. Like Reynor, he wanted to kill. He wanted to end the game. He failed to. Give us the interview.
其实比赛的时候可能想的有点太多了，会有很多小失误，而且我因为只想着拿冠军，所以想法比较复杂，但是最后还是拿下了这座冠军奖杯。
哇哦，那你在本次比赛里面战胜了3位世界最顶级的虫族玩家，你淘汰了 herO， 淘汰了 Sola， 在总决赛战胜了雷诺。herO， 你觉得你是神族的 herO吗？
지금 저그 선수만 이기고 우승을 하셨는데 진짜 프로토스의 영웅이 된 그런 기분일까요?
일단은 제가 빌드를 다 쓰다 보니까 레이너 전을 했을 때 좀 힘들 거라고 생각했는데 계속 하면서 이게 보완이 되더라고요. 그래가지고 이길 수 있었던 것 같고 EWC에서 굉장히 아쉬운 모습을 보여주면서 도우 형한테 토스 원탑 자리를 내줬는데 다시 찾았나 모르겠는데 다시 찾은 것 같아서 너무 기분이 좋습니다.
首先，其实打了3名虫族选手的话，其实我的战术已经差不多已经耗尽了。但是打着打着的话，我会自己去补充一下这些战术。然后在上次 EWC 上被 Classic 打输了，然后没有拿到第1神族的那个称号。但是今天我拿下了这个冠军，我感觉我又重拾第1神族的这个称号了。
今天光复艾尔。那 herO， 这一次是你在中国杭州线下第1次捧起的个人总冠军奖杯，你觉得这一座奖杯对你来说会有什么不一样的意义吗？
지금 항저우에서 받은 첫 그런 우승 트로피인데 그 선수한테 혹시 어떤 의미가 있는 트로피인지 알려줄 수 있을까요?
제 개인적으로 최근에 안 했던 세레머니까지 할 정도로 정말 중요했던 대회라고 생각해요. 왜냐면 시기적으로 좀 힘든 시기이기 때문에 우승하면서 좀 좋은 인터뷰를 하고 싶었고 잘 된 것 같습니다.
首先，这次线下我做了我从来没有做过的这个冠军动作，然后因为最近的状态不是很好，但是这个奖杯会给了我很大力量。
那我们在线下有那么多支持你的中国观众，那么在线上也有很多人守在直播间为你加油，来对我们的中国粉丝们说点什么吧。
지금 현장에도 많은 팬들이 와주셨고 그리고 시청자분들 많이 이 경기를 보고 있는데 팬들한테 한마디 해주세요.
일단 좀 할 말이 많긴 한데 여기 와가지고 애쉬보이나 주최 측 모두 그리고 스태프분들 그리고 팬분들 다 너무 항상 좋은 기억이었지만 중국은 이번에 특히 더 너무 감사했던 것 같고 그리고 저희 우리나라에서도 지금 뭐라 해야 되지? 우리나라에서도 가족들이 응원해주고 있고 팬분들도 많이 응원해주시는데 우승할 수 있어서 기쁘고 팬분들과 가족 때문에 우승할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Guys, thank you the fans, thank you the staff, thank you for all the support.
在韩国有我的家人一直在默默的支持我，以及非常感谢这次主办方以及星际老男孩，还有各位工作人员和粉丝来到现场，来为星际争霸2的一个支持。然后我非常开心能拿到这个冠军，谢谢大家。
如此精彩的比赛，如此激烈的游戏，如此好的解说选手后，还有我们最好的观众朋友们，星际争霸。 值得我们为他而热爱，把掌声再次送给我们的冠军 herO。那么我们的比赛到这里就全部结束了，感谢我们所有选手这2天给我们带来的精彩赛事，感谢所有的观众朋友，感谢所有的工作人员的付出，谢谢你们每一个人的热爱与陪伴。 那么我们最后想有请小herO再一次捧起属于他的冠军奖杯，全场高呼一下我们冠军的名字，好吗？
Kiss the trophy. Let's go. herO. And I guess what's crazy about this as well, one, obviously it was an amazing tournament. It was an amazing event. You know, shout out to SC Boy for hosting it. I mentioned earlier how momentous it was to have Oliveira back as well, to bring him back on, even if it was just for a Legend Show match. Like, it meant so much to the people, it meant so much to the community, it meant so much to the scene. So it was amazing to see him again. Again, amazing tournaments, great arena as well. The production, the arena, the stage, the atmosphere. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. It was great to see. I do apologize, of course, day 2 had to be a replay cast, but again, congratulations to herO. And not just congratulations to herO, shout out to Reynor as well. Remember, Reynor, he outperformed Serral. He outperformed Solar. Reynor did pose the biggest threat to herO in this tournament, and it went all the way to the ace match. There's a world where Reynor wins. There's a world, I mean, you saw that last game. Like, you saw that. herO was dead, Pappy. He was dead. He had a crazy comeback. It was almost Reynor's win, almost his tournament. But congratulations to herO. On top of that, I would say currently herO is standing as the best player in the world. Why do I say that? herO, he won the RSL Season 3 Championship, the RSL Offline Finals, that was in December. He won the OSC Season 13 Championship. He here wins the Thunderfire event as well, and I want to say there's another event that's slipping my mind. But yeah, herO, he's been popping off when it comes to events as of late, over the past 2 months, like December, January has been all about herO. It's crazy. He's been popping up. But there is one event that we have yet to cover, which did take place last night, and I do apologize at the time for not being able to cast it live. That is Rongi Cup. herO, no surprise, but he finds himself in another finals, in the finals of Rongi Cup Season 3, herO versus Maru, best of 7. That should be tomorrow. It was live yesterday, last night, less than 24 hours ago, but if you remember, we went live, ready to cast, and the lobbies were full. If you don't know anything, if you're unaware as to how StarCraft lobby system works, I think it's 14. I think there's I think it's 2 players and at most 12 observers. I think it's 12 observers is the cap. And we had like French casters, we had French, German, Polish, English, like Korean, Chinese. Unfortunately, the lobby was full and we were not able to cast it live. So we did miss out on the Rongi Cup finals. I do say not to spoil it in the chat, of course. We are going to be casting the finals most likely tomorrow. I was tempted to cast it later on tonight, but yo, this was a 7-hour cast. This was a 7-hour cast. I'm done for today, baby. So I was tempted to maybe go live in like 3 hours and cast the Rongi Cup finals, but we'll take it easy. I gotta get some breakfast. I gotta get some food after this 7-hour cast. I'm gonna get some food, gonna get some rest, and we will be back tomorrow in just over 24 hours with the Rongi Cup Season 3 finals of herO versus Maru. And again, herO's been on a tear. He's been winning everything. He's had multiple finals against Classic, for example. He beat Serral in this tournament as well, beating Reynor. We'll see how he compares to Maru. We'll see. We'll find out tomorrow. We'll find out tomorrow in those Rongi Cup finals. Hi. So back and forth, was very back and forth. So GG, well played. With that, we're going to be wrapping up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Again, it was a great event, a momentous tournament. It does bode well. I do know that SC Boy and NetEase, they're very passionate about StarCraft. They're very willing to support and expect to see more Chinese events like this in the future, right? Not just Thunderfire, not just Rongi Cup, but Kung Fu Cups, maybe some more Stars War 11, maybe some more Masters Coliseum. Again, the reason for this is just because of the return of the Chinese servers. Now the Chinese scene has been that much more invigorated, and the passion is there. The passion is real. Expect to see more from the Chinese scene internationally in the coming months, in the coming year. Oh boy. But yeah, again, congratulations to herO. Again, I hope we get to see some more Thunderfire in the future, or maybe even named as something else. When it comes to the channel, of course, Home Story Cup. Home Story Cup was last weekend. Unfortunately, we were unavailable at the time. We've been the official B stream for Home Story Cup for the past like 3-4 years. But unfortunately, this weekend we were unavailable, so we were not able to cover Home Story Cup. So we are going to be covering that via replays. There's a lot of replays. We got a lot of. So when it comes to upcoming StarCraft, we got a lot of replays on the horizon for Home Story Cup. We of course have the Rongi Cup finals that we're going to be covering. We do have a Pigstar Cup, Wardy TV Monday, Sparkling Tuna Cup, OSC Elite Rising Star. Actually, do I have the schedule for you here? Damn. There it is. As you can see, we got a busy week ahead of us. Tomorrow, Monday, you can see Monday morning we have the OSC Elite Rising Star. Monday evening we have the Wardy TV Monday. We have Home Story Cup replay cast on Tuesday. We have Tunic Cup Tuesday evening. We have Pigstar Cup on Wednesday. Rongi Cup Wednesday evening. We have the Pond Cast. More Home Story Cup. More RSL. More StarCraft everywhere. Now I will quickly say that currently on the schedule we have Rongi Cup Wednesday evening. I believe that should be changed to Monday evening. I currently don't have the Wardy TV Monday replays that I should be getting. I might get them late. If I get them late, Rongi Cup tomorrow. Rongi Cup tomorrow evening. That should be the plan. But again, RSL, the RSL Season 1 2026 qualifiers are this weekend. This weekend is going to be the RSL qualifiers. We'll be casting the qualifiers here on the channel, so that is going to be on Saturday. We're going to be casting the Americas and the Korean qualifier. We will not be casting the European qualifier. EU qualifiers are too late, unfortunately. They're a little bit too late for us, so I would love to cast them, but the sleep is important. So, again, we're back to StarCraft. Again, I do apologize, but January we've been very lean, very lean when it comes to casting. We always pride ourselves. We cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there, more than Wardy, more than Steadfast, more than anyone else. Historically, for the past like what 3-4 years, but 2026. We haven't, right? 2026 January we've been very unavailable. Things have been happening IRL. I've been a little bit vocal about it, but I have some pet bunnies and there's been a lot of medical issues, so there's been a lot of vet visits, a lot of recovery, a lot of monitoring, so I just haven't been available to cast. I want to cast, but I just haven't been available. Been looking after my pet bunnies and they're still in recovery, and there's more stress to come in the future. So that's why we've been so light, no pun intended, when it comes to casting StarCraft in January. Do apologize. That's why we had to do this as a replay cast. That's why we didn't get to, we missed out on Home Story Cup B stream. We missed out on Thunderfire. We missed out on Rongi Cup. True. So we missed out on a lot, and we've just had to catch up with a lot of replays as a result, which is not typically the case here. Usually we're casting everything live, but we've been forced to cover everything via replays instead and slowly catch up. So we got a lot of catching up to do. As you can see, when it comes to Home Story Cup, for example, we got all that Home Story Cup coverage to come. So we'll eventually catch back up. There's a lot of content, a lot of StarCraft coming, of course. We have the Pig Fest on the horizon. We have RSL on the horizon. We have Stara Zagora in March. True. The Bulgarian events. So more content, more StarCraft. We'll eventually catch up, and again, hopefully everything goes well with my pet bunnies. Hopefully. We have another vet visits on Thursday. That's why Thursday morning is free. Actually, no, I'm gonna have to change some things here. I have a vet visit on Wednesday, so I'm gonna have to change some things. But yes, we do have going to be going to the vets. Likewise, the vet visits are also very stressful. It's like an 1.5-hour drive there and then an 1.5 hour back. So 3 hours worth of travel. Crazy. To get all that going. So yeah. Regardless, I hope you had a great time. A great tournament, great event. Congratulations to herO. And we're going to be wrapping up. Here for the day. As I mentioned, I was going to cast in 2 hours actually, but food is good. It would be nice to get some breakfast / dinner. It's 6 p.m. here in Australia. 6 p.m. Crazy. Whew. So GG well played. Again, I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. Sending love and vibes for the recovery. Oh, thank you, Tempo. Thank you. Thanks for the cast. And good seeing you as usual. Oh, gracias. Thank you so much. Likewise with you as well. Great to see you back in some capacity in StarCraft. It's great to see you back. Have a lovely sleep. Gonna get some breakfast back. 6 p.m. food. Let's go. But take care, everyone. With that, we're going to be wrapping up. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for the Rongi Cup finals and for some OC Elite Rising Star as well. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. Who is live at the moment? I see Practice X is live. I see who's live. Winter is live. Let's see. Nero is playing Dota. Who's playing StarCraft? Snake Styles. I haven't rated Practice X in a long time. It's been a while, Pappy. It's been a while. Yeah, we'll give him some love. Otherwise, thanks for watching. And we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you tomorrow or next time we see you. Also, if you want to support us, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. You can support us there, as the Patreon does fund our tournaments on a regular basis. Likewise, !Socials. If you see something that you like, and if you missed out, if you're like, you know what, I want to watch day one of Thunderfire Cup. I want to watch Innovation. He played a show match, by the way, in Thunderfire. It's crazy. Scarlet played as well. If you want to see their games, if you want to see Rongi Cup, for example, Trigger versus Maru was crazy in Rongi Cup. YouTube is the place to be. All the VODs are available on YouTube, uploaded on a daily basis. Plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft, plenty over on YouTube. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thank you so much for the support, and we'll see you guys next time. Ciao. Bye. Ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego.